Certain customs, like chants and melees, are matters of inheritance, and remain exclusively in the families with which they originate. The Prophecies of KEAULUMOKU. Characters: Kahekili, Moi of Maui. Kalaniapu, King of Hawaii. Namahana, Widow of Kamehameha I. KEAUMOKU, a royal chief of Hawaii. Kahanana, a warrior of Waihehe. Mahahalelema, governor of Hana, Maui. KAAHUMANU, daughter of KEAUMOKU. KAMEHAMEHA and brothers of KEAUMOKU. Kamanawa. Kiwalo, son of Kalaniapu. KEAULUMOKU, the poet-prophet of Hawaii. Kamehameha I, the conqueror of the group. Keaua, half-brother of Kiwalo. Kiwamali, a royal chief of Hawaii. The Prophecies of KEAULUMOKU. The career of KEAUMOKU, the prince-slayer and kingmaker. The days had just begun to lengthen after the summer solstice of 1765 when a great grief fell upon the royal court of the island of Maui. Kamehameha I, the king, had died very suddenly at Wailuku, which had been his favorite place of residence, and his brother and successor, Kahekili, had removed his court to Lahaina. The bones of the dead king had been carefully secreted, the customary mourning excesses had been indulged in, and many new apportionments of lands had been made in accordance with the bequests of the deceased Moi and the will of his successor. Kamehameha I was an amiable sovereign, but his reign was not as successful as that of his father, Kekaulike. His right to the scepter had been contested by his brother, Kauhia, and he was secured in it only through the efforts of Alapainui, the king of Hawaii. Subsequently Kalaniapu, the successor of Alapainui, wrested from him the district of Hana and the celebrated fortress of Kauiki, and retained possession of both at the time of Kamehameha I's death. The lands of the district might have been recaptured, perhaps, but the fortress commanding them was well nigh impregnable, and Hana remained a dependency of Hawaii. Kamehameha I's political wife was his half-sister Namahana, with whom he had 2 children, but as both of them died in their infancy, his brother, Kahekili, succeeded him as Moi of the island by common consent. After the death of his brother, Kahekili at once removed his court to Lahaina, where the customary period of mourning was concluded. It was while the members of the royal family were still in mourning at Lahaina that a distinguished stranger suddenly landed, with a number of personal attendants, and presented himself at court. His double canoe bore the ensign of an alii, and his garb and bearing showed him to be of the higher nobility. His age was perhaps 30 years, although he looked somewhat older. He was over 6 feet in height, and well proportioned. His face was handsome, and his hair and beard were closely cropped. He was clad in a maro and short feather mantle, and around his head was bound a single fold of yellow kapa. By a cord of hair was suspended from his neck a palaua, or carved whale's tooth, and his left wrist was ornamented with a bracelet of curious shells. He was courageous, courtly, and in his best moods agreeable and captivating, and was a splendid representative of the rude chivalry of his time. As he stepped ashore and proceeded to the royal mansion, way was respectfully made for him, even as a stranger of distinguished bearing, and his name secured him admission at once to the presence of Kahekili, who welcomed him to Lahaina, and set apart ample accommodations for himself and lodgings for his attendants. Who was this stranger? He was no common chief who would have thus presumed to present himself at the court of the Moi of Maui and expect the courtesy of royal entertainment. 2 generations before Lanoikahapu, who had peacefully inherited the sovereignty of the western side of the island of Kauai, while the noted Kuli, of Oahu, retained possession of the remainder, paid a royal visit of state to the windward islands of the group. His blood was of the best in the archipelago, and his equipment and retinue were brilliant and imposing. He embarked with a number of large double canoes, the royal kaulua being over 80 feet in length, and was attended by a company of skilled musicians and dancers. He also took with him his chief navigator, priest and astrologer, and a corps of personal attendants in keeping with his rank. In turn he visited Oahu, Maui and Molokai, where he was entertained with distinguished honors, and then set sail for Hawaii, of which Kiwi was then king. Touching at Hilo, he found that the royal court had been temporarily established in Kau, and thither he proceeded, to pay his respects to Kiwi and his beautiful but volatile wife and half-sister, Kalani Kalalaiui. He was becomingly received and entertained by the royal couple, and spent some weeks in the enjoyment of the festivities arranged for his amusement. The result was that the queen became enamored of the handsome Kauaian king, who was duly recognized at once as one of her husbands. From this union a son was born, who was named Kiwapipo, when the father returned to Kauai and there remained. This son grew to manhood, and by marriage with Kameku, of the royal line of Maui, became the father of the three distinguished chiefs who, with Kiwiahulu, were the leading captains of Kamehameha in the conquest of the group at the close of the 18th century. One of these sons of Kiwapipo was KEAULUMOKU, the Warwick of his time, the slayer and maker of kings. KEAULUMOKU's first effort in king-making occurred in 1754. On the death, in that year, of his uncle HALEMANU, and the succession of his cousin Kiwiapula to the Hawaiian throne, he became dissatisfied with his allotment of lands and raised the standard of revolt in Keikaha. Defeated, he fled in his canoes to Kau, where Kalaniapu had for some years maintained himself in independence of HALEMANU. Joining their forces, they marched northward, defeated and slew Kiwiapula in Kona, and Kalaniapu, who was the grandson of Kiwi and had a valid claim to the sovereignty, was proclaimed Moa of Hawaii. It is probable that KEAULUMOKU's services were substantially rewarded by Kalaniapu. But in his early years he was turbulent and hot-tempered, and in 1765 he found a pretext for hurling defiance at the king and fortifying himself in the northern part of Kohala. Kalaniapu promptly placed himself at the head of an adequate force, took the fort by assault, and crushed the rebellion with a single blow. But KEAULUMOKU escaped over the Pali alone, reached the beach, secured a canoe and paddled out to sea. Night coming on and the skies being clouded, he lost his way and nearly perished through thirst and hunger. But he finally reached Lanai, where he found friends, and not long after sailed for Maui in a well-equipped double canoe and a respectable retinue of attendants. He landed at Lahaina, and the reader need not be told that the distinguished stranger who so suddenly presented himself at the court of Kahekili, as already mentioned, was KEAULUMOKU. The occupation of the district of Hana by the king of Hawaii was a source of irritation to Kahekili, and he welcomed KEAULUMOKU. Not more as an enemy of Kalaniapu than as a chief who might be useful to him in the war which he then meditated for the recovery of the captured territory. But KEAULUMOKU was not content to subsist upon the favor of Kahekili. In his veins ran the blood of kings, and his pride rebelled against a life of dependence, however attractive it might be made for him. But he was without available lands or revenues, for his rebellion against Kalaniapu had deprived him of both, notwithstanding his inalienable landed rights in South Kona. And he began to cast about for the means of raising himself again to the dignity of a landed chief. His eyes soon fell upon the comely Namahana, widow of Kamehameha I. To her belonged the fair and fertile lands of Waihehe. But she was the inheritance of Kahekili, whose purpose it was to accept her as a wife at the end of her period of mourning. This must have been known to KEAULUMOKU, who was thoroughly acquainted with royal customs of his time. Yet he paid such court to the sorrowing dowager, and so sweetly mingled his protestations of love with her sighs of grief, that she became his wife without consulting with the Moa. Kahekili was naturally enraged at the union, and was about to manifest his displeasure in a manner dangerous to KEAULUMOKU, when Namahana retired with her new husband to her estates at Waihehe. Kahekili's first impulse was to follow and slay them both. But as Namahana was popular with the nobility, and Kahekili had not been in power long enough to be quite sure of the fealty of the chiefs, he discreetly concluded to leave to the future the punishment of the offending couple. Taking up his residence at Waihehe, KEAULUMOKU enlarged and beautified his grounds and buildings, and established a petty court of princely etiquette and appointments. He was fond of display, and soon attracted to Waihehe many of the more accomplished young chiefs of the island. The mother and two of the brothers of Namahana attached themselves to the household, and a number of Molokai chiefs, despoiled of their lands by the king of Oahu, became his retainers. He had carefully trained bands of musicians and dancers, and his entertainments were frequent and bountiful. In the midst of this semi-royal gaiety and splendor, Kahekili quietly crossed the mountains and temporarily established his court at Wailuku, but a few miles from Waihehe. He had heard of KEAULUMOKU's royal style of living, and desired to learn from personal observation whether it was inspired by an innocent love of display or designs more ambitious. As KEAULUMOKU had rebelled against two successive Hawaiian sovereigns, and boldly seized the widow of a king in the very household of her royal claimant and protector, Kahekili had reason to regard him with suspicion, and a week's stay at Wailuku, during which reserved courtesies had been exchanged between them, convinced him that KEAULUMOKU was a dangerous subject. But how was he to be dealt with? He had committed no act of treason, and an assault upon him would not be sustained by the chiefs. In this dilemma Kahekili resorted to strategy. He induced Kahaunana, a resolute warrior and subordinate landholder of Waihehe, to embroil KEAULUMOKU in a difficulty with his own people. To this end Kahaunana complained, probably without cause, that he had been frequently neglected by the servants of KEAULUMOKU in the distribution of fish after fortunate catches, and urged his grievance with so good a showing of sincerity that many of his friends stood prepared to espouse his quarrel. This done, he armed himself for battle, and, the following night, killed 3 of KEAULUMOKU's laborers. Being attacked in return, he was at once supported by a party of warriors secretly detailed for that purpose by Kahekili, and a general fight resulted, which lasted in a desultory way for 3 or 4 days. In the end, however, KEAULUMOKU and his party were overpowered and compelled to seek safety in flight. KEAULUMOKU and Namahana, with her mother and 2 brothers, and a considerable following of chiefs and retainers, escaped over the Eka mountains and embarked for Molokai. But Kahekili was not content with the escape of KEAULUMOKU from Maui. He resolved to destroy him, and soon after invaded Molokai with a large force. KEAULUMOKU and his allies met the invaders in war canoes as they approached the shore. A desperate sea fight followed, which was continued long into the night by torchlight, but KEAULUMOKU was again defeated, and with difficulty escaped to Hana with Namahana and her relatives. This placed KEAULUMOKU beyond the reach of Kahekili, for that district of Maui was still under Hawaiian control, but in escaping from one enemy he was compelled to throw himself upon the mercy of another. He was hospitably received, however, by Mahahalelema, the governor of the district, and was so far forgiven by Kalaniapu as to be permitted to remain under the protection of the fortress of Kauiki, where for some time, in the shaded valleys at the base of Haleakala, he found a respite new to his turbulent life. 2. In a secluded valley within sight of the fortress of Kauiki, with a few devoted friends and attendants, KEAULUMOKU and his family lived unmolested and almost unnoticed for several years. It was a season of peace between Hawaii and Maui, and KEAULUMOKU spent his days in dreaming of wars to come, and political changes that would place him again in a position more consistent with his rank. He made spears and battle axes, and laid them away. He constructed canoes and housed them near the neighboring beach. He loved his wife, who was content to share his exile, and when, in 1768, a daughter was born to him, KEAULUMOKU felt that the gods were smiling upon him once more, and took courage. It is said that the child was born with a yellow feather in her hand, a symbol of royalty, and she was named KAAHUMANU and tenderly cared for. In 1775 Kalaniapu, king of Hawaii, suddenly appeared in the district of Hana with a considerable force, and began to ravage the neighboring lands of Kaupo. Kahekili promptly met and repulsed him, however, and he returned to Hana and abandoned the campaign by re-embarking with his shattered army for Hawaii. KEAULUMOKU took no part in the brief struggle, and was disappointed that nothing decisive had been accomplished. The death of either of the 2 sovereigns engaged would have been to him a signal of deliverance. But he was not disheartened. He knew the war would soon be resumed on a grander scale, and found partial contentment in the hope that it would result in changes favorable to his fortunes. Exasperated at his defeat, Kalaniapu spent nearly 2 years in preparing for a crushing invasion of Maui. In honor of his war god, Kaili, he repaired and put in order 2 heiaus, and instructed his high priest, Holoi, to maintain continuous religious services, and exert his highest powers to accomplish the defeat and death of Kahekili. He landed with 6 heavy divisions of warriors on the southern coast of Maui, but was defeated with great slaughter in the neighborhood of Wailuku, and compelled to sue for peace. With him were the 2 brothers of KEAUMOKU, KEEAUMOKU and Kamanawa, who attended the young Prince Kiwalo in his visit of conciliation to Kahekili after the battle. Kalaniapu returned to Hawaii with what remained of his army, and the next year again invaded Maui, and for several months carried on a desultory warfare with Kahekili in the several districts of the island. He was assisted by the governor of Hana, and was able for some time to maintain a foothold in Hamakualoa and elsewhere. KEAUMOKU offered his services to neither side, but remained a quiet and almost unobserved spectator of the hostile movements which at intervals convulsed the island, and sometimes swept past the very door of his exile home in Hana. The proper time for him to act had not yet arrived, and years of solitude had schooled him to patience. It was during this campaign that Captain Cook, the celebrated English explorer, arrived off the coast of Maui with the 2 vessels under his command, exhibiting faces that were new to the natives, and ships which seemed to be the ocean palaces of their gods. This was in November, 1778. In January of that year Cook had touched the group for the first time. He had landed at Kauai and Niihau, and had now returned from the Arctic seas to winter among the Hawaiian Islands. Abandoning the fruitless war, Kalaniapu returned to Hawaii with his invading army. During the campaign of the year before he had been assisted to the extent of a battalion of warriors by Kahahana, king of Oahu. Among the followers of the Oawanwa at that time was the celebrated poet and prophet KEAULUMOKU. He was a native of Nahaku, in the Hamakua district of Hawaii, and was distantly related to Kahekili, being a son of a cousin of Kekaulike, the father of Kahekili. From his youth he was dreamy and psychologic, and spent his time in roaming among the hills, watching the stars and listening to the music of the ocean. Some years before he had become attached to the court of Kahahana, and had followed that sovereign to Maui in 1777. He remained on the island after the return of Kahahana to Oahu, and the year following, when Kalaniapu again invaded Maui, the poet was found among his household, conveying the body of Kalaniapu to Honaunau. From a painting in the royal palace. Although but 62 years of age, in appearance KEAULUMOKU was much older. His eyes were bright, but his form was bent, and his white hair and beard swept his shoulders. When he sang all listened, and his wild utterances were treasured up and repeated as inspirations from the gods. He was known on all the islands of the group, and it was safe for him to travel anywhere. He had been a friend of KEAUMOKU, many years before, on Hawaii, and when he learned, during the campaign of 1778, that the unfortunate chief was in exile in Hana and had ceased to be accounted among the leaders of the time, he resolved to visit and console him. Without making his purpose known to any one, KEAULUMOKU crossed the mountains, and, the 3rd day, stood before his friend in Hana. Their greeting was affectionate, and after eating they sat down and wailed over KEAUMOKU's misfortunes. Then Namahana came with stately grace to welcome the old poet, bringing with her KAAHUMANU, who was then a bright-eyed child of 10. He kissed the hand of Namahana, advising her to be of good cheer, and, embracing the child and looking into her eyes, told her that his dreams that night should be of her. And so they were, for the next morning he solemnly sang in the shade of the palms that KAAHUMANU would be loved by a chief of renown and become the wife of a king. And what of her father? Inquired KEAUMOKU. Is he to rot with his spears in Hana? No, replied the poet, promptly. The great work of KEAUMOKU's life is still before him. He will become the slayer of princes and maker of kings. One have I already helped to royal honors, returned the chief, doubtingly, and by his favor I am stifling here in Hana. Another and a greater is still to follow, in whose service KEAUMOKU will die in peace, answered the poet. Who is the coming hero? Inquired the chief. "You will not mistake him when you meet," was the evasive reply. "And when will that be?" ventured KEAULUMOKU. No reply being made, the chief continued. "Well, no matter when. I have learned to be patient." The predictions of the poet extended no farther, but his words cheered the heart of KEAULUMOKU, and when he left for Lahaina the next day, grateful eyes followed his footsteps far into the mountains. Returning to Hawaii after his unsuccessful campaign of 1778, Kalaniapu remained for a time in Kona, and after the death of Captain Cook, in February, 1779, removed his court to Kohala, taking with him the poet KEAULUMOKU. The next year, feeling his end approaching, for he was nearly 80 years of age, Kalaniapu set his kingdom in order by proclaiming his son Kewalo as his successor, and naming his nephew, Kamehameha, as the custodian of his war god. He then put down the rebellion of Immokalua in Kau, and, after changing residences 2 or 3 times for his health, finally died at Kailiki, in January, 1782. A few months before the death of Kalaniapu, Kahekili, learning of the failing health of his old opponent, prepared for the recovery of the district of Hana, which had been for nearly 40 years under Hawaiian rule. Marching into the district and investing the fortress of Kauiki, he finally reduced it by cutting off its water supply, and eastern Maui again became a part of the dominions of the Moa of Maui. This occurred about the time of the death of Kalaniapu. But what became of KEAULUMOKU and his family, whose home for years had been among the hills of Hana? Learning of the meditated invasion of the district, and unwilling to trust himself to the mercy of Kahekili, KEAULUMOKU fled with his family to the almost barren island of Kahoolawe, where he lived in seclusion until after the fall of Kauiki and death of Kalaniapu, when he boldly returned to Hawaii, quietly settled on his old and inalienable estates at Kapalilua, in South Kona, and awaited the development of events, which he plainly perceived were rapidly and irresistibly tending toward widespread revolution and disorder. For more than 15 years he had heard the clash of arms only at a distance, and he yearned for the shouts of battle and the music of marching columns. The mourning for Kalaniapu continued for many weeks, and rumors unsatisfactory to the Kona chiefs were afloat concerning the new Moa's proposed division of the lands subject to royal apportionment. Preparations for the burial of the bones of the deceased king were finally completed. In double canoes, one of them bearing the corpse of his royal father, Kewalo set sail with a large party of chiefs, warriors and retainers for Honaunau. There it was his purpose to deposit the remains in the neighboring burial place of Halekiwi, sacred to the ashes of Hawaiian kings, and then proceed with the redivision of such of the lands of the kingdom as were at his disposal. When off Hanokwa the second day, KEAULUMOKU came down from Kapalilua and boarded the fleet. His avowed purpose was to wail over the body of Kalaniapu. His return to Hawaii had become generally known, and Kewalo regarded with a curiosity not unmixed with suspicion the warring and impetuous chief, who had been first the friend and then the enemy of his father, and who had suddenly emerged at a critical moment full armed from the obscurity of years. What was the object of KEAULUMOKU's visit to the mourning fleet? Was he anxious, on the eve of stirring events, to behold the face of the young king, remembering the words of KEAULUMOKU, "You will know him when you meet"? Perhaps. But, whatever may have been his original purpose in visiting the fleet, when he left, in keeping with the turbulent instincts of his life, his thoughts were aglow with projects of rebellion. Hastening to Kehaha, where his brothers, Kamiamoku and Kamanawa, with Kamehameha, Kekuhapio and other chiefs, were in council, KEAULUMOKU informed them that the destination of Kewalo was Kailua, which place he would proceed to occupy after depositing the royal remains at Honaunau. This information, he declared, was given to him by one of Kewalo's attendants. Not doubting the truth of KEAULUMOKU's story, and believing it to be the purpose of Kewalo to occupy the entire district of Kona, which embraced lands not subject to royal disposal, the assembled chiefs moved with their followers and occupied quarters in the neighborhood of Honaunau. KEAULUMOKU now became a leading spirit in the events which rapidly followed. The funeral cortege landed at Honaunau, the remains of the dead king were ceremoniously entombed at Halekiwi, and Kewalo ascended a platform, and to the assembled chiefs proclaimed the will of his father. In the divisions of lands that followed, the Kona chiefs were not consulted. Nor does it appear that they were additionally provided for, and KEAUMOKU had little difficulty in persuading them that they had been treated with intended disrespect and hostility. In an interview with Kewalo, Kamehameha was coolly received, and the disaffected chiefs began to prepare for battle. They selected Kamehameha as their leader, and for some days there was a vigorous mustering of forces on both sides. An attack was finally made by the rebellious chiefs, and a battle of some magnitude ensued. KEAUMOKU was again in his element. His voice was heard above the din of battle, and his famished weapons drank their fill of blood. Entangled with his spear, he fell upon the rocky ground. Several warriors rushed upon him. 2 of them attacked him with daggers, while a third struck him in the back with a spear, exclaiming, "The spear has pierced the yellow-backed crab." Kewalo, not far distant, witnessed the encounter, and called to the assailants of KEAUMOKU to secure his palaua, or ivory neck ornament. The attention of Kamanawa was attracted to the struggle, and he sprang with a few followers to the assistance of his brother, driving back his assailants. At that moment Kewalo was struck in the temple with a stone, and fell stunned to the ground. Observing the circumstance, KEAUMOKU crawled to the fallen king, and, with a knife edged with shark's teeth, cut his throat. With the death of Kewalo, the rout of his army became general. The victory made Kamehameha master of the districts of Kona, Kohala and Hamakua, while Keeua, the brother of Kewalo, held possession of Kau and Puna, and Kewamali declared himself independent of both in Hilo. KEAUMOKU's brilliant part in this first of the battles of the period for the sovereignty of Hawaii established him at once in the favor of Kamehameha, and raised him high in the esteem of the distinguished chiefs whose valor ennobled the closing years of barbaric supremacy in the group. 3. War soon occurred between Kamehameha and the independent chiefs of Hilo and Kau, but, as no marked advantages to either side resulted, Kamehameha established his court at Halaula, in Kohala, and occupied himself in improving the condition of his people. During the campaign he had met with some reverses, but KEAUMOKU's faith in the final triumph of his great leader remained unshaken through every disaster. He thought he saw in him that captain, greater than Kalaniapu, of whom the poet dreamed in Hana, and was soon after confirmed in the belief by the definite prophecy of KEAULUMOKU. Restlessly roaming from place to place, the old singer finally selected a temporary abode near Halaula, shortly after the removal of the court of Kamehameha to that village. There he was frequently visited by KEAUMOKU, sometimes accompanied by KAAHUMANU, who was budding into an attractive womanhood, and sometimes by Namahana, who regarded him with a reverence due to one whose utterances seemed to be inspired by the gods. Since the death of Kalaniapu, the voice of KEAULUMOKU had been silent. He mourned over the distracted condition of the island, and sympathized with the people in their enforced warfare with each other. Vainly had he sought to penetrate the mists of desolation and disorder, and catch a glimpse of what was beyond. No light had come to him through the clouds, to his prayers no answering voice had whispered in his dreams. But the curtain was raised for him at last, and, as the shades of the future trooped before him in awful pantomime, in a voice wild as the wind sweeping through the gorge of Nuuanu he chanted the prophetic mele of Hawaiikalani. After describing the horrors of the civil war then desolating the island, he concluded by predicting that Kamehameha would triumph over his enemies, and in the end be hailed as the greatest of Hawaiian conquerors. The chant created great enthusiasm among the followers of Kamehameha. KEAUMOKU listened to it with rapt attention, and at its conclusion stooped over the old poet and said, "I asked you a question in Hana, which you did not answer then. Is it answered now?" KEAULUMOKU looked into the face of the chief for a moment as if to collect his thoughts, and then dreamily replied, "It is answered." "Such was my thought," returned the chief. "I have some rare dainties from the sea. Come and eat with me tonight, and I will ask to be taught the mele you have just chanted." KEAULUMOKU made no reply, and KEAUMOKU walked slowly toward the palace, trying to remember the words of the poet which had so thrilled his listeners. What occurred between KEAUMOKU and the old poet during their repast that evening will never be known. But certain it is that henceforth KEAUMOKU never doubted the final success of Kamehameha, and when, in the summer of 1785, the latter retired discomfited from an invasion of Hilo, KEAUMOKU smiled as he said to his chief, "Thus far you have only skirmished with your enemies. You will win when you fight battles." In 1784 KEAULUMOKU died. For months the old poet had lived alone in a hut near Kauhola. He avoided company and seldom spoke to anyone. Feeling his end approaching, he one day announced that the evening following he would chant his last mele. Hundreds collected around his hut at the time appointed. They did not enter, but sat down, conversing in whispers, and respectfully waited. An hour passed, and another, but the old singer did not make his appearance. Finally the mat which served as a door was drawn aside, and KEAULUMOKU's white head and bent form were seen in the opening. Seating himself within view of all, he began to chant a mele in tremulous tones. As he proceeded his voice became louder, and every word was breathlessly listened to. He spoke of the coming conquest of the group by Kamehameha, whom he designated as the son of Kahekili, and also as the Lone One. He also predicted the early extinction of the Kamehameha dynasty, the domination of the white race, the destruction of the temples, and finally the gradual death of the Hawaiian people. Concluding his chant, the old seer raised his hands as if to bless his listeners, and fell back dead. A great wail went up from the people, and they tenderly bore the body of the dead poet to the heiau, where it was accorded the burial rites of a prophet. Much of the last prophecy of KEAULUMOKU was preserved and repeated, and by conversing with the many who listened to it KEAUMOKU managed to secure a satisfactory version of the final song of the dying poet. From the first of Kamehameha's battles KEAUMOKU had not doubted the triumph of that chief over all adversaries in the end, and eagerly grasped at every circumstance calculated to strengthen the conviction. So believing, his way seemed to be clear. But what of KAAHUMANU, whose promised lover was to be a chief of renown, and whose husband was to be a king? She was an attractive maiden of 17, and a few months after the death of KEAULUMOKU, and while Kamehameha was engaged in peaceful pursuits at Halaula, her father suddenly brought her to court. Fresh, sparkling and graceful, and related to the royal lines of Maui and Hawaii, she attracted the immediate attention of Kamehameha, and he disposed of the claims of her many suitors at once by making her his wife. There was little in the appearance of the great chief to please the eye of a girl of 17. His features were rugged and irregular, and he held in contempt the courtly graces which imparted a charm to the intercourse with each other of the nobility of the time. He was already the husband of 2 recognized wives. But KAAHUMANU was ambitious, and, with admiration but no affection for him, she consented to become his wife. KEAUMOKU was now persistent in inspiring Kamehameha with the thought of becoming the master of the group. He recited to him the prophetic chants of KEAULUMOKU, and brought to him the favoring auguries of the KAULAs. An unsuccessful attempt to recover the district of Hana in 1786 was followed in 1790 by another invasion of Maui, when Kamehameha completely subjugated the island, and then turned his attention to Keaua, the independent chief of Kau, who had slain the chief of Hilo and assumed the sovereignty of the southern districts of Hawaii. The war with Keaua continued for more than a year, and every effort of Kamehameha to crush this last of his rivals on Hawaii was successfully resisted. For 9 years Keaua had maintained himself against the power of Kamehameha, and still remained master of Kau and the most of Puna. Treachery was finally resorted to, and Keaua fell. The old temple of Puukohola had been partially rebuilt, and a noted seer had predicted that its completion would give to Kamehameha the undisputed sovereignty of Hawaii. The temple was hastily finished, and Keaua was invited to a conference with his opponent at Kauai, with the view, he was led to believe, of peacefully settling their differences. Nearing the shore of the place of meeting, where he saw and exchanged greetings with Kamehameha, he was about to land when KEAUMOKU met him in a canoe and treacherously assassinated him. And his body was taken to the newly completed temple and sacrificed to the war god of his betrayer. Keaua was a brave, noble, and magnanimous chief, and the apologists of Kamehameha have not succeeded in relieving him from the odium of KEAUMOKU's cowardly act. He was the half-brother of Kewalo, and his death left Kamehameha the master of Hawaii. Truly, as predicted by the seer, had KEAUMOKU become the slayer of princes and the maker of kings. But his work was not yet completed. Kamehameha was the sovereign of Hawaii, but the conquest of the group was still before him. Every circumstance, however, conspired in his favor. Kahekili, the warlike king of Maui and conqueror of Oahu, died in 1794, and a rupture had occurred between his successor and Keo, the Moa of Kauai. Everything being in readiness, early in 1795 Kamehameha invaded Oahu with a mighty army, defeated and subsequently captured and sacrificed to his war god King Kalanikipiul. And shortly after received the submission of the Moa of Kauai, thus becoming the acknowledged master of, and for the first time in their history consolidating under one government, the several islands of the Hawaiian group. The prophecies of KEAULUMOKU have all been fulfilled. KEAUMOKU, the slayer of princes and maker of kings, died peacefully as governor of the Windward Islands in 1804. KAAHUMANU became the wife of a king, and died as chief counselor of the islands in 1832. The temples of the Hawaiian gods were destroyed immediately after the death of Kamehameha, in 1819. And but a tenth of the number of natives found on the islands at the close of the last century are now left to sing of the achievements of their ancestors, who first made their home in the group when the Roman Empire was falling to pieces under the assaults of northern barbarism. The Cannibals of HALEMANU. Characters: KAUAI Kanaka, or Kokoa, a cannibal chief. Keakiwi, or Lotu, a lieutenant of Kokoa. Palua, daughter of Kokoa. Kahalikwa, wife of Lotu. Napopo, brother of Kahalikwa. The Cannibals of HALEMANU. A popular legend of the 17th century. Although barbarous to the extent to which a brave, warm-hearted and hospitable people were capable of becoming, every social, political and religious circumstance preserved by tradition tends to show that at no period of their history did the Polynesians proper, or the Hawaiian branch of the race, at least, practice cannibalism. In their migrations from the southern coasts of Asia to their final homes in the Pacific, stopping, as they did, at various groups of islands in their voluntary or compulsory journeyings, the Polynesians must have been brought in contact with cannibal tribes. But no example ever persuaded them into the habit of eating human flesh, or of regarding the appetite for it with a feeling other than that of aversion and disgust. In offering a human sacrifice it was customary for the officiating priest to remove the left eye of the victim after the lifeless body had been deposited upon the altar, and present it to the chief, who made a semblance of eating it. Even as learned and conscientious an inquirer as Judge Fornander has suggested that this custom was possibly the relic of a cannibal propensity existing among the Polynesian people far back in the past. The assumption is quite as reasonable that the rite was either a simple exhibition of bravado, or the expression of a desire on the part of the chief to thereby more strictly identify himself with the offering in the eyes of the gods. Several traditions have come down the centuries referring to the existence of cannibal tribes or bands at one time or another in the Hawaiian archipelago, particularly on the islands of Oahu and Kauai. And harrowing stories of their exploits are a part of the folklore of the group. But in every instance the man-eaters are spoken of as foreigners, who came from a land unknown, maintained local footholds for brief seasons in mountain fastnesses, and in the end were either exterminated or driven from the islands by the people for their barbarous practices. It is difficult to fix, even approximately, the period of the earlier of these occurrences, as they are mentioned in connection with ruling chiefs whose names do not appear in the chronological meles surviving the destruction of the ancient priesthood. Instead of being foreigners, it is not improbable that the cannibals referred to in some of the traditions were the remnants of a race of savages found on one or more of the islands of the group when the first of the Polynesians landed there. This, it may be presumed, was somewhere near the middle of the 5th century of the Christian era. It has generally been assumed by native historians that the ancestors of the Hawaiian people found the entire group uninhabited at the time of their arrival there. The bird, the lizard and the mouse, with an insect life confined to few varieties, were the sole occupants of that ocean paradise, with its beautiful streams, its inviting hills, its sandal forests, its cocoa and ohia groves, its flowering plains, its smiling valleys of everlasting green. But the interval between the 5th century and the 11th, between the first and second periods of Polynesian arrival, is a broad blank in the legendary annals of Hawaii. And the absence of any record of the circumstance cannot be satisfactorily accepted as evidence that, on arriving at the group from the southern islands, the Polynesians of the 5th century did not find it sparsely occupied by an inferior and less capable people, whom they either affiliated with or destroyed. In some of the meles vague references are made to such a people, and ruins of temples are still pointed out as the work of the Menehunes, a half-mythical race or tribe either from whom the Hawaiians descended, or with whom they were in some manner connected in the remote past. To whatever period, however, many of these stories of cannibalism may refer, circumstances tend to show that the legends connected with the man-eaters of HALEMANU are based upon events of comparatively recent centuries. The natives, who still relate fragments of these legends to those whom curiosity prompts to visit the cannibals' retreat near the northern coast of Oahu, generally refer the adventures described to the early part or middle of the 18th century. And a half-caste of intelligence informed the writer that his grandfather had personal knowledge of the cannibal band. Although the sharpness of the details preserved indicates that their beginning could not have been very many generations back. The occupation of HALEMANU by Kanaka and his savage followers could have occurred scarcely later than the latter part of the 17th century, probably during the reign of KEAULA or his immediate successor. Somewhere between the years 1660 and 1695. At that time Oahu was governed by a number of practically independent chiefs, whose nominal head was the governing alii nui of the line of Kakuhihewa, of whom KEAULA was the great-grandson. It will therefore be assumed that it was near the close of the 17th century that KAUAI Kanaka, with 200 or 300 followers, including women and children, landed at Waialua, on the northern coast of Oahu, and temporarily established himself on the seashore not far from that place. 10 years before, more or less, he had arrived with a considerable party at Kauai from one of the southern islands, which one tradition does not mention. The strangers came in double canoes, and, as they were in a starving condition, it was thought that they had been blown thither by adverse winds while journeying to some other islands. They were hospitably received and cared for by the people of Kauai, and for their support were given lands near the foot of the mountains back of Waimea. In complexion they were somewhat darker than the Kauaians, but otherwise did not differ greatly from them either in dress, manners, modes of living or appearance. They knew how to weave mats, construct houses of timber and thatch, make spears and knives, and hollow out canoes of all dimensions. They were familiar with the coconut and its uses, and required no instruction in the cultivation of kalo or taro. They were expert fishermen, and handled their weapons with dexterity. Their language, however, was entirely different from that of the Kauaians. But they soon acquired a knowledge of the latter, and in a short time could scarcely be distinguished from the natives of the island. Although known as KAUAI Kanaka by the natives, the real name of the chief of the strangers was Kokoa. The name of his principal lieutenant or advisor, which is given as Keakiwi by tradition, was Lotu or Lachua. Kokoa was of chiefly proportions, and his muscular limbs were tattooed with rude representations of birds, sharks and other fishes. His features were rather of the Papuan caste, but his hair was straight, and the expression of his face was not unpleasant. The appearance of Lotu, on the contrary, was savage and forbidding. His strength was prodigious, and he made but little disguise of his lawless instincts. The wife of Kokoa had died during the passage to Kauai, leaving with him a daughter of marriageable age named Paulua. Tradition says she was very beautiful, and wore necklaces and anklets of pearls. Her eyes were bright, her teeth were white, and the ends of her braided hair touched her brown ankles as she walked. Lotu was married, but without children. He did not like them, and more than one, it is said, had been taken from the breast of Kahaliqua and strangled. The strangers brought with them 2 or 3 gods, and made others after their arrival. They knew nothing of the gods of the Kauaians, and preferred to worship their own. To this the natives did not object, but in the course of time they discovered that their taboo customs, even the most sacred, were not observed by the strangers. Their women were permitted to eat coconuts, bananas, and all kinds of flesh and fish, including the varieties of which native females were not allowed to partake. Fearing the wrath of the gods, the chief of the district visited Kalakaua and requested him to put a stop to these pernicious practices among his people. He promised to do so, and for a time they ceased. But the offenders soon fell back into their old habit of indiscriminate eating, and the chief again visited Kalakaua, prepared to put his previous request into the form of an order. The order was given, but not with the emphasis designed by the chief in making the visit, for he then met Palua for the first time, and found it difficult to speak harshly to the father of such a daughter. In fact, before he left the chief thought it well to leave the matter open for further explanation, and the next day returned to make it, and to ask Kalakaua, as well, to give him the beautiful Palua for a wife. Father and daughter both consented, and within a few days Palua accompanied the chief home as his wife. There, at least, it was expected that Palua would respect the taboos she had violated before her coming, and the chief appointed a woman to instruct her thoroughly in the regulations applicable to her changed condition. She promised everything, but secretly complied with no requirement. The chief implored her to obey the mandates of the gods, and sought to screen her acts from the eyes of others. But her misdemeanors became so flagrant that they at last came to the knowledge of the high priest, and her life was demanded. Her husband would have returned Palua to her father, but the priest declared that her offenses had been so wanton and persistent that the gods would be satisfied with nothing short of her death. And she was therefore strangled and thrown into the sea. Learning of the death of his daughter, Kalakaua in his rage slew a near kinsman of the chief and made a feast of his body, to the great delight of his followers. They were cannibals, but the fact was not known to their neighbors, as they had thus far restrained their appetites for human flesh, and avoided all mention to others of their propensity for such food. Their relish for it, however, was revived by the feast provided by the wrath of Kalakaua, and they were not sorry to leave the lands they had been for some time cultivating back of Waimea, and find a home in the neighboring mountains, where they could indulge their savage tastes without restraint. Locating in a secluded valley in the mountains of Haupu, Kalakaua and his people remained there for several years. They cultivated taro and other vegetables, and for their meat depended upon such natives as they were able to capture in out-of-the-way places and drag to their ovens. Suspected of cannibalism, they were finally detected in the act of roasting a victim. Great indignation and excitement followed this discovery, and the chief of the district called for warriors to assist him in exterminating the man-eaters. But Kalakaua did not wait for a hostile visit. His spies informed him of what was occurring in the valleys below, and he hastily dropped down to the opposite coast, seized a number of canoes at night, and with his followers immediately set sail for Oahu. The party first landed at Kauailoa. But a Hawaiian on a visit to that place recognized one of their canoes as the property of his brother, and was about to appeal to the local chief, when they suddenly re-embarked and coasted around the island to Waialua, where they found a convenient landing and concluded to remain. 2. We now come to the final exploits of Kalakaua and his clan in Oahu. It is probable that they did not remain long in the immediate neighborhood of Waialua, where the people were numerous and unoccupied lands were scarce. Sending their scouts into the mountains in search of a safe and uninhabited retreat, one of exceptional advantages was found in the range east of Waialua, some 8 or 10 miles from the coast, and thither they removed. The spot selected has since been known as HALEMANU. Before that time it was probably without any particular name. It is a crescent-shaped plateau of 200 or 300 acres, completely surrounded by deep and almost precipitous ravines, with the exception of a narrow isthmus, scarcely wide enough for a carriageway, connecting it with a broad area of timberless tableland stretching downward toward the sea. Nature could scarcely have devised a place better fitted for defense, and Kalakaua resolved to permanently locate there. Near the middle of the plateau he erected a temple, with stone walls 200 feet by 60, and 20 feet in height. This structure was also designed as a citadel, to be used in emergencies. About 50 paces from the temple was the hail of the chief, a stone building of the dimensions of perhaps 50 feet by 40. It was divided into 3 rooms by wicker partitions, and roofed with stout poles and thatch. Between this building and the temple was a large excavated oven, with a capacity for roasting 4 or 5 human bodies at the same time, and a few paces to the westward was the great carving platter of Kalakaua. This was a slightly basin-shaped stone rising a foot or more above the surface, and having a superfice of perhaps 6 by 4 feet. A little hewing here and there transformed it into a convenient carving table, from which hundreds of human bodies were apportioned to his followers by Kalakaua, who reserved for himself the hearts and livers, as delicacies to which his rank entitled him. The lines of the buildings described may still be traced among the tall grass, and the oily appearing surface of the carving table, known as kalos ipekai, bears testimony to this day to the use made of it by the cannibals of HALEMANU. The platter is now almost level with the surface of the ground, and its rim has been chipped down by relic hunters, but time and the spoliations of the curious have not materially changed its shape. Having provided the plateau with these conveniences and the huts necessary to accommodate his people, Kalakaua next put the place in a condition for defense by cutting the tops of the exposed slopes leading to it into perpendicular declivities, and erecting a strong building covering the width and almost entire length of the narrow backbone connecting it with the plain below. There was then no means of reaching the plateau except by a path zigzagging down the upper side to the timbered gulches beyond, or by the trail passing directly through the building occupying the apex of the isthmus. Of this entrance Lotu, the savage lieutenant of Kalakaua, was made the custodian. And there he sat in all weather, watching for passers, the most of whom, if acceptable, he found a pretext for slaying in sending to the great oven of his companions. His almost sleepless watchfulness was due less to a disposition to serve others than to his merciless instincts, which found gratification in bloodletting and torture. Tradition says there was a hideous humor in the manner in which he dealt with many of his victims. In allowing them to pass he inquired the objects of their visits either to the plateau or the gulches beyond. They informed him, perhaps, that they were in quest of hollow leaves, of poles for huts, of wood for surfboards, of small trees for spears, or of flints for cutting implements, as the case may have been. When they returned he examined their burdens closely, and if aught was found beyond the thing of which they were specifically in search, even though so trifling an object as a walking staff, or a twig or flower gathered by the way, he denounced them as thieves and liars, and slew them on the spot. In this manner many hundreds of people were slain and eaten, but as no one ever returned to tell the story of what was transpiring at HALEMANU, the cannibals remained for some time undisturbed. But if their real character was not known, their isolation and strange conduct gradually gained for them the reputation of being an evil-minded and dangerous community. And visitors became so scarce at length that Lotu found it necessary to drop down into the valleys occasionally in search of victims. Nor were these expeditions, which demanded great caution, always successful, and when they failed, Lotu sometimes secretly killed and sent to the oven one of his own people, with faces mutilated beyond recognition. Among these were all of his own relatives and 2 of the 3 brothers of his wife. To escape the fate of the others, the surviving brother, whose name was Napopo, fled to Kauai. In physical strength Napopo was scarcely less formidable than Lotu. But he was young in years, and lacked both skill and confidence in his powers. To supply these deficiencies, and prepare himself for a successful encounter with Lotu, which he resolved to undertake in revenge for the death of his brothers, he sought the most expert wrestlers and boxers on Kauai, and learned from them the secrets of their prowess. He trained himself in running, swimming, leaping, climbing, and lifting and casting great rocks, until his muscles became like hard wood, and his equal in strength and agility could with difficulty be found on all the island. And he skilled himself, also, in the use of arms. He learned to catch and parry flying spears, and hurl them with incredible force and precision. From the sling he could throw a stone larger than a coconut, and the battle-axe he readily wielded with one hand few men were able to swing with 2. Having thus accomplished himself, and still distrustful of his powers, he made the offer of a canoe 9 paces in length to anyone who in a trial should prove to be his master either in feats of strength or the handling of warlike weapons. Many contested for the prize, but Napopo found a superior in no one. During the contests a strong man, with large jaws and a thick neck, came forward and challenged Napopo to compete with him in lifting heavy burdens with the teeth. The bystanders were amused at the proposal, and Napopo was compelled by their remarks and laughter to accept it, although he regarded it as frivolous. Fastening around his middle a girdle of cords, he cast himself on the ground and said to the man, "Now with your teeth lift me to the level of your breast." Stooping and seizing the girdle in his teeth, the man with a great effort lifted Napopo to the height demanded. The other was then girded in the same manner. He seemed to be confident of victory, and said to Napopo, as he threw himself at his feet, "You will do well if you raise me to the level of your knees." Napopo made no reply, but bent and gathered the girdle well between his teeth, and raised the body to the height of his loins. "Higher," exclaimed the man, thinking the strength of his antagonist was even then taxed to its utmost. "My body is scarcely free from the ground." He had scarcely uttered these words before Napopo rose erect, and with a quick motion threw him completely over his head. Bruised and half-stunned by the fall, the man struggled to his feet, and, with a look of wonder at Napopo, hurriedly left the place to escape the jeers of the shouting witnesses of his defeat. Now confident of his strength and satisfied with his skill, Napopo returned to Oahu in the canoe which so many had failed to win. Landing at Waialua, he by some means learned that his sister, Kahaliqua, the wife of Lotu, had been killed by her husband. Arming himself with a spear and knife of shark's teeth, Napopo proceeded to HALEMANU. Arriving at the house barring the entrance to the stronghold, he was met at the door by Lotu. Their recognition was cold. The eyes of Lotu gleamed with satisfaction. No longer intimidated, as in the past, Napopo paid back the look with a bearing of defiance. "Leave your spear and enter," said Lotu, curtly. Napopo leaned his spear against the house and stepped within, observing, as he did so, that Lotu in his movements kept within reach of an axe and javelin lying near the door. "Where is Kahaliqua?" inquired Napopo. "There," replied Lotu, sullenly, pointing toward a curtain of mats stretched across a corner of the room. Without a word Napopo stepped to the curtain and drew it aside. He expected to find his sister dead, if at all, but she was still living, although lying insensible from wounds which seemed to be mortal. With a heart swelling with rage and anguish, he closed the curtain and returned to the door. He could not trust himself to speak, and therefore silently stepped without, in the hope that Lotu would leave his weapons and follow him. To this end he stood for a few minutes near the entrance, as if overwhelmed with grief, when Lotu cautiously approached the door. Advancing a step farther, Napopo suddenly turned and seized him before he could reach his weapons, and a desperate bare-handed struggle followed. Both were giants, and the conflict was ferocious and deadly. From one side to the other of the narrow isthmus they battled, biting, tearing, pulling, breaking, with no decided advantage to either. But the endurance of Napopo was greater than that of his older antagonist, and in the end he was able to inflict injury without receiving dangerous punishment in return. Both of them were covered with blood, and their maros had been rent away in the struggle, leaving them perfectly nude. Although Napopo had in a measure overpowered his mighty adversary, he found it difficult to kill him with his naked hands. He could tear and disfigure his flesh, but was unable to strangle him or break his spine. He therefore resolved to drag him to the verge of the precipice, and hurl him over it into the rocky abyss below. Struggling and fighting, the edge of the gulf was reached, when Lotus suddenly fastened his arms around his antagonist, and with a howl of desperation plunged over the brink. Dropping downward to destruction together, Lotu's head was caught in the fork of a tree near the bottom of the declivity and torn from the body, and Napopo, clasped in the embrace of the lifeless but rigid trunk, fell dead and mangled among the rocks of the ravine still farther down. Recovering her consciousness during the battle, Kahaliqua dragged herself from the house just in time to witness the descent of the desperate combatants over the precipice. Approaching the verge, she uttered a feeble wail of anguish and plunged headlong down the declivity, her mangled remains lodging within a few paces of those of her husband and brother. The conclusion of these tragical scenes was observed by a party from the plateau above, one tradition says by Kalakaua himself. However this may be, the cannibal chief concluded that HALEMANU was no longer a desirable retreat, and a few days after crossed the mountains to LANAI with his remaining followers, and soon thereafter set sail with them for other lands. What became of the party is not known, but with their departure ends the latest and most vivid of the several legends of cannibalism in the Hawaiian archipelago. KAIANA, the last of the Hawaiian Knights. Characters. Kalaniapu, king of Hawaii. Kalali, wife of Kalaniapu. Kewalo, son of Kalaniapu, and his successor. Liliha, wife of Kewalo. Keapulani, daughter of Kewalo. Keua, half-brother of Kewalo. Kiwamali, uncle of Kewalo. Kamehameha I, successor of Kewalo. KEAULUMOKU, brothers and chiefs of Hawaii. KEEAUMOKU and Kamanawa. KAAHUMANU, one of the wives of Kamehameha I. Kahekili, king of Maui. Kalanikupule, king of Oahu, son of Kahekili. Keo, king of Kauai. Kamakahelei, queen of Kauai. Immokalua, chief of Puna. KEAULUMOKU, a distinguished chief. Kakuhapio, a counselor of Kamehameha I. KAIANA, one of the captains of Kamehameha I. Kepupuohi, wife of KAIANA. Nahiolia, brother of KAIANA. KAIANA, the last of the Hawaiian Knights. Kamehameha, KAAHUMANU, Captain Cook, and the final conquest. I. Among the distinguished Hawaiian chiefs connected with the final conquest and consolidation of the group by Kamehameha the Great, and standing in the grey dawn of the close of the 18th century. When the islands were rediscovered by Captain Cook and tradition began to give place to recorded history, was KAIANA Ahala. He was one of Kamehameha's greatest captains, and the events of his life, which closed with his death in the last battle of the conquest, embrace one of the most interesting periods in Hawaiian history. After giving to the conqueror his best energies for years, and faithfully assisting in cementing the foundations of his greatness, he turned against him on the very eve of final triumph. And perished in attempting to destroy by a single blow the power he had helped to create. What was it that caused KAIANA to turn his spear in hopeless desperation against his victorious chief, to whom the gods and their prophets had promised everything? Had not Pele destroyed his enemies with fire and smoke? And had not KEAULUMOKU, the inspired bard of Nahaku, chanted the fadeless glory of his triumphs? The war god of Liloa, the fateful Kaili, led the van of his conquering columns, and Kalapahoa, the poison god of Molokai, was among the deities of his household. The high priest Huahua, who traced his sacerdotal line back to Peo, was his mediator in the temples, and every voice from the Anu was a note of encouragement and promise of victory. The great chiefs of Hawaii were his friends, and his war canoes cruised almost unopposed throughout the 8 Hawaiian seas. Musket and cannon had been added to his weapons of war, and white men had enlisted to some extent in his service. But, with all these advantages and assurances of success, KAIANA suddenly threw defiance in his face and became his open enemy. By some the defection of KAIANA has been attributed to cold-blooded and unprovoked treachery. By others to an assumption by KAIANA that by blood Kamehameha was not entitled to the sovereignty of the group, and that his defeat in Oahu would dispose of his pretensions in that direction, and possibly open to himself a way to supreme power. And by still others to the jealousies of Kamehameha, which rendered the life of KAIANA no longer safe in his service. By these it is claimed that Kamehameha was jealous, not only of the growing military fame of KAIANA, but of a suspected regard of his favorite wife, KAAHUMANU, for the handsome and distinguished chief. And this, indeed, as shown by native and other testimony, seems to have been the leading if not sole cause of the estrangement between Kamehameha and his great captain. In the council of chiefs on the island of Molokai, to which KAIANA was not invited, and which he had reason to believe had decreed his death, ambition was the crime which Kamehameha imputed to him. When in truth the real and unmentioned offense was his suspected intimacy with KAAHUMANU. And so it will appear that women's eyes in Hawaii, as elsewhere, have in all ages swayed the hearts and nerved the arms of the greatest, and not unfrequently changed the current of vital political events. But, before bringing KAIANA full into the light, it is proper that some reference should be made to the great chief under whose banners he so stubbornly fought, and against whose authority he finally rebelled. And in doing so it will be interesting, perhaps, to glance briefly at certain prominent events connected with the rediscovery of the islands by Captain Cook, the assumption of the sovereign authority of Hawaii by Kamehameha, and the final consolidation of the several islands of the group under one central government. Kamehameha was a man of tremendous physical and intellectual strength. In any land and in any age he would have been a leader. The impress of his mind remains with his crude and vigorous laws, and wherever he stepped is seen an imperishable track. He was so strong of limb that ordinary men were but children in his grasp, and in council the wisest yielded to his judgment. He seems to have been born a man and to have had no boyhood. He was always sedate and thoughtful, and from his earliest years cared for no sport or pastime that was not manly. He had a harsh and rugged face, less given to smiles than frowns, but strongly marked with lines indicative of self-reliance and changeless purpose. He was barbarous, unforgiving and merciless to his enemies, but just, sagacious and considerate in dealing with his subjects. He was more feared and admired than loved and respected. But his strength of arm and force of character well fitted him for the supreme chieftaincy of the group, and he accomplished what no one else could have done in his day. Kamehameha was born at Kohala, Hawaii, in November, 1740. His father was Keaua, half-brother of Kalaniapu, and nephew of LAPENUI, who was at that time king of Hawaii. His mother was Kikuiapoiwa, a granddaughter of Kalanikalaliwi, who was a sister of Kiwi, the previous Moa of the island. This sister was the mother of LAPENUI by a chief of the Mahi family of Kohala. With another husband, Lanoikahapu, a taboo chief of Kauai, she became the mother of Kiwapipo, who was the father of KEAULUMOKU, KEEAUMOKU and Kamanawa, who, with Kiwiahulu, were the principal chiefs and supporters of Kamehameha in his conquest of the group. By a Kauai wife Lanoikahapu became the grandfather of Kamualii, the last independent sovereign of Kauai, and grandfather of Kapiolani, the present queen of the islands. Kiwi, the previous king of Hawaii, had 4 recognized wives, and 2 others whose names have not been preserved by tradition. One of them was the mother of Ahaula, who was the father of KAIANA. On the death of Kiwi his 2 elder sons lost their lives in a struggle for the mastery, and LAPENUI, the son of the sister of Kiwi, and who through his father was chief of Kohala, assumed the moaship, and, after a few battles, peacefully maintained his claim to it. Having secured the sovereignty of the island, he invited to court the elder sons of his 2 deceased half-brothers, and there maintained them until one of them died and the other rose in rebellion against him. These 2 sons were Kalaniapu, who was king of the island at the time of the arrival of Captain Cook in 1778, and Keaua, the father of Kamehameha. The mother of these wards of LAPENUI was Kamakaimoku, a chiefess of Oahu. Their fathers having been brothers, and Kamakaimoku being the mother of both, they bore to each other the mixed relationship of half-brother and cousin. She also became the wife of LAPENUI, and by him the mother of Manua, who was the grandmother of Kekweokalani, the last distinguished champion of idolatry in 1819. To this record of the tangled relationships of the chiefly families of the group at that period may be added the intimations of tradition that Peleoholani, a chief of Kauai, was the actual father of Kalaniapu, and that Kahekili, the Moa of Maui, was the real father of Kamehameha. And in proof of the latter the acts and admissions of Kahekili are cited. But these scandals may very properly be dismissed as the offspring of the hatred and jealousies of later years. Kamehameha was born at Kohala while LAPENUI was there with his court, superintending the collection of a mighty fleet for the invasion of Maui. It was a stormy night, and the first sounds that greeted the ears of the infant chief were the howling of the winds and the din of warlike preparations. On the night of its birth the child was stolen from its mother's side and carried away by Neol, the chief of Halawa, and for some days nothing was heard of it. The father searched and the mother wailed, but the infant could not be found. It was finally discovered, however, and Neol, instead of being punished for the theft, was allowed to keep possession of the child until it was 5 years old, when it was taken to the court of LANAI and there reared as became a prince. Tradition assigns no reason for the theft of the child, or for the retention of it for 5 years by the kidnapper, but, whatever may have been the reason, it is manifest that Neol's offense was considered neither flagrant nor unusual. When Kamehameha reached the age of 12 or 14 years, his father, Keaua, suddenly died, and a suspicion became current that he had been either poisoned or prayed to death through the instrumentality of LANAI. This suspicion seems to have been shared by Kalaniapu, and believing, or assuming to believe, that his own life was in danger, he withdrew from the court and attempted to take with him Kamehameha, but in this he was frustrated. A fight occurred at Puupehe while the body of Keaua was lying there in state, and Kalaniapu was driven to his war canoe, in which he escaped. This act placed him in open revolt against his royal uncle, and he prepared to sustain it. Forces were hastily gathered on both sides, and after a few battles, in which Kalaniapu was generally unsuccessful, he retired to the district of Kau, and declared himself the independent sovereign of the southern portion of the island. For some reason LANAI did not disturb his rebellious nephew farther, but spent the 2 remaining years of his life in Hilo and Waipio, the residence of many of the ancient moas. When LANAI died he was succeeded by his son Keeaumoku. Dissatisfied with his allotment of lands, KEAULUMOKU, a nephew of the dead king, rebelled against the new moa, but was defeated and compelled to seek safety with Kalaniapu, whom he found already in the field. Intent upon contesting the sovereignty of the island with Keeaumoku. The two joined forces, and met and defeated the royal army in Kona. Keeaumoku was slain in battle, and Kalaniapu was declared moa of Hawaii. Young Kamehameha was taken to the court of his royal uncle, and educated in all the princely accomplishments of the period. Although it is probable that Kamehameha took part in some of the earlier wars of Kalaniapu, he makes his first prominent appearance in tradition as a military leader in about 1775, in a battle on Maui, between Kalaniapu and Kahekili, the moa of that island, or of the greater portion of it. Kalaniapu was defeated, but the conduct of Kamehameha was notably cool and sagacious. It is reasonable to believe that he also took part in the disastrous campaign of the following year, when the army of Kalaniapu was almost annihilated on the lowlands near Wailuku. This battle was one of the most sanguinary spoken of in Hawaiian tradition. Kalaniapu invaded the island with 6 heavy divisions of warriors of all arms. The members of the royal family were formed into a life guard called Kiwi, while the nobles entitled to the privilege of eating at the same table with the king composed 2 distinct brigades, known as Alapa and Pepe. A landing was effected on the southern side of the island. The headquarters of Kahekili were at Wailuku, between which and the coast stretched a slightly elevated sandy plain. The Alapa took the advance, and, without waiting for support, pushed boldly on toward Wailuku. This brigade was the flower of the Hawaiian army. It was composed of 800 men, each one of whom was of noble blood. They were all large men of nearly equal stature, and their spears were of equal length. Marching shoulder to shoulder, with feather capes and plumed helmets, tradition describes their advance as a spectacle such as had never before been witnessed. But Kahekili was not appalled at the sight. He permitted them to approach within a mile or more of Wailuku, when he suddenly precipitated upon them a force of 4,000 or 5,000 spears. The battle was a slaughter. The Alapa refused to yield or retreat, and of the 800 helmeted chiefs but 2 escaped to tell the tale of the slaughter of their comrades. But a single prisoner was taken, and he died of his wounds before he could be dispatched in form and offered in sacrifice. It was historic ground. On the sandy plain many battles had before been fought, and near and above it was the sacred burial place of Iao, where had been deposited the bones of many of the ancestors of the battling chiefs. The next day a general battle was fought on the same ground, and Kalaniapu was defeated. But he was not crushed. The loss of life had been great on both sides, and a temporary peace was established on the condition that the Hawaiian army should at once be withdrawn from Maui. The suspension of hostilities was secured partly through the instrumentality of the wife of Kalaniapu, Kalola, who was the full sister of Kahekili. But this peace was of short duration. Scarcely a year elapsed before Kalaniapu again invaded Maui, where he continued to hold a fortified possession in Hana, and began to ravage its coasts. Without decisive results, the campaign extended into months, Kalaniapu maintaining a foothold in Hamakualoa, but being unable to extend his conquests greatly beyond it. 2. It was during the indecisive campaign just referred to that Captain Cook, having a few months before touched at Kauai and Niihau, returned to the Hawaiian group from the Arctic Ocean, and anchored off the coast of Maui, where he freely communicated with the wondering natives, and exchanged courtesies with Kalaniapu and his principal chiefs, including Kamehameha. It is now admitted that the Hawaiian group was first discovered by Juan Gaetano, a Spanish navigator, in 1555, while on a voyage from the western coast of Mexico to the Moluccas, or Spice Islands. But the secret was kept from the world, and the first European to touch at the islands, to communicate with the natives and make his discovery known, was Captain Cook. In the Hydrographic Bureau of the Naval Department of the Spanish government exists an old manuscript chart pretty correctly locating the group and crediting Gaetano with the discovery. He named the islands Islas de Mesa, or Table Islands. It is probable that he made a landing on one of the islands with a few of his crew, since tradition refers to the sudden appearance of white men at about that period. But if he did land, he left no record of the circumstance, and it is not shown that he ever returned to the group, or that any of his countrymen profited by the discovery. It has been claimed that Captain Cook was directed to the islands by an old Spanish chart of which he had in some manner become possessed. But his own evidence, as well as that of his officers, favors the assumption that the rediscovery of the islands by him was accidental. Early in December, 1777, Captain Cook, with the British national ships Resolution and Discovery, left the Society group for the northwest coast of America. On inquiry, the natives of Balabla Island informed him that they knew of no lands north or northwest of them, and it is not probable that he expected to meet with any. But after a voyage of 16 days he discovered Christmas Island, and on the 18th of January, 1778, sighted Oahu, of the Hawaiian group, and to the northward of it Kauai. He first landed at the latter island, where he was well received by the natives. He was believed to be their god Lono, whose return to the group had been promised, and divine honors were accorded him. His ships were provided with everything they required, and the fairest women of the island, including the daughter of the queen, were sent to greet and welcome him. He next visited Niihau, where he was received in the same hospitable manner, and on the 2d of February, without visiting the other islands of the group, proceeded on his voyage toward Bering Strait in search of a northwest passage to the Atlantic. The approach of winter putting an end to further explorations in the north, he returned to the islands, and on the 26th of November, 1778, sighted Maui, and the next day his ships were visited by hundreds of natives. The news of his previous visit to Kauai and Niihau had spread throughout the group, and he was treated with the greatest friendship and hospitality. 3 days later, when off the northwest coast of Maui, he was ceremoniously visited by Kalaniapu, and 6 or 8 chiefs, Kamehameha among them, accompanied him almost to Hawaii, when they left in their canoes, which had been taken in tow, and returned to Maui, to the great relief of their friends. Beating around the coasts of Hawaii, it was not until the 17th of January, 1779, that the vessels came to anchor in Kealakekua Bay, on the western side of the island. They were at once crowded with natives, and the high priest came aboard, recognized Cook as the god Lono, and threw over his shoulders the sacred mantle of red. In the afternoon Cook went ashore, and in a neighboring temple permitted himself to be publicly and ceremoniously worshipped. Meantime the vessels were abundantly and gratuitously supplied with pigs, poultry, fruits and vegetables, and the officers and crews were treated with the greatest kindness. On the 24th of January Kalaniapu returned from Maui, and on the 26th paid the ships a formal visit. The visit was returned, and Cook, as before, was received on shore with divine honors, against which he offered no protest. He was placed among the gods in the temple, and sacrifices were offered to him as one of the Hawaiian Trinity. How were the devotion and kindness of the simple natives requited? By eating out the substance of the people, violating the taboos of the priests and trampling upon the edicts of the king. Cook became exacting, dictatorial and greedy, and from his conduct it almost seemed that he began to consider himself in reality the god for whom he was mistaken by the superstitious natives. Under the circumstances, his departure for the leeward islands of the group, on the 4th of February, was regarded with satisfaction by the natives, but the vessels encountered a storm, and on the 11th returned to Kealakeakua Bay for repairs. Their reception was much less jubilant than before, and not a canoe went off to greet their return. However, Kalaniapu visited the ships the next day, and permitted the natives to resume intercourse with them. But it was plain that the feelings of the people had undergone a change. They found that the white strangers had appetites like themselves, and were just as subject to bodily ills. They also discovered that they were selfish, unjust and overbearing, and were not entitled to the consideration with which they had been treated. Petty bickerings began to occur, and finally a young chief named Pele was knocked down with a paddle by an English sailor while attempting to save his canoe from wanton damage. In retaliation Pele stole a boat from one of the ships. Cook demanded its restoration, but, as it had been hastily broken up for its iron nails and fastenings, Kalaniapu could not, of course, return it. Thereupon Cook ordered a blockade of the harbor, resulting in the killing of a prominent chief who attempted to enter it. And then landed with an armed boat's crew with the view of seizing and holding the king as security for the return of the missing boat. Kalaniapu was in the act of peacefully accompanying Cook to one of his vessels in the harbor, and had reached a point not far from the landing. When the brother of the chief who had been killed in attempting to enter the harbor angrily approached to demand an explanation. By this time a large crowd of natives had surrounded the king, and believing, no doubt, that the intentions of the chief were hostile, Cook drew a pistol and fired upon him. And the next moment shot and killed a native who had assaulted him with a stone. He also struck with his sword a chief named Kainaina. The latter seized and held him. Believing Cook to be a god, it was not thought that he could be killed. Struggling to free himself, he must have received a wound from some quarter, for he sank to the earth with a groan. The groan was fatal to him. He is not a god. He groans, exclaimed the people, and without hesitation they slew him at once. Fire was immediately opened upon the natives from the boat, and shortly after with cannon from the vessels in the harbor. Consternation seized the people huddled on the beach. Many were killed, and the most of the remainder fled to the hills, taking with them the body of Cook. A party of carpenters and sailmakers, at work some distance away, became involved in the struggle, but the most of them escaped to the ships through the kind offices of friendly chiefs. The bones of the unfortunate captain were stripped of their flesh, as was then the custom, and divided among a few prominent chiefs. Kamehameha, it is said, received the hair. A few days after, in response to the request of Captain King, such of the bones as could be recovered were brought on board the Resolution, by order of Kalaniapu, and committed to the deep with military honors. The ships then left Kealakeakua Bay, and after touching at Oahu, Kauai and Niihau, finally sailed northward on the 15th of March, leaving behind them a train of evils which a full century of time has failed to eradicate. 3. Abandoning his campaign in Maui, Kalaniapu, who was nearly 80 years of age and quite feeble, removed his court to Kohala after the death of Captain Cook, and subsequently to Waipio, where he remained for some months. Desiring to settle the succession while he lived, he called his high chiefs together and proclaimed his son Kewalo as his heir and successor in the government and the supervision of the taboos, and Kamehameha as the custodian of his war god Kaili. To which duty the heiau of Mola, in Waipio, was formally dedicated after extensive repairs. A temple was also consecrated to the same god in Hilo. Shortly after Immokalua, who had raised the standard of revolt in Puna, was captured after a stubborn war and condemned to be sacrificed at the temple of Pakaini. In the absence of Kalaniapu, the performance of the ceremonies devolved upon Kiwalo. First in order came the offerings of pigs and fruits, to be followed by the body of the rebel chief. But while Kiwalo was making the first of the offerings, Kamehameha seized the body of the chief, offered it in sacrifice and then dismissed the assembly. As the sacrifice was to the war god Kaili, of which he was the custodian, Kamehameha doubtless claimed and boldly assumed the right to conduct the ceremonies himself. But the daring act of insubordination created an intense excitement at the royal court, many regarding it as little less than rebellion, and Kalaniapu advised Kamehameha to retire to Kohala for a season, as he could not answer for his safety in Waipio. He accepted the advice of his uncle, and, taking with him his wife Kalola, his brother Kalamahu and the war god Kaili, removed to his patrimonial estates at Halawa, in Kohala, where he remained until the death of Kalaniapu, which shortly occurred. Early in 1782 Kalaniapu died, and his body was brought to Honaunau for interment in the sacred burial place of Halekiwi. Fearful that the division of lands which usually followed the installation of a new moa would not be satisfactory, several prominent chiefs, among them Kamehameha, repaired to Honaunau to assist in the interment of the dead king and listen to the proclamation of Kiwalo. After the body had been deposited, Kiwalo ascended a platform and informed the assembled chiefs that, by the will of his royal father, the sovereignty of Hawaii had been bequeathed to him, and the custody of the war god Kaili to Kamehameha. No other chief was mentioned as having been provided for, and profound dissatisfaction followed. At an awa party in the evening, Kiwalo declined to drink of the awa prepared by Kamehameha, as custom rendered it proper that he should do. By Kekuhapio, the aged counselor of Kamehameha, the bowl was struck from the hand of another to whom it had been passed untasted by Kiwalo, and Kamehameha and his friend abruptly left the house. An open rupture followed the division of lands soon after made, and Kamehameha was forced to take up arms against Kiwalo by the disaffected chiefs. He was made their leader, and around him rallied the chiefs of Kona, Kohala and Hamakua, while Kiwalo was generally sustained by the chiefs of Hilo, Puna and Kau. After hasty preparations on both sides, a battle was fought at Hauiki, in which Kiwalo was slain. The royal army was routed, and Kiua, the half-brother of Kiwalo, fled to Kau, where he declared himself king of Hawaii, while Kiwamali, the uncle of the dead king, who was allowed to escape owing to his extremely high rank, retired to Hilo and set up an independent government of his own. After the death of Kiwalo, Keapuolani, his infant daughter, whose mother had fled with her to Kahekili, Moa of Maui, was the only one whom Kiwamali was willing to recognize. And three distinct factions began to struggle for the mastery of the island. While a desultory warfare was being carried on by the three rival chiefs of Hawaii, during which Kamehameha was steadily growing in strength, a new element of military and naval power made its appearance in the group, and became an important factor in the political changes that speedily followed. In 1786 the first foreign vessels, after the departure of the Resolution and Discovery, touched at the islands, and during the year following American, English, French, Spanish and Portuguese merchantmen in considerable numbers visited the group. And the people began to supply themselves with knives, axes, cloths, beads and other articles of foreign manufacture, and the chiefs with swords, guns, powder and lead and other warlike materials. Payment for these articles was made to some extent in pigs, fowls, fruits and vegetables, but principally in sandalwood, in which the mountainous districts of the islands abounded, and which found a ready market in China. Many deserting sailors entered the service of the chiefs of Oahu and Hawaii, and to a less extent of the other islands, and became the instructors of the natives in the use of firearms. And Kamehameha was especially fortunate in securing the services of Isaac Davis and John Young, who took an active part in the campaigns of the final conquest. Young married into a native family of consequence, and became the grandfather of the late Queen Dowager Emma, widow of Kamehameha IV. In 1790 Kamehameha, during a temporary cessation of hostilities on Hawaii, invaded Maui with a large force. To the expedition Kiwamali had been in some manner induced to contribute a battalion of warriors. In retaliation for this showing of friendship for Kamehameha, Keaua invaded Hilo, defeated and killed KEAULUMOKU, and assumed the sovereignty of that district. Nor did he stop there. During the absence of Kamehameha he overran the districts of Hamakua and Kohala, and was in the act of possessing himself of the whole island when Kamehameha abruptly left Maui, which he had completely subjugated, and returned to Hawaii. KAIANA had been left to guard the district of Kona during the absence of Kamehameha, and that was the only division left unoccupied by Keaua. Kamehameha landed with his forces at Kauai, and Keaua fell back with his army to Paauhau. There and at Kauapapa a 2 days battle was fought, when Keaua retreated to Hilo, and Kamehameha retired to Waipio to recruit his losses. Stopping for a few days to divide the lands of the district among his chiefs, Keaua started on his return to Kau. His path led by the crater of Kilauea. His army, marching in 3 divisions, encamped on the mountains, the central division finding quarters not far from the crater. Before morning an eruption occurred, and 400 warriors were suffocated. This was considered a special visitation of the wrath of Pele, the goddess of the volcano, and she was thereafter deemed to be the friend of Kamehameha. For a year or more continuous efforts to crush the power of Keaua were made by Kamehameha. KAIANA operated against him in Kau, and KEAUMOKU in Hilo, but he stubbornly and successfully resisted. Availing himself of this condition of affairs, Kahekili, Moa of Maui, assisted by Keo, king of Kauai, invaded Hawaii, probably for the purpose of creating a diversion in favor of Keaua. But the combined armies were driven from the island by Kamehameha. Keaua, however, remained unsubdued, and Kamehameha resolved at every sacrifice to crush him, as a preliminary step toward the conquest of the entire group, which at that time he began to meditate. Some time before he had sent the grandmother of KAAHUMANU to Kauai to consult the prophets of that island, and word was brought back to him from the renowned Kapukaihi that if he would rebuild the heiau of Puukohola and dedicate it to his war god, he would become the master of Hawaii. Some work had been done on the temple, and Kamehameha determined to complete it at once. He therefore ordered large relays of people from the surrounding districts to repair to Kauai and assist in the building of the heiau. Many thousands responded. With the exception of Keliamaikai, a brother of Kamehameha, who was left uncontaminated for the consecration, every chief took part in the labor, and the temple was soon completed. With sacrifices embracing a large number of human beings as the work progressed. Thus was the temple of Puukohola completed, but, pending its formal consecration, Kiriaholu and Kamanawa, 2 of the principal counselors of Kamehameha, were dispatched to Kau under a flag of truce, to invite Keaua to visit Kamehameha, with the view of arranging terms of peace. Keaua received the ambassadors kindly, and consented to the conference. His actions show that he suspected the motives of Kamehameha, but he resolutely accepted the hazard of placing himself at the mercy of his enemies. Proceeding in state in a double canoe, Keaua arrived at the landing of Melekini, in Kauai. Observing Kamehameha on the beach, Keaua called to him, and was invited to land. Several canoes were around him, and as he leaped ashore KEAUMOKU, from one of them, treacherously drove a spear through his body, killing him at once. An attack was then made upon his attendants, and all but 2 of them were slain. As this, and many other events noted in this chapter, are briefly referred to in the legend of the Prophecies of KEAULUMOKU, it will be sufficient to mention that the body of Keaua was taken to the temple of Puukohola, and there sacrificed to Kaili with ample pomp and ceremony. The possessions of the unfortunate chief passed into the hands of Kamehameha, who at once became the acknowledged sovereign of the entire island. This was in 1792. In Kamehameha's previous campaign against Maui, from which he had been recalled by the successes of Keaua at home, that island, as already stated, had been completely subjugated. At the time of the invasion, Maui, Oahu, Molokai and Lanai were all in the possession of Kahekili, who had taken up his residence in Oahu, leaving his son Kalanikupule in charge of Maui. In a single mighty battle on the plains between East and West Maui, Kamehameha had destroyed the army of Kalanikupule, who had escaped to Oahu and joined his father, while the most of the chiefs of Maui had sought refuge on the other islands. After this victory Kamehameha dispatched a messenger to Kahekili, informing him of his intention to invade Oahu, and the old king returned to him this answer: "Tell Kamehameha to return to Hawaii. And when the black kappa covers the body of Kahekili the whole group shall be his." This answer seems to have been hardly honest, however, for, soon after Kamehameha returned to Hawaii, Kahekili entered into a combination with Kaeo, king of Kauai, and made war upon Kamehameha in his own home, with the disastrous results to the Confederates already mentioned. In 1794 Kahekili died, leaving Kalanikipiul as his successor, and a claimant to the sovereignty of Oahu, Maui, Molokai and Lanai. Kaeo, the younger brother and ally of Kahekili, and who had become the king of Kauai by marrying Queen Kamakahele, and had shared in the government of Maui after the withdrawal of the forces of Kamehameha, concluded to return temporarily to Kauai after the death of Kahekili. Taking with him a portion of his army, he first touched at Molokai to collect tribute, and then landed on Oahu for further supplies. Although his visit was friendly, he met with opposition from Kalanikipiul, and a battle followed, in which Kaeo was slain. The Oahu king was assisted by the seamen of 2 English vessels lying in the harbor of Honolulu, the Jackal and Prince Lebu. After the victory a feast was given on board the vessels, to which the king and a number of his chiefs were invited. Some of the boats of the vessels, returning from the shore with their crews, grounded on the reef. Perceiving this, Kalanikipiul and his chiefs seized the vessels, killing their captains and a number of others. Elated with the possession of these vessels and their armaments, the king resolved to invade Hawaii. Embarking his army in canoes, he took passage in one of the vessels, on board of which had been stored the most of his guns and war materials. The crews of the vessels had been retained to manage them, and Kalanikipiul sailed out of the harbor in high glee. But he did not proceed far. After reaching deep water the foreigners sent him and his attendants back to Waikiki in a boat, and then sailed for Hawaii, where they delivered Kalanikipiul's war supplies to Kamehameha, who was even then preparing for a descent upon Oahu and the final conquest and consolidation of the group. This was in the latter part of 1794. The amount of war material delivered to Kamehameha was not large, but all of it proved of service to him. 4. With this somewhat extended reference to Kamehameha and the prominent chiefs of his time, which brings the tracings of public events down to the eve of the concluding struggle of the conquest, we will now return to KAIANA, through whose relations with Kamehameha some curious glimpses of the domestic life of the latter are brought to view. We have thus far seen him as a warrior. We will now observe him as a husband, whose peace was disturbed by jealousies, and whose heart, stern in all things else, was not proof against the tender influences of love. At the close of his unsuccessful campaign against the chiefs of Hilo and Kau, in 1785, Kamehameha took up his residence at Kauhola, where he devoted himself for a time to more peaceful pursuits. To stimulate his people to industry he gave his personal attention to agriculture, and the piece of ground cultivated with his own hands is still pointed out. Continuous wars had impoverished his possessions, and he was anxious to restore to productiveness his neglected lands. Up to this time Kamehameha had 2 recognized wives, Kalola and Pololi. This Kalola was not the widow of Kalaniapu, although bearing a similar name. She was a granddaughter of Kiwi, king of Hawaii. Pololi was the daughter of Kamanawa, brother of KEAULUMOKU, and one of his stanchest supporters. For some months Kamehameha lived quietly at Kauhola. The inspired song of KEAULUMOKU, who had died the year before, predicting that he would become the sovereign of the group, still rang in his ears. And in the midst of their labors his people were encouraged in the practice of the manly games and pastimes which added to their strength, skill and endurance in war. Sham fights on land and sea, and swimming, diving, wrestling, running and leaping contests, were frequent. And during the annual feast of Lono, beginning with the winter solstice and continuing for 5 days, a tournament was given which brought to Kauhola the leading chiefs of Hamakua, Kohala and Kona. Among them was the famous KEAUMOKU, who had charge of the district of Kona. He was accompanied by his family, of which his daughter, KAAHUMANU, was the most attractive feature. 20 years before KEAULUMOKU, who was of the royal line, rebelled against Kalaniapu, and was defeated and forced to find refuge on Maui, whose moi, Kamehameha I, had died but a few days before, leaving the government to his brother Kahekili. KEAULUMOKU, whose fortunes were desperate, succeeded in captivating and marrying Namahana, the widow of the deceased king, very much to the chagrin and disappointment of Kahekili, whose claim to the dowager was sustained by the royal custom of the time. A difficulty followed, and KEAULUMOKU and his wife took up their residence on the northern side of the island. But they were not permitted to remain there in peace. Through the hostility of Kahekili they were driven to Molokai, and thence to the district of Hana, in eastern Maui, which was then held by the king of Hawaii, and there, through the mercy of Kalaniapu, they were allowed for some years to reside. And there, in 1768, KAAHUMANU was born. On the death of Kalaniapu, in 1782, KEAULUMOKU returned to Hawaii, and in the war for the succession espoused the cause of Kamehameha and became one of his chief counselors and captains. KAAHUMANU was one of the most attractive women of her time, and inherited something of the restless and independent spirit of her warlike father. She was in her 18th year when she made her appearance at the court of Kamehameha, during the festival of Lono, in 1785. The wives of Kamehameha were well along in years, Pele being the mother of a full-grown son, and KAAHUMANU charmed the great chief with her freshness and independence. His warlike soul yielded to the fascination, and to win her smile he took part in the contests of the festival and overcame all competitors. He then proposed to make her his wife. KEAULUMOKU readily consented, but KAAHUMANU could only be won by the promise that her children should become the political heirs of Kamehameha. This promise was given, and KAAHUMANU became the wife of Kamehameha. It is probable that he intended to observe the compact at that time, but as KAAHUMANU died childless he was in the end left to dispose of the succession through other and more distinguished channels. KAAHUMANU became the wife of Kamehameha's heart. He loved her as well as he was capable of loving any woman, and she was the only one whose indiscretions were regarded by him with feelings of jealousy. His other wives were not restricted by him to his sole attentions, and even the blue-blooded Keaulani, whom he subsequently married, and who became the mother of his heirs to the throne, had a joint husband in Ho'opili. But in the affections of KAAHUMANU Kamehameha would brook no joint occupant or rival. She doubtless sought to avail herself of the privileges of the times, but Kamehameha objected with a frown which would have meant death to another, and for years their relations were the reverse of harmonious. The god, Kumana, 4 miles above Hilea, Hawaii. Huge face delineated in the cliff. KAIANA's father was a Haula, who was the son of Kiwi, king of Hawaii, by a mother whose name is now unknown. The mother of KAIANA was Kapakamoku, a granddaughter of Ahia, of the family of Hilo, from whom the present sovereign of the islands draws his strain. The birthplace of KAIANA is not recorded, but he was probably reared in the neighborhood of Hilo, and thoroughly instructed in all the chiefly accomplishments of the period. He grew to a splendid manhood. He was nearly 6.5 feet in height, was well proportioned, and possessed a strikingly handsome face. This is the testimony of Captain Meares, with whom he made a voyage to China in 1787. KAIANA was of high rank and boundless ambition, and in early manhood cast his fortunes with Kahekili, the warlike moi of Maui, to whom he was related. He was among the prominent chiefs who assisted Kahekili in his conquest of Oahu in 1783, and took a distinguished part in the decisive Battle of Kahiki. Kahahana, the unfortunate king of Oahu, escaped to the hills, where he remained secreted for nearly 2 years, when he was betrayed by the brother of his wife and slain by order of Kahekili. This cruel treatment of Kahahana, together with the rapacity of the invaders, created a revulsion of feeling among the Oahu chiefs. And a widespread conspiracy was organized by the father of Kahahana and others against Kahekili and the Maui chiefs to whom had been assigned lands in the several districts of the island. The plan was to rise in concert and kill them all in one night, including Kahekili. But the murderous project miscarried. By some means it became known to Kahekili, and he dispatched messengers to the threatened chiefs, warning them of their danger. All but one of them were notified. The messenger failed to reach Hugh, who was at Waialua, and he was killed. But fearfully was his death avenged. Kahekili collected his forces for a war for blood. Men, women and children were butchered without mercy, and the native Oahu chiefs were almost extirpated. So great was the slaughter that one of the Maui chiefs built a house at Lapakia, the walls of which were laid up with the bones of the slain. In this rebellion a number of Kahekili's own chiefs turned against him, among whom were KAIANA and Kaneoneo, the latter being the first husband of Kamakahelei, Queen of Kauai. What incited the defection of KAIANA is not known, but he was probably dissatisfied with the lands apportioned to him by Kahekili, and hoped to profit by the restoration of the island to native rule. Kaneoneo was killed, but KAIANA managed to escape to Kauai. Kaneoneo was of the royal line of Kauai, and, as already stated, the first husband of the queen of that island. How he came to be a supporter of Kahekili in his conquest of Oahu, or what prompted his subsequent espousal of the cause of the Oahu chiefs, are matters which tradition has left to conjecture. Kamakahelei's second husband, whom she had selected some years before while her first was living, as was then the custom, was the gallant Keo, or Kiokalani, the younger brother of Kahekili. He was commended to her not more through his princely blood than his many accomplishments and graces of person, and she appears to have been greatly attached to him. She had 2 daughters with Kaneoneo, both of whom were of marriageable age when she became the wife of Keo. She was the granddaughter, it may be mentioned, of Lanoikahapu, a prince of Kauai, who in his younger years visited Hawaii, was accepted as the temporary husband of Kalani, the sister of Kiwi. And through her became the grandfather of KEAULUMOKU and his 2 distinguished brothers. The daughters of the queen were Lelemahoalani and Kapuamohu, the latter of whom, in marriage with Kamuali, the last independent king of Kauai, became the grandmother of the present queen, Kapiolani. Keo took no part in the conquest of Oahu by his brother, but remained at Kauai, assisting the queen in her government, while Kaneoneo found occupation first in aiding and then in opposing Kahekili. Escaping from Oahu after the defeat of the rebellious chiefs and death of Kaneoneo, KAIANA presented himself before the queen of Kauai, who was a distant relative, and Keo, who was of closer kinship, and related to them the story of Kahekili's merciless operations on Oahu. He sought to create an active sympathy in favor of the unfortunate Oahuans, but Keo was too sagacious to place himself in hostility to his warlike brother, who had extended his sway over all the islands between Kauai and Hawaii. However, KAIANA was kindly received at the court of Kauai, and given lands for his proper maintenance. But he could not remain quiet. While the clash of arms was heard on the other islands, he chafed under the restraints of his exile, and attempted to organize a force of warriors for a descent upon Oahu. Keo prevented the departure of the expedition, however, and a mutual feeling of suspicion and antagonism was soon developed between him and his reckless and restless cousin. As the avenues to advancement through the chances of war seemed to be temporarily closed to him, KAIANA donned his best attire, gave entertainments, and began vigorously to play the courtier. He first sought to supplant Keo in the affections of the queen. Failing in that, he next paid court to her daughter Kapuamohu. The latter was disposed to regard his suit with favor, but Keo, through the pretended advice of a kaula, objected to the alliance, and in a spirit of recklessness KAIANA embarked in the ship Nootka for China late in 1787. That vessel, in the course of trade, touched at Kauai just as the fortunes of KAIANA seemed to be the most desperate, and Captain Meares was easily prevailed upon to permit the handsome Hawaiian to accompany him to the Asiatic coast. Arriving in Canton, KAIANA spent some months in studying the arts of war and mingling with the people of strange races, and in the latter part of 1788 returned in the Iphigenia to Kauai, bringing with him a very considerable supply of muskets, powder, lead and other munitions of war. As the manner in which he secured these supplies is not stated, we are constrained to believe that he must have taken with him to China a quantity of sandalwood, which was readily marketable in that country. But Keo would not permit him to land on Kauai. The clouds had indicated approaching danger the day before, and KAIANA was told that he would be slain and sacrificed if his foot touched the shore. The vessel, therefore, sailed for Hawaii, where KAIANA landed and offered his services to Kamehameha. They were promptly accepted. His supply of arms and knowledge of other lands rendered him a valuable ally at the time, and Kamehameha gave him an important command and took him into his fullest confidence. This was early in 1789, and, in the succeeding wars with Kiowa, KAIANA became an active leader, as already mentioned. The knives, hatchets, axes and swords brought by him from China were found to be useful, but the firearms were generally of old patterns. And the most of them were soon rendered entirely unserviceable through the inability of the natives to keep them in repair. Very soon after her marriage, KAAHUMANU was detected in flagrant flirtations with certain chiefs whose business brought them to the court of her husband, and Kamehameha set a close watch upon her actions. This led to bitter words between them, and in time it became a matter of gossip that Kamehameha was jealous of his young wife. The arrival of KAIANA added another to the list of KAAHUMANU's admirers, and in time another wrinkle to the stern face of her warrior husband. KAIANA was one of the handsomest chiefs of his day, and KAAHUMANU could not disguise her infatuation for him. But, whatever may have been the temptation, he was too discreet to awaken the jealousy of Kamehameha, and was not displeased when he was dispatched with an army against Kiowa in the distant district of Kau. After the death of Kalaniapu, in 1782, and the defeat and death of Kewalo, the widow of the former, whose name was Kalola, left for Maui, taking with her the widow and infant daughter of Kewalo. Kahekili, brother of Kalola, provided for the family and gave them his protection. After the conquest of Oahu by Kahekili, he removed his court to that island, taking with him his sister and her family. In 1785 they returned to Maui with Kalanikupule, the son of Kahekili, who had been appointed viceroy of the island, and there remained, principally at Olowalu, until 1790, when Kalanikupule was driven from Maui by Kamehameha. And they sought refuge at Kalamaula, on the island of Molokai. Seeing his way clear to the conquest of the group, and anxious to ally himself to the superior blood which came through Kalola and Kewalo, Kamehameha dispatched a messenger to Molokai, requesting Kalola not to return to Oahu, but to place herself and family under his protection. Following the messenger to Molokai, and learning that Kalola was ill and not expected to recover, Kamehameha paid her a visit in person, and received the assurance of the dying dowager that, when she passed away, her daughter and granddaughter should be his. The granddaughter was Keapuolani, then a girl of 14. She subsequently became the wife of Kamehameha and the mother of the ruling princes of his dynasty. In recognition of her superior rank, Kamehameha always approached her on his knees, even after she had become his wife and he the undisputed sovereign of the group. Such was the deference invariably paid to rank at that time and earlier. Kalola did not live but a few days after her meeting with Kamehameha. At her death he manifested his sorrow by knocking out 2 of his front teeth, and then formally took charge of and removed to Hawaii her daughter and granddaughter, not only as a sacred legacy from Kalola, but as a token of reconciliation and alliance between himself and the elder branch of the Kiwi dynasty. KAAHUMANU well understood the meaning of this reconciliation, and it was with little pleasure that she welcomed Liliha and her daughter to Hawaii. She knew it was the purpose of Kamehameha to marry Keapuolani as soon as she reached a proper age. But she was childless and could urge no valid objection to the union. The thought of it, however, did not sweeten her temper or quicken her sense of propriety. She became more reckless, and her husband more and more suspicious, until they finally separated, when KAAHUMANU returned to her father, where she remained for more than a year, and where, it is said, KAIANA frequently visited her. Of these visits Kamehameha was apprised by Kepupuohi, the wife of KAIANA, of whom tradition makes but spare mention. She was jealous of her husband's attentions to KAAHUMANU, and it was through her that Kamehameha became aware of their secret meetings. His spies had overlooked what the jealous eyes of the wife had discovered, and it is intimated that they retaliated in kind upon the recreant couple. Be that as it may, Kamehameha sent for KAAHUMANU, and through the offices of Captain Vancouver, whose vessel was at that time anchored in Kealakekua Bay, a reconciliation was effected between them. But Kamehameha did not forgive KAIANA. His thoughts were bent upon the conquest of Oahu, and he needed his assistance in that important enterprise, but he determined to crush him whenever he could do so without injury to himself. KAIANA felt the coldness of his chief, and had observed unmistakable evidences of his hatred. But he neglected no duty, and resolved that, if an open rupture could not be avoided, Kamehameha should not be in a position to urge a reason for it that would command the respect and approval of his supporting chiefs. Summoning his district chiefs to muster their quotas of canoes and armed men, Kamehameha prepared for the conquest of Oahu and a final struggle for the mastery of the group. It is said that his army numbered 16,000 warriors, some of them armed with muskets, and that so great was the number of his canoes that they almost blackened the channels through which they passed. The army embarked from Hawaii early in 1795, and, after touching at Lahaina for refreshments, landed for final preparation on Molokai, the fleet of canoes being distributed for miles along the coast. KAIANA had promptly responded to the call of his chief, and was there with a heavy quota of warriors and canoes. A council of war was called at Kaunakake to discuss the plans of the campaign, but KAIANA was not invited to participate in its proceedings. His exclusion from the council alarmed KAIANA, and he suspected that he was the principal subject of discussion. He left his quarters, and calling at the house of Namahana, the mother of KAAHUMANU, learned from her that the council was discussing some private matter, the nature of which she did not know. He next visited KEAULUMOKU, after the adjournment of the council, and endeavored to ascertain what had been done, but the answers of the chief were evasive and unsatisfactory. He did not dare to tell KAIANA, who was allied to him in blood, that Kamehameha had charged KAIANA before the council with meditated treason, which implied his death. And that his advisers had prevailed upon him to allow the matter to rest until after the conquest of Oahu. On his way back to Hamiloloa, where his warriors were encamped, KAIANA again passed the house of Namahana. It was past sunset, and he was striding through the dying twilight, his thoughts a tumult of doubt and indignation, when from behind a clump of bushes he heard his name pronounced in a low tone. He stopped and listened, and KAIANA again came to him in a soft voice. Fearful of treachery, he hesitated for a moment, then drew a knife from a scabbard hanging from his neck, and cautiously walked around the screening undergrowth. "Who calls?" inquired KAIANA, observing a crouching figure among the bushes. "Your friend," was the answer, and KAAHUMANU rose and stood before him. What passed between them can only be conjectured. But KAAHUMANU must have satisfied KAIANA of Kamehameha's hostile purposes concerning him, for when he reached his quarters he promptly informed his brother Nahiolea of the danger awaiting both of them, and apprised him of his resolution to abandon Kamehameha on the passage to Oahu and join forces with Kalanikipiul. "The movement is hazardous," explained KAIANA, "but it will enable us, at least, to die like chiefs, with arms in our hands, instead of being slain like dogs." As the several divisions were preparing to embark for Oahu the next morning, KAIANA visited the squadron of canoes set apart for the accommodation of the wives and daughters of Kamehameha and his principal chiefs, and secretly informed his wife of his purpose to join Kalanikipiul. She expressed surprise at the announcement, but declined to follow him, declaring that she preferred to cast her fortunes with Kamehameha. "But," she continued, bitterly, "perhaps KAAHUMANU would follow you, if asked to do so." KAIANA made no reply to this cutting suggestion, but waved his wife a hasty farewell, and joined his embarking warriors. The other divisions of the invading army were well out to sea before KAIANA's sails were set, and he found no difficulty in making his way unobserved to Kailua, on the northern side of the island. While Kamehameha landed with the main body of his forces in the neighborhood of Honolulu, his canoes extending along the beach from Waialae to Waikiki. Disembarking his warriors at Kailua, to the number of perhaps 1,500, KAIANA offered his services to Kalanikipiul, whose army was rapidly occupying positions in the valleys back of Honolulu. The Moa received him with open arms, promising him the sovereignty of Maui should they succeed in destroying Kamehameha, and the united armies, climbing over the Nuuanu and Kalihi passes, confronted the advancing lines of Kamehameha. Learning of the desertion of KAIANA and the warriors under his command, Kamehameha exhibited but little surprise. He did not doubt his ability to defeat the combined armies of his opponents, for the auguries had been favorable and he had faith in his gods. Nor did he regret that through his defection KAIANA had at last placed himself in a position to be dealt with as an open enemy. With his war god Kaili in the van, Kamehameha, at the head of a mighty force, marched up Nuuanu Valley, where, 3 miles back of Honolulu, behind a stone wall stretching from one hill to the other of the narrowing gorge, was entrenched the main body of the allied armies. And behind the wall stood KAIANA, grim, silent and desperate, with a musket in his hand, awaiting the approach of Kamehameha. Nearer and nearer advanced the attacking column, with shouts that were repaid by yells of defiance from behind the defenses. A few volleys of musketry were exchanged by the 100 or more of warriors in possession of firearms on each side, but KAIANA took no part in the noisy conflict. He was watching for the approach of one whose life he longed for more than all the rest, and for which he was willing to exchange his own. But he watched in vain. A field piece, under the direction of John Young, was brought to bear upon the wall, and KAIANA fell with the first shot, mortally wounded. After a few more shots the Hawaiians charged up the hill, their shouts drowning the roar of the breakers against the reef below. KAIANA drew himself up against the wall. His heart had been laid almost bare, and his eyes were growing dim. With an effort he raised his musket, fired it at random in the direction of the storming column, hoping the bullet might by chance find the heart of Kamehameha, and then fell dead. The rout of the Oawans and their allies was complete. They broke and fled in all directions. Some were driven over the Pele, a precipice 600 or 700 feet in height at the head of the valley, and others escaped over the hills. Kalanickupule found refuge for a time in the mountains, but he was finally captured, slain and offered as a sacrifice to Kamehameha's war god at Waikiki. This was the last battle of the conquest, and the victory gave to Kamehameha the sovereignty of the group, for the king of Kauai, recognizing his power, soon after yielded to him his peaceful allegiance. But it brought to a close the career of one of the most noted of modern Hawaiian chiefs, KAIANA, over whose death Kamehameha rejoiced, and KAAHUMANU mourned in silence. Her love proved fatal to more than one, but he was the grandest and brightest of all who perished by the sweet poison of her smiles. KAALA, the flower of LANAI. Characters: Kamehameha I, King of Hawaii. Opanui, a chief of LANAI. KAALA, daughter of Opanui. Kalani, mother of KAALA. Kaealii, a lieutenant of the king. Milu, the bone breaker. Ue, a friend of KAALA. Papakwa, a priest. KAALA, the flower of LANAI. A story of the spouting cave of Palakaholo. Beneath one of the boldest of the rocky bluffs against which dash the breakers of Kamalapau Bay, on the little island of LANAI, is the Puuheokaala, or spouting cave of KAALA. The only entrance to it is through the vortex of a whirlpool, which marks the place where, at intervals, the receding waters rise in a column of foam above the surface. Within, the floor of the cave gradually rises from the opening beneath the waters until a landing is reached above the level of the tides, and to the right and left. Farther than the eye can penetrate by the dim light struggling through the surging waves, stretch dank and shelly shores, where crabs, polypi, stingrays and other noisome creatures of the deep find protection against their larger enemies. This cavern was once a favorite resort of Moaliai, the great lizard god. But as the emissaries of Ukanipo, the shark god, annoyed him greatly and threatened to imprison him within it by piling a mountain of rocks against the opening, he abandoned it and found a home in a cave near Kalapapa. In the neighboring island of Molokai, where many rude temples were erected to him by the fishermen. Before the days of Kamehameha I. Resolute divers frequently visited the spouting cave, and on one occasion fire, enclosed in a small calabash, was taken down through the whirlpool, with the view of making a light and exploring its mysterious chambers. But the fire was scattered and extinguished by an unseen hand, and those who brought it hastily retreated to escape a shower of rocks sent down upon them from the roof of the cavern. The existence of the cave is still known, and the whirlpool and spouting column marking the entrance to it are pointed out. But longer and longer have grown the intervals between the visits of divers to its sunless depths, until the present generation can point to not more than one, perhaps, who has ventured to enter them. Tradition has brought down the outlines of a number of supernatural and romantic stories connected with the spouting cave, but the nearest complete and most recent of these mukos is the legend of KAALA, the flower of LANAI, which is here given at considerably less length than native narration accords it. It was during an interval of comparative quiet, if not of peace, in the stormy career of Kamehameha I. Near the close of the last century, and after the Battle of Maui, that he went with his court to the island of Lanai for a brief season of recreation. The visit was not made for the purpose of worshipping at the great heiau of Kanola, which was then half in ruins, or at any of the lesser temples scattered here and there over the little island, and dedicated, in most instances, to fish gods. He went to Keaulua simply to enjoy a few days of rest away from the scenes of his many conflicts, and feast for a time upon the affluent fishing grounds of that locality. He made the journey with 6 double canoes, all striped with yellow, and his own bearing the royal ensign. He took with him his war god, Kaili, and a small army of attendants, consisting of priests, kahunas, kahili and spittoon-bearers, stewards, cooks and other household servants, as well as a retinue of distinguished chiefs with their personal retainers in their own canoes, and 100 warriors in the capacity of a royal guard. Landing, the victorious chief was received with enthusiasm by the 5,000 or 6,000 people then inhabiting the island. He took up his residence in the largest of the several cottages provided for him and his personal attendants. Provisions were brought in abundance, and flowers and sweet-scented herbs and vines were contributed without stint. The chief and his titled attendants were garlanded with them. They were strewn in his path, cast at his door and thrown upon his dwelling, until their fragrance seemed to fill all the air. Among the many who brought offerings of flowers was the beautiful KAALA, the sweet-scented flower of Lanai, as she was called. She was a girl of 15, and in grace and beauty had no peer on the island. She was the daughter of Opanui, a chief of one of the lower grades, and her admirers were counted by the hundreds. Of the many who sought her as a wife was Mailu, the bone-breaker. He was a huge, muscular savage, capable of crushing almost any ordinary man in an angry embrace. And while KAALA hated, feared and took every occasion to avoid him, her father favored his suit, doubtless pleased at the thought of securing in a son-in-law a friend and champion so distinguished for his strength and ferocity. As KAALA scattered flowers before the chief, her graceful movements and modesty were noted by Kaealii, and when he saw her face he was enraptured with its beauty. Although young in years, he was one of Kamehameha's most valued lieutenants, and had distinguished himself in many battles. He was of chiefly blood and bearing, with sinewy limbs and a handsome face, and when he stopped to look into the eyes of KAALA and tell her that she was beautiful, she thought the words, although they had been frequently spoken to her by others, had never sounded so sweetly to her before. He asked her for a simple flower, and she twined a lei for his neck. He asked her for a smile, and she looked up into his face and gave him her heart. They saw each other the next day, and the next, and then Kaealii went to his chief and said, "I love the beautiful KAALA, daughter of Opanui. Your will is law. Give her to me for a wife." For a moment Kamehameha smiled without speaking, and then replied, "The girl is not mine to give. We must be just. I will send for her father. Come tomorrow." Kaealii had hoped for a different answer. But neither protest nor further explanation was admissible, and all he could do was to thank the king and retire. A messenger brought Opanui to the presence of Kamehameha. He was received kindly, and told that Kaealii loved KAALA and desired to make her his wife. The information kindled the wrath of Opanui. He hated Kaealii, but did not dare to exhibit his animosity before the king. He was in the Battle of Maui, where he narrowly escaped death at the hands of Kaealii, after his spear had found the heart of one of his dearest friends. And he felt that he would rather give his daughter to the sharks than to one who had sought his life and slain his friend. But he pretended to regard the proposal with favor, and, in answer to the king, expressed regret that he had promised his daughter to Mailu, the bone breaker. However, he continued, in respect to the interest which it has pleased you, great chief, to take in the matter, I am content that the girl shall fall to the victor in a contest with bare hands between Mailu and KAALA. The proposal seemed to be fair, and, not doubting that KAALA would promptly accept it, the king gave it his approval, and the contest was fixed for the day following. Opanui received the announcement with satisfaction, not doubting that Mailu would crush KAALA in his rugged embrace as easily as he had broken the bones of many an adversary. News of the coming contest spread rapidly, and the next day thousands of persons assembled at Kealia to witness it. Kaala was in an agony of fear. The thought of becoming the wife of the bone breaker almost distracted her, for it was said that he had had many wives, all of whom had disappeared one after another as he tired of them. And the whisper was that he had crushed and thrown them into the sea. And, besides, she loved KAALA, and deemed it scarcely possible that he should be able to meet and successfully combat the prodigious strength and ferocity of one who had never been subdued. As KAALA was approaching the spot where the contest was to take place, in the presence of Kamehameha and his court and a large concourse of less distinguished spectators, Kaala sprang from the side of her father, and, seizing the young chief by the hand, exclaimed, "You have indeed slain my people in war, but rescue me from the horrible embrace of the bone breaker, and I will catch the squid and beat the kappa for you all my days." With a dark frown upon his face, Opanui tore the girl from her lover before he could reply. KAALA followed her with his eyes until she disappeared among the spectators, and then pressed forward through the crowd and stepped within the circle reserved for the combatants. Mailu was already there. He was indeed a muscular brute, with long arms, broad shoulders and mighty limbs tattooed with figures of sharks and birds of prey. He was naked to the loins, and, as KAALA approached, his fingers opened and closed, as if impatient to clutch and tear his adversary in pieces. Although less bulky than the bone breaker, KAALA was large and perfectly proportioned, with well-knit muscles and loins and shoulders suggestive of unusual strength. Nude, with the exception of Amaro, he was a splendid specimen of vigorous manhood. But, in comparison with those of the bone breaker, his limbs appeared to be frail and feminine. And a general expression of sympathy for the young chief was observed in the faces of the large assemblage as they turned from him to the sturdy giant he was about to encounter. The contest was to be one of strength, courage, agility and skill combined. Blows with the clenched fist, grappling, strangling, tearing, breaking and every other injury which it was possible to inflict were permitted. In Hokoko, wrestling, and Moko, boxing, contests certain rules were usually observed, in order that fatal injuries might be avoided, but in the combat between KAALA and Mailu no rule or custom was to govern. It was to be a savage struggle to the death. Taunt and boasting are the usual prelude to personal conflicts among the uncivilized, nor was it deemed unworthy the Saxon knight to meet his adversary with insult and bravado. The object was not more to unnerve his opponent than to steel his own courage. With the bone breaker, however, there was little fear or doubt concerning the result. He knew the measure of his own prodigious strength, and, with a malignant smile that laid bare his shark-like teeth, he glared with satisfaction upon his rival. "Ha! Ha!" laughed the bone breaker, taking a stride toward KAALA. "So you are the insane youth who has dared to meet Mailu in combat. Do you know who I am? I am the bone breaker. In my hands the limbs of men are like tender cane. Come, and with one hand let me strangle you." "You will need both," replied KAALA. "I know you. You are a breaker of the bones of women, not of men. You speak brave words, but have the heart of a coward. Let the word be given, and if you do not run from me to save your life, as I half suspect you will, I will put my foot upon your broken neck before you find time to cry for mercy." Before Mailu could retort the word was given, and with an exclamation of rage he sprang at the throat of KAALA. Feigning as if to meet the shock, the latter waited until the hands of Mailu were almost at his throat, when with a quick movement he struck them up, swayed his body to the left, and with his right foot adroitly tripped his overconfident assailant. The momentum of Mailu was so great that he fell headlong to the earth. Springing upon him before he could rise, KAALA seized his right arm, and with a vigorous blow of the foot broke the bone below the elbow. Rising and finding his right arm useless, Mailu attempted to grapple his adversary with the left, but a well-delivered blow felled him again to the earth, and KAALA broke his left arm as he had broken the right. Regaining his feet, and unable to use either hand, with a wild howl of despair the bone-breaker rushed upon KAALA, with the view of dealing him a blow with his bent head. But the young chief again tripped him as he passed, and, seizing him by the hair as he fell, placed his knees against the back of his prostrate foe and broke his spine. This, of course, ended the struggle, and KAALA was declared the victor, amidst the plaudits of the spectators and the congratulations of Kamehameha and the court. Breaking from her father, who was grievously disappointed at the unlooked-for result, and who sought to detain her, KAALA sprang through the crowd and threw herself into the arms of KAALA. Opanui would have protested, and asked that his daughter might be permitted to visit her mother before becoming the wife of KAALA. But the king put an end to his hopes by placing the hand of KAALA in that of the victorious chief, and saying to him, "You have won her nobly. She is now your wife. Take her with you." Although silenced by the voice of the king, and compelled to submit to the conditions of a contest which he had himself proposed, Opanui's hatred of KAALA knew no abatement, and all that day and the night following he sat alone by the seashore, devising a means by which KAALA and her husband might be separated. He finally settled upon a plan. The morning after her marriage Opanui visited KAALA, as if he had just returned from Mehana, where her mother was supposed to be then living. He greeted her with apparent affection, and was profuse in his expressions of friendship for KAALA. He embraced them both, and said, "I now see that you love each other, my prayer is that you may live long and happily together." He then told KAALA that Kalani, her mother, was lying dangerously ill at Mehana, and, believing that she would not recover, desired to see and bless her daughter before she died. KAALA believed the story, for her father wept when he told it, and moaned as if for the dead, and beat his breast. And, with many protestations of love, KAALA allowed her to depart with Opanui, with the promise from both of them that she would speedily return to the arms of her husband. With some misgivings, KAALA watched her from the top of the hill above Keaulua until she descended into the valley of Palawai. There, leaving the path that led to Mehana, they journeyed toward the bay of Kamalapau. Satisfied that her father was for some purpose deceiving her, KAALA protested and was about to return, when he acknowledged that her mother was not ill at Mehana, as he had represented to KAALA in order to secure his consent to her departure, but at the seashore, where she had gathered crabs, shrimps, limpets and other delicacies, and prepared a feast in celebration of her marriage. Reassured by the plausible story, and half disposed to pardon the deception admitted by her father, KAALA proceeded with him to the seashore. She saw that her mother was not there, and heard no sound but the beating of the waves against the rocks. She looked up into the face of her father for an explanation, but his eyes were cold, and a cruel smile upon his lips told her better than words that she had been betrayed. "Where is my mother?" she inquired. And then bitterly added, "I do not see her fire by the shore. Must we search for her among the sharks?" Opanui no longer sought to disguise his real purpose. "Hear the truth," he said, with a wild glare in his eyes that whitened the lips of KAALA. "The shark shall be your mate, but he will not harm you. You shall go to his home, but he will not devour you. Down among the gods of the sea I will leave you until KAALA, hated by me above all things that breathe, shall have left LANAI, and then I will bring you back to earth." Terrified at these words, KAALA screamed and sought to fly. But her heartless father seized her by the hand and dragged her along the shore until they reached a bench of the rocky bluff overlooking the opening to the spouting cave. Opanui was among the few who had entered the cavern through its gate of circling waters, and he did not for a moment doubt that within its gloomy walls, where he was about to place her, Kaala would remain securely hidden until such time as he might choose to restore her to the light. Standing upon the narrow ledge above the entrance to the cave, marked by alternate whirlpool and receding column, Kaala divined the barbarous purpose of her father, and implored him to give her body to the sharks at once rather than leave her living in the damp and darkness of the spouting cave, to be tortured by the slimy and venomous creatures of the sea. Deaf to her entreaties, Opanui watched until the settling column went down into the throat of the whirlpool, when he gathered the frantic and struggling girl in his arms and sprang into the circling abyss. Sinking a fathom or more below the surface, and impelled by a strong current setting toward the mouth of the cave, he soon found and was swept through the entrance, and in a few moments stood upon a rocky beach in the dim twilight of the cavern, with the half-unconscious Kaala clinging to his neck. The only light penetrating the cave was the little refracted through the waters, and every object that was not too dark to be seen looked greenish and ghostly. Crabs, eels, stingrays and other noisome creatures of the deep were crawling stealthily among the rocks, and the dull thunder of the battling waves was the only sound that could be distinguished. Disengaging her arms, he placed her upon the beach above the reach of the waters, and then sat down beside her to recover his breath and wait for a retreating current to bear him to the surface. Reviving, Kaala looked around her with horror, and piteously implored her father not to leave her in that dreadful place beneath the waters. For some time he made no reply, and then it was to tell her harshly that she might return with him if she would promise to accept the love of the chief of Olowalu, in the valley of Palawai, and allow Kaelei to see her in the embrace of another. This she refused to do, declaring that she would perish in the cave, or the attempt to leave it, rather than be liberated on such monstrous conditions. Then here you will remain, said Opanui, savagely, until I return, or the chief of Olowalu comes to bear you off to his home in Maui. Then, rising to his feet, he continued hastily, as he noted a turn in the current at the opening, you cannot escape without assistance. If you attempt it you will be dashed against the rocks and become the food of sharks. With this warning Opanui turned and plunged into the water. Diving and passing with the current through the entrance, he was borne swiftly to the surface and to his full length up into the spouting column. But he coolly precipitated himself into the surrounding waters, and with a few strokes of the arms reached the shore. 2. Kaelei watched the departure of Kaala and her father until they disappeared in the valley of Palawai, and then gloomily returned to his hut. His fears troubled him. He thought of his beautiful Kaala, and his heart ached for her warm embrace. Then he thought of the looks and words of Opanui, and recalled in both a suggestion of deceit. Thus harassed with his thoughts, he spent the day in roaming alone among the hills, and the following night in restless slumber, with dreams of death and torture. The portentous cry of an ailey roused him from his kapamo before daylight, and until the sun rose he sat watching the stars. Then he climbed the hill overlooking the valley of Palawai to watch for the return of Kaala, and wonder what could have detained her so long. He watched until the sun was well up in the heavens, feeling neither thirst nor hunger, and at length saw a pau fluttering in the wind far down the valley. A woman was rapidly approaching, and his heart beat with joy, for he thought she was Kaala. Nearer and nearer she came, and Kaelei, still hopeful, ran down to the path to meet her. Her step was light and her air graceful, and it was not until he had opened his arms to receive her that he saw that the girl was not Kaala. She was Yue, the friend of Kaala, and almost her equal in beauty. They had been reared together, and in their love for each other were like sisters. They loved the same flowers, the same wild songs of the birds, the same paths among the hills, and, now that Kaala loved Kaelei, Yue loved him also. Recognizing Kaelei as she approached, Yue stopped before him, and bent her eyes to the ground without speaking. "Where is Kaala?" inquired Kaelei, raising the face of Yue and staring eagerly into it. "Have you seen her? Has any ill come to her? Speak." "I have not seen her, and know of no ill that has befallen her," replied the girl, "but I have come to tell you that Kaala has not yet reached the hut of Kalani, her mother." And as Opanui, with a dark look in his face, was seen to lead her through the forest of Keaumoku, it is feared that she has been betrayed and will not be allowed to return to Kealia. And that, too, has been my fear since the moment I lost sight of her in the valley of Palawai, said KAALA. I should not have trusted her father, for I knew him to be treacherous and unforgiving. May the wrath of the gods follow him if harm has come to her through his cruelty. But I will find her if she is on the island. The gods have given her to me, and in life or death she shall be mine. Terrified at the wild looks and words of KAALA, Ua clasped her hands in silence. Hark, he continued, bending his ear toward the valley. It seems that I hear her calling for me now. And with an exclamation of rage and despair, KAALA started at a swift pace down the path taken by KAALA the day before. As he hurried onward, he saw, at intervals, the footprints of KAALA in the dust, and every imprint seemed to increase his speed. Reaching the point where the Mehana path diverged from the somewhat broader ala of the valley, he followed it for some distance, hoping that Ua had been misinformed, and that KAALA had really visited her mother and might be found with her. But when he looked for and failed to find the marks of her feet where in reason they should have been seen had she gone to Mehana with her father, he returned and continued his course down the valley. Suddenly he stopped. The footprints for which he was watching had now disappeared from the Palawai path, and for a moment he stood looking irresolutely around, as if in doubt concerning the direction next to be pursued. In his uncertainty several plans of action presented themselves. One was, to see what information could be gathered from KAALA's mother at Mehana, another to follow the Palawai valley to the sea, and a third to return to Kealia and consult a kaula. While these various suggestions were being rapidly canvassed, and before any conclusion could be reached, the figure of a man was seen approaching from the valley below. KAALA secreted himself behind a rock, where he could watch the path without being seen. The man drew nearer and nearer, until at last KAALA was enabled to distinguish the features of Opanui, of all men the one whom he most desired to meet. His muscles grew rigid with wrath, and his hot breath burned the rock behind which he was crouching. He buried his fingers in the earth to teach them patience, and clenched his teeth to keep down a struggling exclamation of vengeance. And so he waited until Opanui reached a curve in the path which brought him, in passing, within a few paces of the eyes that were savagely glaring upon him, and the next moment the two men stood facing each other. Startled at the unexpected appearance of KAALA, Opanui betrayed his guilt at once by attempting to fly, but, with the cry of, "Give me Kaala!" KAALA sprang forward and endeavored to seize him by the throat. A momentary struggle followed. But Opanui was scarcely less powerful than his adversary, and, his shoulders being bare, he succeeded in breaking from the grasp of KAALA and seeking safety in flight toward Kealia. With a cry of disappointment, KAALA started in pursuit. Both were swift of foot, and the race was like that of a hungry shark following his prey. One was inspired by fear and the other with rage, and every muscle of the runners was strained. Leaving the valley path, Opanui struck for Kealia by a shorter course across the hills. He hoped the roughness of the route and his better knowledge of it would give him an advantage, but KAALA kept closely at his heels. On they sped, up and down hills, across ravines and along rocky ridges, until they reached Kealia, when Opanui suddenly turned to the left and made a dash for the temple and Puhonua not far distant. KAALA divined his purpose, and with a last supreme effort sought to thwart it. Gaining ground with every step, he made a desperate grasp at the shoulder of Opanui just as the latter sprang through the entrance and dropped to the earth exhausted within the protecting walls of the Puhonua. KAALA attempted to follow, but two priests promptly stepped into the portal and refused to allow him to pass. "Stand out of the way, or I will strangle you both," exclaimed KAALA, fiercely, as he threw himself against the guards. "Are you insane?" said another long-haired priest, stepping forward with a taboo staff in his hand. "Do you not know that this is a Puhonua, sacred to all who seek its protection? Would you bring down upon yourself the wrath of the gods by shedding blood within its walls? If I may not enter, then drive him forth," replied KAALA, pointing toward Opanui, who was lying upon the ground a few paces within, intently regarding the proceedings at the gate. "That cannot be," returned the priest. "Should he will to leave, the way will not be closed to him. Otherwise he may remain in safety. Coward, cried Kaelii, addressing Opanui in a taunting tone. Is it thus that you seek protection from the anger of an unarmed man? A pau would better become you than a maro. You should twine leis and beat kappa with women, and think no more of the business of men. Come without the walls, if your trembling limbs will bear you, and I will serve you as I did your friend, the breaker of women's bones. Come, and I will tear from your throat the tongue that lied to Kaala, and feed it to the dogs. A malignant smile wrinkled the face of Opanui, as he thought of Kaala in her hiding place under the sea, but he made no reply. Do you fear me? Continued Kaelii. Then arm yourself with spear and battle-axe, and with bare hands I will meet and strangle you. Opanui remained silent, and in a paroxysm of rage and disappointment Kaelii threw himself upon the ground and cursed the taboo that barred him from his enemy. His friends found and bore him to his hut, and Ua, with gentle arts and loving hands, sought to soothe and comfort him. But he would not be consoled. He talked and thought alone of Kaala, and, hastily partaking of food that he might retain his strength, started again in search of her. Pitying his distress, Ua followed him, not closely, but so that she might not lose sight of him altogether. He traveled in every direction, stopping neither for food nor rest. Of every one he met he inquired for Kaala, and called her name in the deep valleys and on the hilltops. Wandering near the sacred spring at the head of the waters of Kealia, he met a white-haired priest bearing from the fountain a calabash of water for ceremonial use in one of the temples. The priest knew and feared him, for his looks were wild, and humbly offered him water. I ask not for food or water, old man, said Kaelii. You are a priest, perhaps a kaula. Tell me where I can find Kaala, the daughter of Opanui, and I will pile your altars with sacrifices. Son of the long spear, replied the priest, I know you seek the sweet-smelling flower of Palawai. Her father alone knows of her hiding place. But it is not here in the hills, nor is it in the valleys. Opanui loves and frequents the sea. He hunts for the squid in dark places, and dives for the great fish in deep waters. He knows of cliffs that are hollow, and of caves with entrances below the waves. He goes alone to the rocky shore, and sleeps with the fish gods, who are his friends. No more of him, interrupted the chief, impatiently. Tell me what has become of Kaala. Be patient, and you shall hear, resumed the priest. In one of the caverns of the sea, known to Opanui and others, has Kaala been hidden. So I see her now. The place is dark and her heart is full of terror. Hasten to her. Be vigilant, and you will find her, but sleep not, or she will be the food of the creatures of the sea. Thanking the priest, Kaelii started toward the bay of Kamalapau, followed by the faithful Ua, and did not rest until he stood upon the bluff of Palakaholo, overlooking the sea. Wildly the waves beat against the rocks. Looking around, he could discern no hiding place along the shore, and the thunder of the breakers and the screams of the seagulls were the only sounds to be heard. In despair he raised his voice and wildly exclaimed. Kaala! O Kaala! Where are you? Do you sleep with the fish gods, and must I seek you in their homes among the sunken shores? The bluff where he was standing overlooked and was immediately above the spouting cave, from the submerged entrance to which a column of water was rising above the surface and breaking into spray. In the midst of the upheaval he thought he saw the shadowy face and form of Kaala, and in the tumult of the rushing waters fancied that he heard her voice calling him to come to her. Kaala, I come! He exclaimed, and with a wild leap sprang from the cliff to clasp the misty form of his bride. He sank below the surface, and, as the column disappeared with him and he returned no more, Ua wailed upon the winds a requiem of love and grief in words like these. Oh! Dead is Kaelii, the young chief of Hawaii. The chief of few years and many battles. His limbs were strong and his heart was gentle. His face was like the sun, and he was without fear. Dead is the slayer of the bone-breaker. Dead is the chief who crushed the bones of Mailu. Dead is the lover of KAALA and the loved of Ua. For his love he plunged into the deep waters. For his love he gave his life. Who is like KAALA? KAALA is hidden away, and I am lonely. KAALA is dead, and the black kappa is over my heart. Now let the gods take the life of Ua. With a last look at the spot where KAALA had disappeared, Ua hastened to Kealia, and at the feet of Kamehameha told of the rash act of the despairing husband of KAALA. The king was greatly grieved at the story of Ua, for he loved the young chief almost as if he had been his son. It is useless to search for the body of KAALA, he said, for the sharks have eaten it. Then, turning to one of his chiefs, he continued, no pile can be raised over his bones. Send for Uaua, the poet, that a chant may be made in praise of KAALA. Approaching nearer, Papakwa, a priest, requested permission to speak. It was granted, and he said, let me hope that my words may be of comfort. I have heard the story of Ua, and cannot believe that the young chief is dead. The spouting waters into which KAALA leaped marked the entrance to the cave of Palakaholo. Following downward the current, has he not been drawn into the cavern, where he has found KAALA, and may still be living? Such, at least, is my thought, great chief. A wild thought, indeed, replied the king. Yet there is some comfort in it, and we will see how much of truth it may reveal. Preparations were hastily made, and with 4 of his sturdiest oarsmen Kamehameha started around the shore for the spouting cave under the bluff of Palakaholo, preceded by Ua in a canoe with Kiwi, her brother. 3. When KAALA plunged into the sea he had little thought of anything but death. Grasping at the spouting column as he descended, it seemed to sink with him to the surface, and even below it, and in a moment he felt himself being propelled downward and toward the cliff by a strong current. Recklessly yielding to the action of the waters, he soon discerned an opening in the submerged base of the bluff, and without an effort was drawn swiftly into it. The force of the current subsided, and to his surprise his head rose above the surface and he was able to breathe. His feet touched a rocky bottom, and he rose and looked around with a feeling of bewilderment. His first thought was that he was dead and had reached the dark shores of Po, where Milu, Prince of Death, sits enthroned in a grove of ko trees. But he smote his breast, and by the smart knew that he was living, and had been borne by the waters into a cave beneath the cliff from which he had leaped to grasp the misty form of KAALA. Emerging from the water, KAALA found himself standing on the shore of a dimly lighted cavern. The air was chilly, and slimy objects touched his feet, and others fell splashing into the water from the rocks. He wondered whether it would be possible for him to escape from the gloomy place, and began to watch the movements of the waters near the opening, when a low moan reached his ear. It was the voice of KAALA. She was lying near him in the darkness on the slimy shore. Her limbs were bruised and lacerated with her fruitless attempts to leave the cave, and she no longer possessed the strength to repel the crabs and other loathsome creatures that were drinking her blood and feeding upon her quivering flesh. It is the wailing of the wind, or perhaps of some demon of the sea who makes this horrible place his home, thought KAALA. He feared neither death nor its ministers. Yet something like a shudder possessed him as he held his breath and listened, but he heard nothing but the thunder of the breakers against the cavern walls. Who speaks? He exclaimed, advancing a pace or 2 back into the darkness. A feeble moan, almost at his feet, was the response. Stooping and peering intently before him, he distinguished what seemed to be the outlines of a human form. Approaching and bending over it, he caught the murmur of his own name. It is KAALA. KAALA is here, he cried, as he tenderly folded her in his arms and bore her toward the opening. Seating himself in the dim light, he pushed back the hair from her cold face, and sought to revive her with caresses and words of endearment. She opened her eyes, and, nestling closer to his breast, whispered to the ear that was bent to her lips. I am dying, but I am happy, for you are here. He sought to encourage her. He told her that he had come to save her. That the gods, who loved her and would not let her die, had told him where to find her, that he would take her to his home in Kohala, and always love her as he loved her then. She made no response. There was a sad smile upon her cold lips. He placed his hand upon her heart, and found that it had ceased to beat. She was dead, but he still held the precious burden in his arms. An hour after hour he sat there on the gloomy shore of the cavern, seeing only the pallid face of KAALA, and feeling only that he was desolate. At length he was aroused by the splashing of water within the cave. He looked up, and Yue, the gentle and unselfish friend of KAALA, stood before him, followed a moment after by Kamehameha. The method of entering and leaving the cave was known to Kiwi, and he imparted the information to his sister. Yue first leaped into the whirlpool, and the dauntless Kamehameha did not hesitate in following. As the king approached, KAALA rose to his feet and stood sadly before him. He uttered no word, but with bent head pointed to the body of KAALA. "I see," said the king, softly, "the poor girl is dead. She could have no better burial place. Come, KAALA, let us leave it." KAALA did not move. It was the first time that he had ever hesitated in obeying the orders of his chief. "What? Would you remain here?" said the king. "Would you throw your life away for a girl? There are others as fair. Here is Yue, she shall be your wife, and I will give you the valley of Palawai. Come, let us leave here at once, lest some angry god close the entrance against us." "Great chief," replied KAALA, "you have always been kind and generous to me, and never more so than now. But hear me. My life and strength are gone. KAALA was my life, and she is dead. How can I live without her? You are my chief. You have asked me to leave this place and live. It is the first request of yours that I have ever disobeyed. It shall be the last." Then seizing a stone, with a swift, strong blow he crushed in brow and brain, and fell dead upon the body of KAALA. A wail of anguish went up from Yue. Kamehameha spoke not, moved not. Long he gazed upon the bodies before him. And his eye was moist and his strong lip quivered as, turning away at last, he said, he loved her indeed. Wrapped in kapa, the bodies were laid side by side and left in the cavern. And there today may be seen the bones of KAALA, the flower of LANAI, and of KAALA, her knightly lover, by such as dare to seek the passage to them through the whirlpool of Palakaholo. Meles of the story of the tragedy were composed and chanted before Kamehameha and his court at KEAULUMOKU, and since then the cavern has been known as Puhio KAALA, or Spouting Cave of KAALA. The destruction of the temples. Characters. Liholiho, Kamehameha II. King of the Hawaiian Islands. Keapuolani, the Queen Mother. Widows of Kamehameha I. KAAHUMANU, Chief Counselor, and Kalakaua. KEAULUMOKU, Prime Minister. Kekweokalani, the Defender of the Gods. Manono, wife of Kekweokalani. Huahua, High Priest of Hawaii. Ho'opili, Guardian of the Princess Nahianina. Naiha, Counselor and Orator. Kekuanaua, Treasurer of the King. Kapihi, Commander of the National Vessels. Lanui, a companion of the King. The destruction of the temples. The last great defender of the Hawaiian gods. On the 1st of October, 1819, a fleet of 4 canoes bearing the royal colors set sail from Kauai, in the district of Kohala, on the northwestern coast of Hawaii. The canoes were large and commodious, and were occupied by between 60 and 70 persons, a portion of whom were females. The most of the men were large, muscular, and over 6 feet in height, while the dress and bearing of many of the women indicated that they were of the taboo and chiefly classes. The costumes of a number of those of both sexes who seemed to be of rank were a strange admixture of native and foreign fabric and fashion. American and European manufactures were beginning to find a market in the islands, and the persons of many were adorned with rich cloths, jewelry and other tokens of civilization. Their weapons and utensils were largely of metal, and a squad of 10 warriors armed with muskets, in one of the canoes, showed that the white man's methods of warfare had received the early and earnest attention of the Hawaiian chiefs and leaders. The canoe leading the little squadron was double, with covered apartments extending into and across the united decks of both, and the persons occupying it, with the exception of soldiers, sailors and servants, were distinguished alike for their gaudy trappings and a boisterous merriment infusing a feeling of jollity throughout the fleet. In this canoe was Liholiho, who, on the death of his distinguished father, Kamehameha I, something less than 5 months before, had become sole monarch of the Hawaiian group. In addition to 2 of his queens, he was accompanied by Kapihi, the commander of the royal vessels, Kekuanaoa, the royal treasurer, and a retinue of chiefly friends and personal attendants. On the 8th of the previous May his royal father had died at Kailua, leaving to Liholiho the kingdom his arms had won, with KAAHUMANU as second in authority and guardian of the realm. The morning following the death of his father Liholiho left Kailua for Kohala to avoid defilement, and there remained for 10 days, when he returned to Kailua and formally assumed the scepter. At the end of the season of mourning, for superstitious reasons the young king again left for Kohala, and took up his residence for a time at Kauai. Remaining there until the 1st of October, on the advice of KAAHUMANU he had started on his return to Kailua. Interior of an ancient temple. During the brief residence of Liholiho at Kauai, KAAHUMANU inaugurated a vigorous conspiracy against the priesthood, and resolved to persuade the young king to repudiate the religion and taboos of his fathers. In this scheme she was assisted by KeaulumokU, the mother of Liholiho, KEAULUMOKU, the prime minister, and HIIAKA, the high priest, who claimed descent from the renowned Pele. In the latter part of the reign of the first Kamehameha the gods and taboos of the priesthood began to lose something of their sanctity in the estimation of the masses. Although the first Christian missionaries to the islands did not arrive until nearly a year after the death of Kamehameha I, many trading and war vessels had touched at Hawaiian ports during the 2 preceding decades. No very clear idea of the Christian religion had been imparted to the natives by the sailors and traders with whom they had been brought in contact. But it could not have escaped their observation that the foreigners' disregard of the taboo brought with it no punishment, and they very naturally began to question the divinity of a religious code limited in its scope to the Hawaiian people. The results of this growing skepticism were frequent violations of the taboo. To check this seditious tendency summary punishments were inflicted. A woman was put to death for entering the eating apartment of her husband, and Jarvis relates that 3 men were sacrificed at Kealakeakwa, a short time before the death of Kamehameha, one of them for putting on the maro of a chief, another for eating a forbidden article, and the third for leaving a house that was taboo and entering one that was not. Kamehameha had learned something of the religion of the foreigners, but not enough to impress him greatly in its favor. And when questioned concerning it during his last illness he replied that he should die in the faith of his fathers, although he thought it well that his successor should give the subject attention. Different motives influenced the leaders in this conspiracy against the religion and taboos of the group. KAAHUMANU, the favorite wife of Kamehameha I, but the mother of none of his children, was bold, ambitious and unscrupulous. Left second in authority under the young king, she chafed at the restraints imposed by the taboo upon her sex. Many of the most palatable foods were denied her by custom, and in her intercourse with foreigners acts of courtesy were chilled and hampered by numerous and irksome taboo interdictions. To enable her to eat and drink of whatever her appetites craved, and to do so in the presence of males, KAAHUMANU was prepared to strike at the roots of a religious system which had maintained her ancestors in place and power. Even though she had no definite knowledge of the new faith with which she hoped to supplant it. Although the uncle of one of the wives of Liholiho, Kekaonohi, KEAULUMOKU was not of distinguished rank. He was a chief of decided ability, however, and had been by degrees advanced under the first Kamehameha, until he became the prime minister of the second. Not being a taboo chief by birth, he was easily persuaded by KAAHUMANU to lend his assistance in depriving those of higher rank of their taboo prerogatives. And to this end he and his brother Baki were baptized by the Roman Catholic chaplain of the French corvette Lurani shortly after the assumption of the government by Liholiho. This was done while the young king was residing at Kauai, and without his knowledge. KeaulumokU, the political wife of Kamehameha I, and the mother of Liholiho, Kauikeaoli and Nahianina, was the daughter of Kewalo, and of supreme taboo rank. So well was this recognized that her distinguished husband, it is related, always approached her with his face to the earth. She lacked decision of character, however, and her adhesion to the conspiracy against the taboo was doubtless due to the influence over her of the crafty KAAHUMANU. Whatever may have been the motives of others, the apostasy of HIIAKA seems to have been the result of conviction. Being the high priest of Hawaii, he had everything to lose and nothing to profit by the destruction of the religious system of which he was the supreme and honored head. Of an inquiring mind, the little knowledge he had gained of the new creed had convinced him of the inconsistency of his own, and when the time came to strike he acted boldly. His hand was the first to apply the torch to the temples. Had he hesitated the conspiracy would have failed, for the influence of the high priest with the masses at that time was second only to that of the king. Liholiho was strong only in his attachments. Born in 1797, when the group had been consolidated under one government and further wars were not apprehended, he had not been given that austere and solid training in civil and military life imparted to the princes of the previous generation. He was attracted by the vices rather than the virtues of the foreigners at intervals visiting the islands, and, realizing that his future was secure, had devoted almost exclusively to pleasure the ripening years of his youth. Light-hearted, affectionate and gentle, he had shown so little taste for public affairs at the age of 22 that his dying father, in bequeathing to him the scepter, deemed it prudent to accompany it with the condition that, should he wield it unworthily, the supreme power should devolve upon KAAHUMANU. These were the prominent actors in the scheme for the destruction of the priesthood, and this the character of the young king who had been tarrying for some months at Kauai, and to whom a message had been sent by KAAHUMANU, informing him that, on his return to Kailua, she would openly set the gods at defiance and declare against the taboo. This information did not greatly astonish Liholiho. He knew of the growing hostility to the taboo, had talked with HIIAKA on the subject. Had learned that his mother had failed to respect it on late occasions, and had himself seen it violated without harm to the offender. Yet he feared the consequences of an open declaration against the priesthood. He remembered the fate of Hua, whose bones whitened in the sun. He knew that his arrival at Kailua would precipitate the crisis, and compel him either to renounce or defend the gods of his fathers. And after leaving Kauai, as we have seen, with a party occupying 4 canoes, he pursued his way very leisurely toward Kailua, seemingly in no haste to reach his destination. Moving southward, and passing the rocky point immediately north of Puako, sail was shortened in the royal fleet, and the canoes drifted slowly along the coast, taking just wind enough to hold their course. Carousings were heard in the royal quarters. Liholiho appeared, and, waving his hand to a group of men and women forward, a wild hula dance was soon in progress, to the accompaniment of drums and rattling calabashes. The king watched the dancers for some time with a vacant air, and then began to mark the drum beats with his feet. The emphasis of the movement increased, until, dismissing his dignity, his voice finally rose above the rude music, and he began to dance with an enthusiasm which seemed to be almost frenzied. Others of the royal party joined in the revelry, and for half an hour or more the vessel was the scene of tumultuous merriment. Bottles and calabashes of intoxicating liquors were then passed from one to another of the companions of the king, and the hula was continued, followed by chants, melees and other methods of enjoyment. Drinking was frequent, and the humbler members of the party were sparingly supplied with gin, whiskey and other stimulants. Similar scenes were transpiring in the canoes following, and the debauch was the wildest ever witnessed on any one of the 8 Hawaiian seas. "Let us make drunk the water gods," exclaimed the king. "Here, Kula, is a taste for you. And here, Ukanipo, is your share." And he tossed into the ocean 2 bottles of liquor. "Let us hope the gods may not be angered by the unusual sacrifice," said LANAI, one of the favorite companions of the king. He spoke seriously, and Liholiho's face wore a troubled expression for a moment as he replied. "Then you have not yet lost faith in the gods, LANAI?" "No," was the prompt answer of Lanui. The king did not continue the conversation. Turning and beckoning to a servant, more liquor was brought, after which the revelry was continued all through the day and far into the night. Meanwhile, so little progress had been made that at noon the next day the fleet was off Kiholo. For another 24 hours the feasting, drinking and dancing continued, when the revelers were met by a double canoe sent by KAAHUMANU from Kailua in search of the royal party. The messengers of his chief counselor were courteously received by Liholiho, and, hoisting all sail, he was escorted by them to Kailua, where he was warmly welcomed by KAAHUMANU and the members of the royal family. Appearances of dissipation were plainly visible in the language and bearing of the king, and KAAHUMANU regarded the moment as auspicious for committing him to some flagrant and public act of hostility to the taboo. Both she and KeaulumokU, the queen mother, had been secretly violating it, since the death of Kamehameha I. By eating of foods interdicted to their sex, and to screen themselves from exposure it was necessary that the religious system should be destroyed of which the taboo was the vital force. This could be accomplished only through the united efforts of the king and high priest. HIIAKA was prepared to do his part as the religious head of the kingdom, but the young king, notwithstanding the pressure that had been brought to bear upon him by KAAHUMANU and a few of the leading chiefs of his court, was still undecided. A feast was prepared in honor of the king's return to Kailua. In accordance with native custom, separate tables for the sexes were spread, and a number of foreigners were present as the invited guests of KAAHUMANU. During the afternoon Liholiho, in response to well-devised banters, had been induced to drink and smoke with the female members of his family. This was a favorable beginning, and, farther emboldened by his mother, who deliberately ate a banana in his presence and drank the milk of a coconut, he declared that he would openly set the taboo at defiance during the approaching feast. It was feared that his courage would fail, and he was not left to himself for a moment until he led the way to the feast. His step was unsteady, and his face wore a troubled expression as he proceeded to the pavilion, accompanied by KAAHUMANU, KeaulumokU and other members of the royal household. As they separated to take seats at their respective tables, the Queen Mother gave Liholiho a look of encouragement, and KAAHUMANU said to him in a low tone, "If you have the courage of your father, this will be a great day for Hawaii." The king made no reply, for at that moment his eyes fell upon wooden images of Ku and Lono, on opposite sides of the entrance, and he stepped briskly past them and seated himself at the head of one of the tables. The sight of the idols almost unnerved him, and some of the guests observed that his hand trembled as he raised to his lips and drained a vessel of what seemed to be strong liquor. The guests were all seated. HIIAKA rose, and, glancing at the troubled face of the king, lifted his hands and said with firmness, "One and all, may we eat in peace, and in our hearts give thanks to the one and only God of all." The words of the high priest restored the sinking courage of the king. He rose from his seat, deliberately walked to one of the tables reserved for the women, and seated himself beside his mother. During the strange proceeding not a word was spoken, not a morsel touched. Some believed him to be intoxicated, others were sure that he was insane. Since the age of Wakea no one had so defied the gods and lived. Many natives rose from the tables, and horror took the place of astonishment when Liholiho, encouraged by his mother, began to freely partake of the food prepared for the women. Interdicted fish, meats and fruits were then brought to the tables of the women by order of the king, who ate from their plates and drank from their vessels. Now satisfied that the king was acting deliberately and with the approval of the most influential dignitaries of the kingdom, including the supreme high priest, a majority of the chiefs present promptly followed the example of their sovereign. And an indescribable scene ensued. The taboo is broken. The taboo is broken, passed from lip to lip, swelling louder and louder as it went, until it reached beyond the pavilion. There it was taken up in shouts by the multitude, and was soon wafted on the winds to the remotest corners of Kona. Feasts were at once provided, and men and women ate together indiscriminately. The taboo foods of palace and temple were voraciously eaten by the masses, and thousands of women for the first time learned the taste of flesh and fruits which had tempted their mothers for centuries. At the conclusion of the royal feast a still greater surprise bewildered the people. "We have made a bold beginning," said Huahua to the king, thus adroitly assuming a part of the responsibility. "But the gods and heiaus cannot survive the death of the taboo." "Then let them perish with it," exclaimed Liholiho, now nerved to desperation at what he had done. "If the gods can punish, we have done too much already to hope for grace. They can but kill, and we will test their powers by inviting the full measure of their wrath." Ancient Temple by the Seashore, 1793. To this resolution the high priest gave his ready assent, and orders were issued at once for the destruction of the gods and temples throughout the kingdom. Resigning his office, Huahua was the first to apply the torch, and in the smoke of burning heiaus, images and other sacred property, beginning on Hawaii and ending at Niihau, suddenly passed away a religious system which for 1500 years or more had shaped the faith, commanded the respect and received the profoundest reverence of the Hawaiian people. No creed was offered by the iconoclasts in lieu of the system destroyed by royal edict, and until the arrival of the first Christian missionaries, in March of the year following, the people of the archipelago were left without a shadow of religious restraint or guidance. 2. While the abolition of the taboo system received the universal approval of the masses, the destruction of the gods and temples met with very considerable remonstrance and opposition. It was believed by many that the priesthood might be preserved without the taboo, and that the king had transcended his sovereign power in striking down both at a single blow. Hence many gods were saved from the burning temples, and thousands refused to relinquish the faith in which they had been reared. Deprived of their occupations, the priests denounced the destruction of the heiaus, and it was not long before a formidable conspiracy against the government was organized on Hawaii, under the leadership of Kekuaokalani, a chief of rare accomplishments and a cousin of the king. Defection appeared at the court, and several chiefs of distinction gave their support to the revolutionary movement. However, it may be regarded in the light of its results. On the part of Kekuaokalani, the rebellion was a brave and conscientious defense of the religion of his fathers. He raised the standard of revolt within a day's march of Kailua, and invited to its support all who condemned the action of Liholiho in decreeing the destruction of the national religion. He scorned all compromises and concessions, and but for the firearms of the whites would doubtless have wrested the scepter from his royal cousin. It has been asserted that Kekuaokalani was ambitious and availed himself of the discontent created by the anti-religious decrees of Liholiho as a possible means of seizing the reins of government. This assumption is not sustained either by the words or acts of the unfortunate chief. The ambassadors sent to him after the first skirmish of the conflict reported that he declined all terms of peaceful settlement. This, however, was not the case. What he demanded was that Liholiho should withdraw his edicts against the priesthood, permit the rebuilding of the temples, and dismiss KEAULUMOKU as prime minister and KAAHUMANU as chief counselor of the government. These conditions were declined, and the ambassadors returned with the story that they had offered to leave the question of religion entirely with the people, but that Kekuaokalani would have nothing but war. A correct statement of what occurred at the interview would doubtless have weakened the royal cause, and was therefore withheld. After the resignation of Huahua as high priest, the position devolved upon Kekuaokalani by right of precedence, and, believing in the sanctity of his gods, as a brave man he could not do less than take up arms in their defense. No characters in Hawaiian history stand forth with a sadder prominence, or add a richer tint to the vanishing chivalry of the race, than Kekuaokalani and his courageous and devoted wife, Manono, the last defenders in arms of the Hawaiian gods. They saw all that the light around them presented, but the only gods known to them were those of their fathers, and they died in a futile effort to protect them. They were brave, noble and conscientious, and the cause in which they perished cannot detract from the grandeur or dim the glory of the sacrifice. In the veins of Kekuaokalani ran the best blood both of Hawaii and Oahu. He was a nephew of Kamehameha I, and his strain was even superior in rank to that of his distinguished uncle. His great-grandmother was Kamakaimoku, a princess of Oahu, who became the wife of Kalaninuiamama, one of the sons of Kiwi, king of Hawaii, and the mother of Kalaniapu, grandfather of Keapuolani, mother of Liholiho. One of the full sisters of Kalaniapu was Manona, the grandmother of Kekuaokalani. One of the early wives of Kamehameha I was Kalola, a chiefess of Hawaii. She subsequently became the wife of Kekauamoku, a younger brother of Kahekili, king of Maui, and the mother of Manono, wife of Kekweokalani. As the mother of Manono was a daughter of Kumukoa, one of the sons of Kiwi, king of Hawaii, and her father was a prince of Maui, she was not only of high rank, but was related in blood both to her husband and the reigning family. Kekweokalani is referred to by tradition as one of the most imposing chiefs of his day. He was more than 6.5 feet in height, perfect in form, handsome in feature and noble in bearing. Brave, sagacious and magnetic, he possessed the requirements of a successful military leader, but as war had practically ceased with the conquest of the group by Kamehameha I. And he had little taste for the frivolities of the court, where he might have worn out his life in honored idleness, he turned his attention to the priesthood. Beginning at the bottom, with patient application he passed through the intervening degrees until he stood beside the high priest, fully his equal in learning, and more than his peer in devotion to his calling. He mastered the chronological melees of the higher priesthood and the esoteric lore and secret symbols of the temple, and with the death of HIIAKA it was the universal expectation that the duties of the high priesthood would devolve upon him. In disposition he was humane, charitable and unselfish, and, appreciating the nobility of his character, his wife worshipped him almost as a god. In return he bestowed upon her the full measure of his affection, and the waters of their lives flowed peacefully on together until the grave engulfed them both. This was the character of the sturdy chief around whom the friends of the dethroned gods of Hawaii began to rally. He counseled peace and submission so long as he could find listeners among the disaffected, but in the end he was forced into the revolt and became the leader of the movement. He was present at the royal feast at Kailua when Liholiho publicly violated the taboo and decreed the destruction of the temples. He saw HIIAKA, the venerable high priest, who had been to an extent his religious guide and instructor, cast the first brand upon the heiau where they had so often worshipped together and sought the counsels of the gods. At first all this seemed to be a horrible dream, but the burning temples and frantic rejoicings of the populace soon convinced him that it was a bewildering reality, and he threw himself to the earth and prayed that his sight might be blasted. That he might witness no farther the sacrilegious acts of the people. Liholiho's brain is on fire with strong drink, and he may be urged to do anything, thought Kekweokalani, but HIIAKA, it must be that he is insane, and it is my duty to speak with him. He sought and found the high priest, and learned to his great grief that HIIAKA was not only sound in mind, but was in thorough accord with the king in his determination to destroy the temples and repudiate the priesthood. And you, a high priest of the blood of Pele, advise this, said Kekweokalani, bitterly. I advise it, was the calm reply of HIIAKA, but I am no longer the high priest of Hawaii, the king has been so notified. Then here and now do I assume the vacant place, returned Kekweokalani, promptly. By whose appointment? Inquired HIIAKA. By the will of the outraged gods whose temples are turning to ashes around us, replied Kekweokalani, with energy. They will teach me my duty, even should they fail to visit vengeance upon their betrayers. With these words Kekweokalani turned and walked away. His heart was filled with anguish, and the shouts of the people drove him almost to despair. Reaching the pavilion, he lifted and placed upon his shoulder the prostrate and mutilated image of Lono that had stood beside the entrance, and with the precious burden strode gloomily and defiantly past the palace and disappeared. For a month or more nothing was heard of Kekweokalani at the court. Meantime, the work of destruction continued, and the smoke of burning temples rose everywhere throughout the group. At length word reached Kailua that some of the priesthood, sustained by a number of influential chiefs, were inciting a revolt in South Kono. Little attention was paid to the report until it was learned that Kekweokalani had accepted the leadership of the movement. This alarmed the court, and a council of chiefs was called. Discussion developed the prevailing opinion that the threatened uprising was merely a local disturbance that could be quelled without difficulty, and Liholiho's apprehensions were further relieved by the assurance of one of the chiefs that, with the assistance of 40 warriors, he would undertake to bring Kekweokalani a prisoner to Kailua within 3 days. Not with 40 times 40, said HIIAKA, earnestly. Better than anyone else he understood and appreciated the lofty courage of Kekuaokalani, and was too generous to listen to its disparagement without protest. No, not with 40 times 40. He continued. Without Kekuaokalani the revolt will amount to nothing, with him, it means war. Then war let it be, since he invites it, exclaimed KEAULUMOKU. But may he not be persuaded to peace? Inquired the king, addressing the question, apparently, to HIIAKA. Undoubtedly, replied the latter, if we are prepared to accept his conditions. What, think you, would be the conditions? Returned the king. The restoration of the taboo and the rebuilding of the temples, was the deliberate answer of HIIAKA. The king was silent. But before the council dissolved it was understood that a force would be sent against the rebels at once, and for a week or more preparations for the campaign were in progress, under the supervision of KEAULUMOKU. Everything at length being in readiness, the royal army, numbering, it is presumed, not less than 1,500 warriors, some of them bearing firearms, moved southward from Kailua in the direction of Kaualoa, where had been established the rebel headquarters. Having accepted the leadership of the rebellion, and regarding himself as a champion selected by the gods for their defense, Kekuaokalani vitalized the movement with an energy and enthusiasm which soon brought the people to its support in large numbers, and the winter solstice found him in command of an army large enough to inspire him with a reasonable hope of success. The 5 intercalated days between the winter solstice and the beginning of the new year had from time immemorial been set apart as a season of taboo, dedicated to festivities in honor of Lono, one of the Hawaiian Trinity. In the midst of the general religious demoralization Kekuaokalani devoted to the season its customary observances, the last yearly festival ever authoritatively given to Lono in the group. The movements of the government were regularly and rapidly reported to Kekuaokalani, and when the royal troops left Kailua he was prepared to meet them. Through his efforts a heiau near Kaualoa had escaped destruction. Thither he repaired, and, offering sacrifices to the gods, prayed that they would manifest their power by giving him victory. He did not await the assault of the royal forces. Leaving Kaualoa, he attacked and defeated their advance not far north of that place, throwing the entire army into confusion. Satisfied with the success, he returned to Kaualoa. News of the repulse reaching Kailua, a consultation was called by the king, and KEAULUMOKU urged the prompt advance of reinforcements by land and sea, and an immediate and overwhelming attack upon the rebels at Kaualoa. Rightly claiming that every day would add to the strength of the insurgents under the inspiration of the slight victory they had achieved. This advice was accepted, and every available force was immediately sent to the front, including a squadron of double canoes under the command of KAAHUMANU and Kalakaua, one of them carrying a mounted swivel in charge of a foreigner. Uncertain as to the strength of the rebels, and by no means confident of the results of a struggle which had opened in favor of his enemies, Liholiho advised a resort to peaceful negotiations before staking everything on the chances of battle. Pele, who stood in the capacity of husband to the Queen Mother, and Naiha, hereditary national counselor and orator, were selected as ambassadors to confer with Kekuaokalani, and Keapuolani volunteered to accompany them. Reaching the camp of the insurgents, the ambassadors were graciously received by Kekuaokalani, and used every means to effect an amicable settlement of the difficulties that had brought two hostile armies face to face. But nothing satisfactory could be accomplished. They were not authorized to offer such terms as Kekuaokalani felt that he could consistently accept, inasmuch as they failed to embrace either the restoration of the taboo or the rebuilding of the temples. Naiha offered to leave the question of religion optional with the insurgents. To this proposal Kekuaokalani bitterly replied. You offer the scales of the fish after you have picked the bones. As they are without temples, where would they worship? As they are without altars, where would they sacrifice? As they are without the taboo, what to them would be sacred and acceptable to the gods? Then must we take back the word that Kekuaokalani will have nothing but war, said Keapuolani, sadly. No, honored mother of princes, replied Kekuaokalani, in a tone so solemn and impressive that his listeners stood awed in his presence. Say, rather, that Kekuaokalani, the last high priest, it may be, of Hawaii, is prepared to die in defense of the gods to whose service he has devoted his life. If they are omnipotent, as he believes them to be, their temples will rise again. If not, he is more than willing to hide his disappointment in the grave. Naiha was his uncle, Kamakaimoku was the great-grandmother both of Keopuolani and himself, and the king was his cousin. As a condition of peace he demanded the recall of the edicts against the taboo and the temples. As this could not be conceded, the ambassadors appealed to his relationship with themselves and the royal family, but he could not be moved. "We are proud of our blood," he said to Keopuolani, "but who but the gods made kings of our ancestors?" Finding that nothing could be effected, the ambassadors withdrew with tokens of mutual regret, and were safely and respectfully escorted beyond the rebel lines. The reports they allowed to be circulated on their return, that Kekweokalani had refused to consider any terms of peace, and that they had narrowly escaped with their lives, were inventions employed to mislead and exasperate the royal army. With the departure of the ambassadors, Manono sought her husband to learn the results of the conference. The information that no agreement had been reached did not surprise her. For weeks past all the auguries had indicated blood, and the night before the Ailey had screamed in the palms behind her hut. "Thank the gods for the omen," said Kekweokalani. "But the voice of the Ailey is a presage of evil," suggested Manono. "Only to those who do evil," replied the chief. "The fate of the gods, whose battles we fight, is shaped by themselves." "Have you no fear of the result?" inquired Manono. "I fear nothing," was the reply. "But the thought has sometimes come to me of late that the gods are reserving for Liholiho and his advisers a punishment greater than I may be able to inflict. Should that be so, I am obstructing with spears the path of their vengeance, and will be sacrificed." "The will of the gods be done," said Manono, devoutly. "But, whatever may be the fate of Kekweokalani, Manono will share it." "Brave Manono!" exclaimed the husband, with emotion. "If the gods so will it, we will die together." That night Kekweokalani took up his line of march for Kailua, determined to give battle to the royal forces wherever he might encounter them. He moved near the coast, and the next morning the hostile armies met at Kuamu. Arranging his forces in order of battle, Kekweokalani sent to the front a number of newly decorated gods in the charge of priests, and, in turn addressing the several divisions, conjured them in impassioned language to defend the gods of their fathers. KEAULUMOKU commanded the royal army in person. The battle opened in favor of the rebels, and with them would have been the victory but for the great superiority of the royalists in firearms. At a critical juncture a battalion of musketeers, some of whom were foreigners, charged the rebel center, when the division gave way in something of a panic, and soon the entire rebel forces were in retreat. Retiring to the adjacent seaside, under cover of a stone wall they made a successful resistance for some time. But the squadron of double canoes already referred to, under the command of KAAHUMANU and Kalakaua, enfiladed the position with musketry and a mounted swivel, and the insurgents abandoned the unequal struggle, the most of them scattering and seeking shelter in the neighboring hills. Although wounded early in the action, Kekweokalani gallantly kept the field. Everywhere was his tall form seen moving throughout the conflict, rallying and cheering his followers, while at his side fought the brave Manono. He finally fell with a musket ball through his heart. With a wild scream of despair Manono sprang to his assistance, and the next moment a bullet pierced her temple, and she fell dead across the body of her dying husband. KEAULUMOKU was the first to approach, and gazing long upon the noble features of Kekweokalani, grand even in death, turned to his followers and said, "Truly, since the days of Kiwi a grander Hawaiian has not lived." Thus died the last great defenders of the Hawaiian gods. They died as nobly as they had lived, and were buried together where they fell on the field of Kuamu. Small bodies of religious malcontents were subdued at Waimea and one or two other points, but the hopes and struggles of the priesthood virtually ended with the death of Kekweokalani. The tomb of PUUPEHE. Characters: Makakahau, a chief of LANAI. PUUPEHE, daughter of A, chief of Maui. The tomb of PUUPEHE. A legend of the island of LANAI. Sailing along the lee shore or southwest coast of Lanai, a huge block of red lava, 60 feet in diameter and 80 or more feet in height, is discerned standing out in the sea, and detached from the mainland some 50 or 60 fathoms. The sides are precipitous, offering no possible means of ascent, and against it the waves dash in fury, and in the niches of its storm-worn angles the birds of ocean build their nests. Observed from the overhanging bluff of the neighboring shore, on the summit of the lonely column is seen a small enclosure formed by a low but well-defined stone wall. This is known as the Tomb of PUUPEHE, the last resting place of one of the most beautiful of the daughters of Maui, whose body was buried there by her distracted husband and lover, Makakahau, a warrior of Lanai. How the summit was reached by the lover with his precious burden is a mystery, but the wall is still there to show that the ascent was made in some manner, and tradition assumes that it was through the agency of supernatural forces. PUUPEHE was the daughter of Uaua, a petty chief of Maui, and Makakahau won her, it is related without detail, as the joint prize of love and war. How this could have occurred it is difficult to imagine, since Lanai was always a dependency of Maui in the past, and no direct wars between the two islands are mentioned by tradition. It may therefore be inferred that she was the spoil of some private predatory expedition. And that the efforts of the young warrior to jealously seclude her from the gaze of men were prompted not more by the infatuations of her beauty than the fear that she might be recaptured. However this may have been, they are described in the Kanaka, or Lamentation of PUUPEHE, as mutually captive to each other in the bonds of love. The maiden was a sweet flower of Hawaiian beauty. Her glossy brown and spotless body shone like the clear sun rising out of Haleakala. Her flowing hair, bound by wreaths of pikaki blossoms, streamed forth as she ran, like the surf crest scudding before the wind, and the starry eyes of the daughter of Uaua so dazzled the youthful brave that he was called Makakahau, or misty eyes. Fearing that the radiant beauty of his captive might cause her to be coveted by some of the chiefs of the land, he said to her, "We love each other well. Let us go to the clear waters of Kaululu. There we will fish together for the kala and bonita, and there will I spear the turtle. I will hide you, O light of my heart, in the cave of Malaua. Or we will dwell together in the great ravine of Palawai, where we will eat the young of the uau, and bake them in the ti leaf with the sweet pala root. The ohelo berries of the kwahua will refresh us, and we will drink of the cool waters of Maunale. I will thatch a hut in the thicket of Kauhai, and we will love on till the stars die." The Meles tell of their loves in the Pulu ravine, where they caught the bright iwi birds and scarlet apapani. How sweet were their joys in the Maya groves of Waiakikwa, where the lovers saw naught so beautiful as themselves. But the misty eyes were soon to be made dimmer by weeping, and dimmer till the drowning brine should shut out their light forever. Makakahau left his love one day in the cave of Malaua, while he went to the mountain to fill the Hawaiian with sweet water. This cavern yawns at the base of the cliff overlooking the rock of PUUPEHE. The sea surges far within, but there is an inner space or chamber which the expert swimmer can reach, and where PUUPEHE had often found seclusion, and baked the honu, or sea turtle, for her absent lover. This was the season for the kona, the terrific storm that comes up from the equator, and hurls the billows of ocean with increased violence against the southern shores of the Hawaiian Islands. Makakahau beheld from the rocky springs of Pula the vanguard of an approaching kona, scuds of rain and thick mist rushing with a howling wind across the round valley of Palawai. He knew the storm would fill the cave with a wild and sudden rush of waters, and destroy the life of his beautiful PUUPEHE. Every moment was precious. He flung aside his calabashes of water, and at the top of his speed started down the mountain. With mighty and rapid strides he crossed the great valley, where he met the coming storm in its fury. Over the rim he dashed with an agonized heart, and down the ragged slope of the Kula to the shore, which the waves were already lashing in a voice of thunder. The sea was up, indeed. The yeasty foam of surging, wind-rent billows whitened the cliffs, and the tempest chorused the mad anthem of the battling waves. Oh! Where should misty eyes seek for his love in the blinding storm? A rushing mountain of sea fills the mouth of the cave of Malaua, and the pent air within hurls back the invading torrent with a stubborn roar, blowing outward great streams of spray. It is a savage war of the elements, a battle of the forces of nature well calculated to thrill with pleasure the hearts of strong men. But a lover looking into the seething gulf of the whirlpool, what would be to him the sublime conflict? What to see amid the boiling brine the upturned face and tender body of the idol of his heart? Others might agonize on the brink, but misty eyes sprang into the dreadful cauldron and snatched his lifeless love from the jaws of an ocean grave. The next day fishermen heard the lamentation of Makakahau, and the women of the valley came down and wailed over PUUPEHE. They wrapped her body in bright, new kapa, and covered it with garlands of fragrant nou. They prepared it for interment, and were about to place it in the burial ground of Manele, but Makakahau prayed that he might be left alone one night more with his lost love, and the request was not refused. When the women returned the morning following they found neither corpse nor wailing lover. At length, looking toward the rock of PUUPEHE, they discovered Makakahau at work on the lofty apex of the lone sea tower. The wondering people of the island watched him with amazement from the neighboring cliffs, but, heedless of their observation, he continued his labors. Some sailed around the base of the column in their canoes, but could discover no means of ascent. Every face of the rock was either perpendicular or overhanging. The conviction then became general, since there seemed to be no other possible explanation, that some sympathizing Akua, or spirit, had responded to the prayer of Makakahau, and assisted him in reaching the summit of the tower with the body of his dead bride. And in this form has tradition brought down the touching story. Makakahau finished his labors. He laid his love in a grave prepared by his own hands, placed the last stone upon it, and then stretched out his arms and thus wailed for PUUPEHE. Where are you, O PUUPEHE? Are you in the cave of Malauea? Shall I bring you sweet water? The water of the fountain? Shall I bring the uau? The pala and ohelo? Are you baking the honu? And the red, sweet hala? Shall I pound the kalo of Maui? Shall we dip in the gourd together? The bird and the fish are bitter. And the mountain water is sour. I shall drink it no more. I shall drink with Ipuhai, the great shark of Manele. Ceasing his sad wail, Makakahau gazed for a moment upon the grave where were buried the light and hope of his life, and then leaped from the rock into the boiling surge at its base. His body was crushed in the breakers. The witnesses of the sacrifice secured the mangled remains of the dead lover, and interred them with respect in the kapapa of Manele. This is the story told by the old bards of LANAI of the lonely rock of PUUPEHE, and the still inaccessible summit, with the marks of a grave upon it, attests with reasonable certainty that, the mele has something of a foundation in fact. The story of LAIEIKAWAI. Characters. LAIEIKAWAI, the heroine. Called also Kawahini o Kaliula, the lady of the twilight, daughter of a chief of Oahu. Lealohilo, twin sister of LAIEIKAWAI. Waka, their grandmother, a powerful sorceress. Kapakaiha, a priest of Kukaniloko, Oahu. Hulamaniani, a prophet of Kauai. Iwohikupua, a chief of Wailua, Kauai, of Kupua or supernatural birth, and from a foreign country. Moanali Haikawakil, Iwohikupua's father. And Lakialula, his mother. Both mysterious beings, and inhabitants of the moon. Kainohaila, brother of Iwohikupua, and a demigod living in the sun. Male Haiwale. Sisters of Iwohikupua. Male Kaluhea. Male Lauli. Male Pakaha, and Kahalomapuana the youngest. Kikalukalukwa, king of Kauai after Kauakahailai. Haualiki, a petty chief of Mana, Kauai. Halaniani, a petty chief of Puna, Hawaii, and Malio, his sister, a sorceress. Hinaikamalama, a chiefess of Hana, Maui. Poliahu, a goddess of Mauna Kea, Hawaii. KEAULUMOKU, a gigantic mu, or lizard god. The story of LAIEIKAWAI. A supernatural folklore legend of the 14th century. Prefatory. Early in the spring of 1885 a party of 6 or 8 ladies and gentlemen, the writer being of the number, made a carriage circuit of the island of Oahu. Ample preparations for the little journey had been made by the governor of the island, and the marshal of the kingdom acted in the double capacity of guide and escort. A score of attending natives accompanied the party on horseback, and a delightful week or more was consumed in skirting the breezy beaches of Ko'olau, in dalliance at Waialua, in visiting historic points of interest, and in completing a journey of something less than 100 miles. Starting from Honolulu, the empty carriages were carefully lowered down the steep, ragged and narrow Pali road leading to the valleys below, and the first evening found us at rest by the beautiful shores of Kaneohe. Entering the district of Kololoa the next day, and approaching the coast over a broad stretch of grassy meadow but slightly above the level of the ocean, our party was suddenly brought to a halt beside a pool of clear water, nearly round, and perhaps 100 feet in diameter. The surface of the pool was 10 or 12 feet below the level of the surrounding plain, and its even banks of solid rock dropped almost perpendicularly into water of unknown depth. The volume of the pool is affected neither by rain nor drought, and the native belief is that it is fed by springs at the bottom, and has a subterranean drainage to the ocean, some 2 or 3 miles distant. This, we learned, was the celebrated pond of Waiapuka, around which so many strange legends have been woven. All of them speak of a cavern somewhere beyond the walls of the pool, and to be reached only by diving into the water and finding the narrow passage leading up into it. While listening to fragments of the story of LAIEIKAWAI and of other legends connected with the mysterious cavern, and seriously doubting the existence of the secret chamber so prominently referred to in the early folklore of Oahu, an old native, who had joined the party at Kaneohe, quietly and without a word dismounted, divested himself of his upper garments and plunged into the pool. Swimming to the northern wall, he clung for a moment to a slight projection, and then disappeared. It was suggested for the first time that he was in search of the cavern of LAIEIKAWAI, and all eyes were turned toward the point where he was last seen above the water. 3 or 4 minutes elapsed, and fears for his safety began to be exchanged, when the salutation of "Aloha" greeted us from the opposite wall, and the next moment a pair of black eyes were seen glistening through a small opening into the cavern, not before observed, about 4 feet above the surface of the water. The swimmer then returned to the pool by the passage through which he had left it, and we were compelled to admit that the cavern of LAIEIKAWAI was a reality, however wild and visionary may have been the stories connected with it. Not a single person present, including the governor, had ever before seen the passage to the cavern attempted, and the natives were overjoyed at what they had witnessed. To the many questions with which he was pressed the old man returned but brief answers on his return, and when importuned to explain the method of his entrance to the cavern, that the secret might not be lost, he pointed significantly to the sea, and declared that there would be found the bodies of those who sought to solve the mystery of the passage and failed. This rediscovery of the entrance to the cavern of LAIEIKAWAI created a renewed interest in the legends associated with it, and thenceforth during our journey many of the old stories were rehearsed. The most interesting related to LAIEIKAWAI. It is a recklessly fanciful recital, and gives expression to the extravagant conceits of the early Hawaiian bards. Following is presented a condensation of the legend of LAIEIKAWAI, as more elaborately told by Hale. Editor. I. The father of LAIEIKAWAI was Kahakapaka, chief of the 2 Ko'olau districts, comprising the entire windward side of the island of Oahu, and her mother's name was Malaikahana. Soon after their marriage he made a vow that if her children should prove to be girls they were to be put to death, at least until a son should be born to them. In accordance with this savage vow the first 4 of Malaikahana's children, all being daughters, were slain without mercy. When her time again drew near, by the advice of a priest she sent her husband to the coast to bring her some owa palemo, a small fish of which she was exceedingly fond. In his absence she was delivered of twin girls, who were named LAIEIKAWAI and Lealohilo. They were surpassingly beautiful children, and, desirous of saving their lives, the mother consigned the first named to the care of Waka, the child's grandmother, and the other to Kapukaiha, a priest of discretion and sanctity. On the return of the husband he was told that the expected child came into the world without life. He knew that a birth in his house had occurred during his absence, for he had heard 2 distinct claps of thunder. Waka took her foster child to the cavern which opens into the pond of Waiapuka, and which can be entered only by diving. Lealohilo was taken by her priestly protector to the sacred enclosure of Kukaniloko, on the western side of the island, and there tenderly cared for. The moment Waka entered the cavern of Waiapuka with LAIEIKAWAI, a rainbow appeared over the place, and was constantly visible so long as the child remained there. Even when the sun was obscured by clouds the rainbow could be seen. At length the rainbow was observed by the great prophet Hulumaniani on the distant island of Kauai. For 20 days in succession he saw it, and knew its significance. He secured a canoe and 15 men from Palula, the chief of Wailua, provided himself with a black pig, white fowl and red fish for sacrifice, and, when the star Sirius rose, set sail for Oahu. Reaching that island, he landed at Waianae, and, guided by the rainbow, in due time arrived at the pool of Waiapuka. Waka had just dived into the cave, and he noticed ripples on the water. During the day Waka started to leave the cavern, but caught a glimpse of the prophet sitting on the bank, and quickly returned, again ruffling the water. The prophet remained by the pool all night, and in the morning saw a rainbow over Kukaniloko. Traveling in that direction, he ascended Mount Kaala, when he saw the rainbow over the island of Molokai. Finding a canoe bound thither, he took passage and landed at Haleolono, near the western shore. In a dream Waka had been directed by Kapukaiha to remove LAIEIKAWAI to some secure place, and had accordingly taken her to Maleoa, a secluded spot on the north side of Molokai. Following the rainbow, the prophet arrived in the evening at Waikalu, just below Maleoa, but that night Waka was again advised in a dream to remove at once to the island of Hawaii and dwell with her ward at Paliuli. They departed at dawn, and at Kiwanui met a man getting his canoe ready to sail to Lanai, and engaged passage. But before they could embark LAIEIKAWAI accidentally removed the veil which Waka compelled her to wear, and the man was amazed at her beauty. Instead of starting for Lanai, he invited Waka and her ward to remain at his house until he could secure the services of another rower, and then started around the island, proclaiming to every group of people the great beauty of LAIEIKAWAI. A great crowd had assembled at Kalaupapa to witness a boxing match, and there the man extolled the beauty of the girl in the presence of the head chief and the prophet in search of her. Not doubting that the girl described was the one he was in quest of, the prophet proceeded to Kauaila and saw the rainbow over Hawaii. That night he arrived at Kamola, the land adjoining, and went to rest, for he had journeyed far and was weary. Meanwhile Waka, again warned in a dream, obtained a canoe and sailed across the channel to Lanai, landing at Maunale. 3 days of fog and rain followed, and on the 4th the prophet saw the rainbow over Maunale. It did not remain there, however. 10 days later he discerned something peculiar on the high peak of Haleakala, on the island of Maui. He proceeded thither, but found nothing there but fog and rain. He next journeyed to Kauiki, a hill near Hana, and there erected a small heiau, or temple, for the worship of his patron deity. After the dedication, seeing nothing on Hawaii, and receiving no inspiration, he remained for some time at Kauiki. At length, in the early days of the 7th month of the year, he saw faintly with the rising of the sun a rainbow on the windward side of Hawaii. At sunset on the 3rd day of the next month he entered his heiau and prayed fervently, and there appeared before him the wraiths of Waka and LAIEIKAWAI. His patron god then informed him that the persons whose shadows he had seen were living in the forest of Puna, in a house thatched with the yellow feathers of the Oo. With this information the prophet set sail for Mahukona, on the island of Hawaii. There he prayed in the temple of Pahana, and was directed to Waipio, where he offered sacrifices in the famous heiau of Pakalana. He proceeded thence to Kaiwalahilahai, near Laupahoehoe, where he remained for some years, unable to obtain any further information of the persons of whom he was in search. 2. It was during the sojourn of Hulumaniani, the prophet, at Kaiwalahilahai, that Kauakahialai, king of Kauai, with his queen, Kailaikawakikoa, returned from a wedding tour of the group. A great assemblage of chiefs and commoners had met to welcome them home with music, dancing and other festivities. In relating his adventures, the king referred to a meeting with the mysterious princess of Paliuli, whose beauty, he declared, was something more than human. The meeting occurred at Kea'au, in Puna. The kahu of the king first met the princess and her companion, and, when requested by him to favor his royal master with a visit, the princess informed him that she might possibly comply with his request the night following. "If I come," she said, "I will give you warning. Now, listen and heed," she continued. "If you hear the voice of the Ao, I am not in its notes, and when you hear the caw of the Alala, I am not in its voice. When the notes of the Alepaio are heard, I am getting ready to descend. When you hear the song of the Apapane, I shall have come out of my house. Listen, then, and if you hear the Iwapalina singing, I am outside of your house. Come forth and meet me." And so it came to pass. In the kihi, or first watch of the evening, resounded the cry of the Ao, in the second watch the caw of the Alala, at midnight the chirping of the Alepaio, in the pailai of the morning the song of the Apapane. And at daybreak the voice of the Iwapalina. Then a shadow fell on the door, and we were enveloped, said the king, in a thick fog, and when it cleared away the princess was seen in her glorious beauty, borne on the wings of birds. The name of the divine being, he said, was LAIEIKAWAI. Among the chiefs who listened to this story of the king was Iwohikupua, chief of Wailua, who was of foreign birth. He had made a vow that he would not marry a Hawaiian woman, and, expressing the opinion that the princess described by the king was a daughter of other lands, he resolved to make her his wife. To this end he sought out the late kahu of the king and made him his confidant and chief officer. They talked of little else than LAIEIKAWAI. He had a vision of her in a dream, and drank awa successively for many days, in the hope of inspiring a repetition of the vision. He chanted a mele in praise of the unknown princess, renewed his resolution to possess her, and then prepared to go to Hawaii in search of her. He fitted out 2 double canoes, with 16 rowers and 2 steersmen, and, when the augurs and soothsayers declared the omens favorable, on the rising of Sirius he set sail for Hawaii. On his way thither he stopped at many places, and at length arrived in the harbor of Haineu, in the district of Hana, Maui. A number of surf riders were amusing themselves on the beach, among them Hinaikamalama, the famous chiefess of Hana. Iwohikupua was smitten with her charms, and accepted her invitation to join the bathing party in their sports. In turn she became enamored of him, and invited him to visit her house and play konane, a game resembling draughts, with her. When about to begin the game she asked him what he was willing to wager on his success, and he pointed to one of his double canoes. She declined the condition, and proposed, instead, that they should stake their persons. To this he agreed, and, playing, lost the game. To avoid paying the forfeit he declared that he had made a vow to give himself in love to no woman until after he had made the circuit of the island of Hawaii, and admonished her to remain faithful to him while he was absent. The chief and his party left Haineu, and the next day arrived at Kauhola, in the district of Kohala, Hawaii, where a boxing match was in progress. Iwohikupua was challenged to a contest by Ihuanu, the champion of Kohala. The challenge was accepted, and in the struggle Ihuanu was killed. They next landed at Paauhau, in Hamakua, to witness another boxing match. The local champion was Haunaka. He was invited to a contest with Iwohikupua, but, learning something of the prowess of the chief, he declined the conflict. They then sailed for Laupahoehoe, where the prophet Hulumaniani was still residing. That evening the prophet was watching the clouds for omens, and discerned in them that a chief's double canoe was approaching, bearing 19 men. The next morning he saw a mist on the sea, and prepared his black pig, white fowl and bunch of awa. Then followed peals of thunder, and Iwohikupua's canoes came in sight, with the pululu insignia of a chief, whereupon the prophet offered sacrifices, and prayed for the chief and himself. Landing, the chief and prophet embraced, and spent the night together, but Iwohikupua did not disclose the real object of his voyage. They then sailed for Makahanaloa, from which place could be seen the rainbow over Paliuli. They landed at Keaau, where the people were surf bathing. In the evening Iwohikupua left his men with the canoes, taking with him only his confidant, the Kahu, carrying a rich feather mantle as a present to the lady of Paliuli. After a long and wearisome journey through the thick jungle they heard the crowing of a cock, and soon after came to a clearing, at the farther end of which was the house of LAIEIKAWAI, all covered with the choice yellow feathers of the Oo. Iwohikupua was amazed and humiliated. Said he, "I brought my royal feather cloak as a present to her, and behold, it is not equal to the thatch of her house." Then turning to his Kahu, he said, "I will stay here no longer. Let us return." In spite of the remonstrances of his companion, Iwohikupua returned to Keaau without seeing LAIEIKAWAI, and sailed at once for Kauai. They did not stop to visit the prophet at Lolapahoho. When off the coast of Hamakua they saw a woman of extraordinary beauty reclining on a cliff by the shore. She was graceful in every movement, and wore a snow-white mantle. They landed and made her acquaintance. Her name was Poliahu, of Mauna Kea. As usual, the chief began to talk to her at once of love. In reply she asked him if he had not sworn by the names of his gods not to marry a woman born on the Hawaiian group, and whether he had not engaged himself to Hinaikamolama, of Hana. She informed him that, like himself, she too was of Kupua descent and possessed supernatural powers. She promised to marry him, however, so soon as he could be released from his oath and would return to claim her. She accompanied them as far as Kohala, where she exchanged mantles with the chief in pledge of their betrothal, and then took her departure. Crossing the channel to Maui, the chief put into the harbor of Hainu, but did not land. Hinaikamolama hailed him from the shore, and demanded the fulfillment of his promise. But he beguiled her by declaring that he had not yet completed the circuit of Hawaii, having sailed only along the windward side of it, and that bad news from home compelled his immediate return to Kauai. She believed him and was pacified. In the middle of the Oahu Channel he enjoined secrecy on his crew, and then hastened to Kauai, fully determined to return to Hawaii and secure an audience with the Princess of Paliuli. Reaching home, he informed his 5 sisters of what he had seen at Paliuli, and they agreed to accompany him to Hawaii and assist him in his suit with the beautiful LAIEIKAWAI. The next day Iwohikupua selected a fresh crew of 14 rowers and 2 pilots, who, with his sisters and confidential counselor, made a party of 23 in all, and set sail for Hawaii. They were detained a month at Honua, Maui, by stormy weather, but finally reached Kalahululu, in the district of Kona, Hawaii. Poliahu saw their canoes there, and was disappointed when they left for Hilo. They arrived at Keaau, in Puna, about the middle of the day, and Iwohikupua made his arrangements and started inland at once with his 5 sisters and trusted Kahu. At midnight the party reached Paliuli. The chief stationed his eldest sister, Malehaiwale, at the door of LAIEIKAWAI. She sent forth the delicate fragrance of the plant of her name, which awoke LAIEIKAWAI. "Waka! Waka!" exclaimed the princess. "Here," answered Waka. "What wakes you in the night?" "A fragrance, a strange, cool fragrance, which goes to my heart," returned the girl. "It is not a strange fragrance," said Waka. "It is certainly Malehaiwale, the sweet-scented sister of Iwohikupua, who has come to ask you to be his wife." "Pshaw! I will not marry him," was the petulant response of LAIEIKAWAI. Iwohikupua heard her refusal, and was so thoroughly disheartened that he proposed to abandon his sisters and return to Keaau, but his trusty Kahu intervened and advised another trial. So the next in age, Malekaluhea, took a position by the door. Her fragrance was different and more penetrating, but nearly the same exchange of words as before occurred within the house. The chief again proposed to leave, but the Kahu insisted on trying the powers of Maelauli. But no better success followed. "Try again," said the counselor, "and if they all fail I myself will undertake to persuade her." So Malepakaha was sent to the door, but with no better result, and, speaking loudly enough to be heard without, LAIEIKAWAI said, "Whoever may come, I will not consent to marry Iwohikupua." Hearing this, and regarding any further attempt as useless, Iwohikupua ordered his sisters to remain behind in the woods as a punishment for their failure, and started on his return to the coast. The youngest sister, whose powers had not been tried, called after him and touched his heart. He offered to take her and leave the rest behind, but she would not consent to abandon her sisters. One of them chanted a mele to soften his heart, but he remained obdurate. He proceeded to the coast, the sisters following as best they could, and when they saw him and his attendants seated in the canoes and ready for departure, Melkaluhea chanted a touching mele, but he heeded it not and put out to sea. The sisters traveled by land and met Iwohikupua as he was about to go ashore at Punahoa, but he avoided them by again setting sail. They then traveled overland to Honolulu, where their brother had stopped for supplies. They watched during the night, and when Iwohikupua was about to embark in the morning his sisters drew near, and Kahalomapuana chanted a pathetic song, and with so great effect that her brother invited her into his canoe, placed her on his knee and wept over her. Ordering his rowers to pull out to sea with his youngest sister, whom he still held in his embrace, she begged him to return for the others, and when he refused she chanted a farewell song, leaped overboard and swam ashore. The sisters then decided to return to Paliuli, scarcely knowing where else to go on the island of Hawaii, where they were strangers. Arriving there, they found shelter in a clump of hala trees near the house of LAIEIKAWAI, the doors of which were kept continually closed. Failing to attract the attention of the inmates, the sisters concluded to keep a fire burning at night and to sing by turns, Male Haiwale the first night, Male Kaluhea the second, and so on for 4 nights, but no notice was taken of them. On the 5th night it was the turn of the youngest sister to sing. She lighted the fire, made a musical instrument of a ti leaf and played upon it. She did this in the evening and morning watches for 2 nights. LAIEIKAWAI had never heard the instrument before, and it delighted her. So she sent her kahu, a hunchback, to first spy out the musician, and then bring before her the person who was capable of making such music. Following the kahu, Kahalomapuana found LAIEIKAWAI resting on the wings of birds, with 2 iwapalinas perched upon her shoulders. She was kindly received, played before her, and told her of her sisters. Touched by the recital, LAIEIKAWAI ordered a house to be built for them, and formally adopted them as her companions and guards. They were fed by birds and lived as in an enchanted bower. On the return to Kauai of Iwohikupua from his second voyage he had a great feast prepared, and all the guests were made drunk on awa. Under the influence of the liquor Iwohikupua divulged the secret of his mission to Hawaii, and told all about his unsuccessful efforts in seeking to secure an interview with the princess of Paliuli. Haualiki, a handsome young chief of Mana, rose to his feet and boasted that he could achieve without difficulty what Iwohikupua had failed to accomplish. Whereupon the latter offered to furnish him with a canoe and men to sail it if he would undertake to make good his boast, and each made a wager of his lands on the result. Haualiki set sail for Hawaii the next day, and on his arrival at Keaau was greatly admired for his manly beauty. The following morning a dense fog enveloped the place, and when it cleared away he saw 7 women sitting by the seaside, one of whom was LAIEIKAWAI. To attract her attention Haualiki for 4 successive days appeared before her in the surf, performing many difficult feats of swimming and diving, but she gave him no heed. On the 5th day he exhibited his skill in surf swimming, and won applause from all but LAIEIKAWAI. He then showed himself as a surf swimmer without a board. His skill was then recognized by LAIEIKAWAI, and she beckoned him to approach, and threw around his neck a lei lehua, or garland of lehua blossoms. Immediately the fog settled down, and when it cleared LAIEIKAWAI and her party had left for Paliuli. Haualiki and his guide determined to follow the party at once, and, traveling all night, they reached Paliuli in the morning. Approaching the house, they were met by Male Haiwale, the first sentinel, who ordered them to retire. But they passed her by force, as they did the 2nd, 3rd and 4th guards, until they met Kahalomapuana near the door of the house, resting on the wings of birds. She ordered them back, threatening that the birds should pick their bones, and they returned in haste to Keaau. Undecided what course to pursue, Hau'oliki dreamed of meeting LAIEIKAWAI several nights in succession, and at last resolved to visit Paliuli again and without an attendant. Reaching the spot, he approached the house by a back path without encountering the sentinels, and found KAHUMANU asleep at the door. He pushed aside the feather curtain, entered the room, and found LAIEIKAWAI asleep, resting on the wings of birds. He awoke her, and she ordered him away. He pleaded with her and told her of his dreams, but she insisted upon his departure. KAHUMANU then came to the assistance of her mistress, and drove the importunate suitor back to Kea'au. Abandoning the undertaking as hopeless, Hau'oliki returned to Kauai. Arriving at Wailua, he was welcomed by a large gathering of chiefs, and when he had told his story Iwohikupua generously forgave him his wager. Rejoiced to learn that his sisters had become the attendants of LAIEIKAWAI, Iwohikupua resolved to revisit Paliuli. He assembled a fleet of 20 double and 30 single canoes, 40 peleleus for his attendants, and a triple canoe for himself and counselor, and set sail for Hawaii. Waka knew of the arrival of the fleet at Kea'au, and admonished LAIEIKAWAI not to visit the coast. The sisters were put on guard, and KAHUMANU summoned to their defense their terrible patron god KEAULUMOKU, a mu, or gigantic lizard. The night following these preparations Iwohikupua and his guide made their appearance at Paliuli. 5 taboo sticks, covered with white kapa, had been set at intervals beyond the house. But the invaders disregarded them and pushed on, until they encountered male Haiwale, the first sentinel. She ordered them to retire, and sent a bird to summon the rest of her sisters. The youngest came, borne on the wings of birds, and drove her brother back, telling him that they were no longer sisters of his. Iwohikupua returned to Kea'au, resolved to secure by force what he had been unable to effect by strategy. He therefore sent up to Paliuli a detachment of 10 warriors, but they were promptly slain by the lizard god. After waiting for 2 days he sent another detachment of 20 warriors, with a competent officer, and all of them shared the same fate. He next sent 40 men, and still other 40s, until 8 40s in all had perished. He next dispatched his 2 swift messengers to inquire about the fate of his warriors. They met a birdcatcher above Ola'a, who told them of the mu and his dreadful work. Presently they heard the roaring of the wind and the crash of falling trees, and the monster appeared in the path before them. They reassumed their bird forms, however, and escaped by flying. Iwohikupua then summoned KAAHUMANU, the man-eating dog from Kahiki, to kill the mu and bring to him LAIEIKAWAI. And with the dog he sent his 2 bird messengers, to bring him early tidings of the result. As the 2 monsters met, a column of fog rose and drifted toward the sea. This warned Iwohikupua that the dog had been defeated. Late in the day the animal returned, badly wounded and with ears and tail missing, and the whole party set sail for Kauai. Arriving home, Iwohikupua thought of his engagement with the beautiful Poliahu, and began to perform certain expiatory rites to relieve himself of the oath he had taken not to marry a woman of the Hawaiian Islands. He then sent his 2 bird messengers to Poliahu, to inform her that he was preparing to fulfill his engagement. By mistake the birds flew to Hana. They inquired for the betrothed of the Kauai chief, and were directed to Hinaikamilama. They informed her that 3 months were to be spent in preparation, and that in the 4th month, in the night of Kulu, Iwohikupua would come to claim his bride. These were the words they had been instructed to speak to Poliahu, but by mistake they were told to another, who joyously replied, "He remembers, then, the game of konane which we played together." On the return of the bird messengers the blunder was discovered, and they were banished from the court. Then the KAUAI, or tropic bird, was sent to Poliahu with the same message with which the others had been entrusted. Iwohikupua, relieved of his oath, waited until the 24th day of the 3rd month, and then set sail in great state, with 40 double and 80 single canoes, and 20 peleleus. On the 11th day of the 4th month he arrived at Kauai, and dispatched the KAUAI to inform Poliahu, who named Waialoa as the place for the marriage. To give brilliancy to the ceremony Iwohikupua dressed his petty chiefs, male and female, in feather cloaks, and many of his female attendants in fine mats. He wore the white mantle given to him by Poliahu, and a red feather helmet. His rowers were clad in fine red kappas. On the platform of the chief's double canoe was raised an anu, covered with yellow cloaks, and above it stood the taboo pululu. Around this canoe were 10 others, carrying musicians skilled in playing the hula drum and other instruments. On the day of Kulu the 3 great mountains were covered with snow, which was the sign promised by Poliahu. On the arrival of Iwohikupua and his party at Waialola they were met by Poliahu, Lilinoe, Waiau and Kahupakane, the 3 latter being mountain goddesses. The men suffered from cold but on being apprised of the fact Poliahu and her friends removed their snow mantles, causing the snow on the mountains to retire to its usual limits. Iwohikupua and Poliahu were then made man and wife. Feasting and music followed, and the happy pair returned together to Kauai, making their residence above Hanapue. In revenge for their dismissal the banished bird messengers informed Hinaikamalama of the marriage of her betrothed. Angered at his perfidy, she persuaded her parents to make a visit with her to Kauai. There was a gathering of chiefs at Mana, Kauai, to celebrate the nuptials of Haualiki and Makaweli. The night was spent in games, dancing and other pastimes. A game of kilu was in progress. At midnight Hinaikamalama entered the kilu shed and sat down among the circle of players. Observing her, Haualiki requested the Mea drawer, to tell Iwohikupua to stop the hula keek and take part in the game of kilu, in order to enable him to make her his prize. Accordingly, when Haualiki won at the game, the Mea went around the circle and threw the male wreath over him. The wreath was then removed and placed over the shoulders of Hinaikamalama. She rose to her feet and requested permission to speak. She asked in whose honor the festival was being given, and, on being informed of the occasion, requested Haualiki to delay the fulfillment of the Ume, and then proceeded to tell her story of the faithlessness of Iwohikupua. The story created a great sensation, and the conduct of Iwohikupua was universally condemned. Poliahu was enraged and returned to Mauna Kea, and the chief agreed to fulfill his engagement with Hinaikamalama. The night of their marriage Poliahu sent the chill of her snow mantle upon her rival, and she was benumbed with cold. Her teeth chattered, and it was with difficulty that she could be kept from freezing. A second time, when she and Iwohikupua came together, an intense chill came over her. She was frightened, and inquired the cause. The chief answered, "The cold is sent by your rival. Betake you at once to a fire, that you may not perish." The next day at noon they met, as had been previously arranged. Poliahu put on her sun mantle, and a scorching heat almost consumed her rival. Again they met, but were unable to remain together, and Hinaikamalama unceremoniously left Kauai, without even touching noses with Iwohikupua. Before she left for Maui, however, a kilu game was arranged at Puupehe, and Haualiki, still mindful of his success at Mana, endeavored to secure the fruits of his victory. But Hinaikamalama refused to yield, unless the victor would come to Hana in proper state and formally make her his wife. During the game Poliahu and her companions appeared in glittering robes of snow and chilled the assemblage, and the next morning they returned to Mauna Kea, while Hinaikamalama set sail for Hana. 3. The king and queen of Kauai both dying a short time after the events just before recorded, they left the sovereignty of the island to their son, Kekalukalukua. They also left in his charge a magical bamboo, ohe, called Kanikawi, and enjoined upon him a promise to seek out and marry LAIEIKAWAI, of whom many reports had reached Kauai. The new king ordered an immense fleet of canoes for his trip to Hawaii, and sailed in the month of Mehemua, or August. At Makahanaloa he saw the rainbow over Keaau, and sailed thither. Waka foresaw his coming and advised LAIEIKAWAI to marry him and become the queen of a whole island. After waiting 4 days LAIEIKAWAI and her kahu, the hunchback, went down to Keaau, and watched the king and his 2 favorite companions sporting in the surf. They knew the king by his not carrying his own surfboard when he landed. She returned to Paliuli and informed Waka that she would accept him for a husband. Waka then arranged that Kekalukalukua should go at sunrise the next morning and play in the surf alone. That a dense fog should settle down, under cover of which LAIEIKAWAI would join him in the surf, that when the fog raised the two would be seen by all riding in together on the same roller, and then they were to touch noses. A fog would again envelop them, and then birds would bear the pair to Paliuli. She was forbidden to speak to any one after leaving the house. Now, it appears that Halaniani, a young man of Puna, noted for his debaucheries, had often seen LAIEIKAWAI at KEAULUMOKU, and ardently longed to possess her. Learning that she was about to marry the king of Kauai, he implored his sister, Malio, to exert her magical powers in his behalf. She consented, and by her direction they both went to sleep, and when they awoke related to each other their dreams. She dreamed that she saw a bird building a nest and leaving it in the possession of another, which was a sure omen in favor of Halaniani. Malio declared that her magic powers would prevail over those of Waka, and gave her brother minute instructions, which he strictly observed, as will appear. They went to the beach and saw Kekalukalukua swimming alone in the surf. Soon the fog of Waka settled down on the land. A clap of thunder was heard as LAIEIKAWAI reached the surf. A second peal resounded, invoked by Malio. The fog lifted, and 3 persons instead of 2 were seen in the surf. This was noted with surprise on shore. When the first roller came the king said, "Let us go ashore," and he rode in on the breaker with LAIEIKAWAI, while Halaniani remained behind. At that moment the king and his companion touched noses. 3 times they rode in on the waves, while Halaniani, as directed by his sister, remained outside among the rollers. The 4th time LAIEIKAWAI asked the king why he desired to repeat the sport so often. "Because," said he, "I am not used to the short surf, I prefer to ride on the long rollers." The 5th was to be the last time for the Kauai king and his promised bride. As soon as the 2 started for the shore, Halaniani seized LAIEIKAWAI by the feet and held her back, so that the surfboard slipped from her grasp, and Kekalukalukua was borne to the shore without her. She complained of the loss of her surfboard, and it was restored to her. Halaniani persuaded her to swim farther out to sea with him, telling her not to look back, as he would let her know when they reached his surf. After swimming for some time she remonstrated, but he induced her to continue on with him. At last he told her to look back. "Why," said she, in amazement, "the land is out of sight, and Kumukahi, the sea god, has come to stir the waves." "This is the surf of which I told you," he replied, "we will wait and go in on the 3rd roller. Do not in any case let go of your surfboard." Then he prayed to his patron deity, and the breakers began to rise. As the 3rd came thundering on, he exclaimed, "Pei koa," and, mounting the roller, they started for the shore. LAIEIKAWAI was in the overhanging arch of the wave, and, looking up, saw Halaniani poised with great skill on the crest. At that moment she began to yield to the seductive fascination of Halaniani. As they came in, Waka supposed her companion to be Kekalukalukua, and she sent down the birds in the fog. And when it cleared away, LAIEIKAWAI and Halaniani were occupants of the feather house at Paliuli, where their union was consummated. Waka wondered why her granddaughter did not come to her that night or the next day, as had been promised, and the day following she went to the house to learn if anything serious had happened. LAIEIKAWAI and her husband were sleeping soundly. Waka was enraged, for the man was not the one she had selected. Waking her granddaughter and pointing to the man, she exclaimed, "Who is this?" "Kekalukalukua," was the answer. "No," returned Waka, "this is Halaniani, the brother of Malio." Angered at the deception, Waka declared that she would deprive LAIEIKAWAI of her powers and privileges, and desired never to behold her face again. Abandoning LAIEIKAWAI, Waka resolved to assume the charge of her twin sister, Lealohilo, and wed her to the king of Kauai. She had been left, it will be remembered, with the priest of Kukaniloko, on the island of Oahu. To this end Waka had a new house erected, and, borrowing a double canoe from Kekalukalukua, sailed at once for Oahu. Arriving at Kukaniloko, she offered a pig as a propitiation, and explained her errand to Kapakaiha, who approved her plans and delivered Lealohilo into her charge. After an absence of 33 days Waka returned to Keaau with the sister of LAIEIKAWAI. At her command the fog gathered, and they were secretly borne by birds to their new house at Paliuli. Within 3 days she had a consultation with Kalakaua in relation to his marriage with Lealohilo. She directed him to build a large kilu shed, and there assemble the people of the district, that the ceremony might be celebrated with becoming pomp. Meanwhile, Halaniani had seen Lealohilo, and determined to secure her for himself. With this object he persuaded LAIEIKAWAI to go down to Kaiāu with him for a few days of sea bathing, leaving her faithful attendants behind. Arriving there, he told her that he was about to visit his sister, Malio, and if he did not return in 2 days she might consider him dead. On the 12th day the 5 sisters went down to Kaiāu and joined their mistress in wailing over her husband, whom she believed to be dead. Soon after they all had dreams of Halaniani with another woman, and concluded to cease their mourning and return to Paliuli. Halaniani visited his sister and induced her to assist him in his designs concerning Lealohilo. She advised him to watch her for 4 days, and report his observations. He did so, and reported that her chief occupation was stringing lehua flowers. And he climbed a tree to observe her, while his sister sounded the pulai, or ti leaf trumpet, 5 times, and again 5 times, but Lealohilo did not take the slightest notice of it. The next morning they went there again, and he climbed a tree with a mass of lehua blossoms, and threw them down before her, while his sister played the hano, a sweet-toned wind instrument. This attracted the attention of Lealohilo, and, without seeing the musician, she expressed her thanks. The morning following they repeated these maneuvers 3 times. Then Lealohilo spoke and said, "If the musician is a woman, let us touch noses." With this Malio showed herself, and proposed that she should touch noses with her brother first. This angered her, and she ordered both of them to leave. Malio admitted her failure, but promised to resort to supernatural agencies, and win Lealohilo for her brother on her wedding day, as had been done with LAIEIKAWAI. About this time Waka went down to communicate to Kalakaua her program for the marriage ceremonies, fixed for the day following. He was to order the people and his court to assemble at the appointed place, and at noon was to retire to his own house. She would then cover the land with a thick mist, and the singing of birds would be heard. First the quack of the ailey and the chirping of uekeki, on hearing which he would step without the house. Next he would hear the singing of the o-o, which would indicate that she was about to send to him Lealohilo. Then would be heard the notes of the iwapalina, and his bride would be near him. Lastly, he would hear the singing of the kahuli, and they would meet apart from the assemblage, when thunder would peal, the earth would quake, and the people would tremble. Then the two would be borne upward by birds, the mist would clear away, and they would be seen resting upon the birds in glory. LAIEIKAWAI and the 5 sisters were anxious to witness the coming display, of which they had heard, and KAHUMANU engaged the Mu god, KEAULUMOKU, to convey them thither at the appointed time. Malio assured her brother again that her power would prevail over the efforts of Waka, and the preliminaries of the ceremony began. At noon Kalakaua, dressed as became the occasion, entered his house, as had been arranged. He heard the singing of birds, came forth in the fog, and awaited the coming of his bride. A clap of thunder followed, when the fog lifted, and Lealohilo and Halaniani were seen rising in the air on the wings of birds. LAIEIKAWAI and her attendants witnessed the ascension, sitting on the tongue of the great Mu. Believing that he had again lost his bride, Kalakaua sought Waka, to chide her for the failure. "She is not his yet," said Waka, "for she has obeyed my command not to speak to or touch noses with him," and, to reassure the king, she offered to stake her life that all would yet be well. As they approached the place of assembly Waka again enveloped it in fog, and immediately sent Kalakaua upward in the air on the wings of birds. When the fog cleared away, Kalakaua and Lealohilo were beheld sitting together, upborne by birds, and the multitude shouted, "Hoa na li! The chiefs are married!" When Waka heard these acclamations she appeared before the congregation and denounced LAIEIKAWAI in the most opprobrious terms. The latter departed in shame and rage, and was carried by the Mu, together with the 5 sisters, to Ola, where she took up her residence. Halaniani's misdemeanors finally brought him into great contempt, and he was despised and condemned by all. The Kauai king returned home with his bride, taking with him Waka. On their way they stopped at Oahu to take on board the priest Kapukaiha, who became the prime minister of Kauai. 4. The sisters of Iwohikupua, chagrined at what had befallen their mistress, resolved to send Kahalomopuana to Kealohilani, in a far distant land, to bring their brother, Kainohaila, to marry LAIEIKAWAI, in order that she might triumph over Waka. Accordingly, she started on her voyage, being carried by the gigantic Mu god, KEAULUMOKU. Meantime, LAIEIKAWAI and her train made a pleasure trip around Hawaii, first to Kau, then to Kona, and next to Kohala. Becoming discouraged, the old prophet of Kauai had left Kaiwalahilahai, Hawaii, and started for his native island. Touching at Waimea, he saw the well-known rainbow over Kaiope, a half-hour's journey north of Kauai, and followed it to Mulau, and then to Puakea, in Kohala, where he finally met and conversed with LAIEIKAWAI. He procured a double canoe for the party, and they sailed together to Laie, Oahu, where he learned the history of LAIEIKAWAI. That night his guardian deity informed him in a dream that she was the person he had been seeking for so long, and directed him to take the party to Haina, Kauai. In the morning he offered a pig and fowl before her, and obtained her consent for him to become her guardian. They then sailed for Kauai, and settled at Hanopuwaiakwa. In one of his subsequent tours the prophet found, on arriving at Wailua, that all the virgin daughters of the petty chiefs and courtiers on Kauai had been collected there. In order that Iwohikupua might select 2 new wives to take the places of Poliahu and Hinaikamolama. The prophet spoke so contemptuously of the girls brought there for inspection, and boasted so loudly of the beauty and graces of his adopted daughter, that a quarrel arose and he was thrown into prison. He escaped during the night, however, and it was reported to the chief that he was dead. He had left a banana trunk wrapped in cloth, and it was offered on the altar of the heiau in the place of his body. At the moment when the deception was discovered the prophet made his appearance on the platform of a double canoe at the mouth of the river, with LAIEIKAWAI and the 5 sisters on board. Then LAIEIKAWAI stepped upon the platform, surrounded with the insignia of a taboo chief, and the wind ceased, the sea rose, thunders reverberated, lightnings flashed, and the heiau and altar were shaken almost to ruins. The assembled multitude shouted in admiration of the beauty of LAIEIKAWAI, and Iwohikupua, after recovering from the shock of what he had witnessed, sent a herald to demand her in marriage. But the prophet proudly answered that she was not for such as he, and would marry no one of lower rank than the sovereign of an island. They then returned to Hanopuwaiakwa. We will now return to Kahalomopuana, who was sent to a far distant land in search of her brother, in the hope of making him the husband of LAIEIKAWAI. For 4 months the great Mu swam with her in his mouth, and they arrived at last at Kealohilani. But the guardian of the place was absent on a visit to the moon, and they awaited his return for 20 days. On his arrival he was greatly alarmed at the sight of the gigantic reptile, lying with his head in the house and his tail in the sea, and without a word flew to Numialani to consult Kiloaikamolama, the powerful kupua, who shut the door of the kapu of the kukulu o kahiki, where Kainohaila was concealed. They returned together, the kupua armed with a palau 100 paces long with which to slay the Mu. Just as he was preparing to strike, the Mu stirred his tail in the ocean and sent a tremendous breaker rolling inland, and they both started to retreat. At that moment the Mu cast out Kahalomopuana on the neck of her uncle, Kiloaikamolama. He asked her who she was and the object of her visit, which she explained, and also their relationship. Then both embraced her affectionately, for they were brothers of her mother. In furtherance of the purposes of her visit, Kiloaikamolama took his niece with him on a 10 days' journey to the place of ascent, where he called upon Lanaiwiamakwa to let down the ladder. Before long a sort of spider's web, branching through the air, descended. He then gave his niece full directions, as follows: "Here is your way to ascend until you see a single house standing in the moon, in the land of Kahakikia, where dwells Moanali Haikawakil, your father, an old man with long hair and bent head. If he is awake do not approach him, lest he see you first, and you die before you have a chance to speak." Wait until he is asleep on his back. Then cautiously approach from the leeward, spring on his breast, grasp him tightly by the beard, and chant the mele in which I will instruct you. Instructing her in the mele, he continued, explain to him the object of your visit, and all will be well. She was about to begin the ascent when he imparted this final information, in ascending, if fine rain falls and you are chilly, fear not. It is caused by your father. Climb on, and, should you smell fragrance, know that it is caused by your mother and that you are approaching the end of your journey. If the sunbeams pierce you and the heat beats upon your head, do not fear. Persevere, and you will enter the shelter of the moon and be safe in Kahikikea. With these instructions she boldly began the ascent. Climbing upward without ceasing, toward evening she encountered fine rain and mist. Early next morning she smelt the fragrance of the shrub Kiele, at midday she suffered from the heat of the sun, and in the evening entered the cool shade of the moon, in the land of Kahikikea. Observing a large house standing alone, she proceeded to the lee side, and waited until the old man fell asleep on his back. She then grasped his beard and chanted the mele, as instructed by her uncle. He awoke, but she held him where lay his strength, and his struggles were vain. He asked her who she was, and about her relatives, and her answers were satisfactory. She then let go his beard and he took her on his knee and wailed over her. He then inquired the object of her visit, and she related the whole story. He informed her that it was not within his power to grant her request, and that she must apply to her mother, who lived with her son, Kaeanohaila, in a sacred, inaccessible place, and only visited Kahikikea once every month. By stratagem she obtained an interview with her mother, Lokialola, and after great persuasion secured her assistance in advancing the purposes of her visit. The old woman then summoned the bird god, Hauialoaikihiokamalama, to take them up into the kapu of the Kukulu o Kahiki. The bird reached down a wing, upon which they both mounted and were carried to Awakea, Noon, the god who opens the gate of the sun, where dwelt Kaeanohaila, the eyeball of the sun. They found the place shut in by thunderclouds. They called upon Awakea, who rose with intense heat and dispersed the clouds, disclosing to their view the prince asleep in the very center of the sun, where the air was white with heat. He awoke. His eyes were like lightning, and his body gleamed like molten lava. Lokialola called to him and said, "Your favorite sister is here." He looked up, and then summoned the guardians of the shade to appear and stand before him. This they promptly did, and the heat of the sun was mitigated. His resting place being thus shaded, he called his sister to him and wailed over her, for they had been separated for a long time. He inquired the object of her visit, and about their sisters, and brother Iwohikupua, and was interested in all that related to them. Through the advice of his mother he consented to descend and marry LAIEIKAWAI, and the signs of his coming, he explained, would be as follows. First, there would be a heavy rain and high surf before he started. Next, there would be strong wind for 10 days, followed by thunder without rain, then he would be in Kahikikea. When it thundered again twice he would be at Numialani, and when it thundered thrice he would be in Kealohilani. There he would lay aside his taboo supernatural form and assume the human shape as a high chief. After this there would be many portents, such as thunder, lightning, rain, fog, rainbows, high seas and mist on the ocean, and in 1 month thereafter he would appear on the mountain ridge at dawn. When the sun rose a halo would surround him, and in the evening, when the full moon rose in the night of Mahealani, he would appear and marry LAIEIKAWAI. After this he would punish the enemies of his sisters and his bride. As a token he gave to his sister for LAIEIKAWAI a rainbow robe. Kahalomapuana was a month in returning to Kealohilani, where she found the Mu in waiting for her. He swam with her across the great waters to Hawaii, but, not finding their friends at Ola, he hunted all through the islands, like a dog sending for his master, until he found them at Hanopuwaiakwa, Kauai. The whole trip occupied 11 months and 14 days. Kahalomapuana gave her friends a full history of her extraordinary journey, to the dismay of LAIEIKAWAI, who was awed at the thought of her intended husband. The prophet, who knew nothing of the mission of the sister until her return, had predicted the coming of Kaeanohaila a month before. And now he traveled around the island warning the people, and advising Iwohikupua, in particular, to set up taboo flags all around his place and collect his family within the precinct, but he was repelled with insult. He gave the same advice to Kekalukalukua, who obeyed it in spite of the opposition of Waka. 10 days after the return of Kahalomapuana, the portents began to appear in the order already named, and in due time Kainohaila appeared, surrounded by a halo. Shouts of acclamation and homage were heard throughout the island, and LAIEIKAWAI put on her rainbow robe. In the evening, as the full moon rose, the prince descended from the mountain and came within the circle of the prophet, and they all prostrated themselves before him. He spoke graciously to them, and told LAIEIKAWAI that he had come to make good the promise made to her through his sister. Then all shouted, Amana. Ue Noa, Lele Weoaku La. A rainbow appeared, and on it the prince and his bride were suddenly drawn upward to the moon. A few nights after, as the moon was directly overhead, a rainbow was let down like a ladder, on which they descended. Summoning the prophet, the prince directed him to travel around the island and make proclamation for all to assemble at the end of 10 days at Pihanakalani. The 5 sisters, and afterwards the prophet, were taken up to dwell in the coolness of the moon. One morning the assemblage at Pihanakalani saw the rainbow again let down from the moon, and standing upon it were the prince and his bride, the 5 sisters and the prophet. Vengeance was executed upon Waka, who was killed by a thunderbolt, and upon Iwohikupua, who was reduced to poverty and contempt. Lealohilo and Kekalukalukua were retained in favor under Kahalomapuana, who was designated as the regent of her brother, and the 4 other sisters were made the governesses of the rest of the islands of the group. The affairs of state being thus summarily settled, Kainohaila again departed with his bride up the rainbow beyond the clouds, to dwell in the Kapu o Kukulu o Kahiki, above the land called Kahakikia. V. Kainohaila made quarterly visits to his earthly dominions, to see that all went well with their rulers. Lealohilo had grown more beautiful than her sister, and he became enamored of her. To promote his designs he made Kahalomapuana joint regent with Mokukalekahiki and Kealohilani, and appointed Kekalukalukua to the regency of the entire group. He then requested the regent to make a tour of the islands, leaving Lealohilo at Pihanakalani. He next applied to her guardian, Kapakaiha, and gained his consent to aid in her seduction. After Kainohaila had made 2 more trips to Earth in furtherance of this intrigue, Lealohilo resolved to seek her husband, and set sail, accordingly, for the Windward Islands. She found him at Hanokalani, Maui, engaged in an amour with Hinaikamalama, the Hana chiefess who had abandoned Iwohikupua. After unavailing efforts to reclaim him she returned to Kauai. Kainohaila then renewed his visits, and at last remained a year with the deserted wife. The forsaken LAIEIKAWAI appealed to her father-in-law, who directed her to go to the taboo heiau when old Lakialola was asleep, and consult the bowl of knowledge. It was a wooden bowl, covered with wickerwork, the edge of the lid being decorated with feathers, and with carved images of birds standing on the rim. She was to remove the lid, insert her face in the bowl, and call Lakapalalai. To give her the knowledge she required. She followed these directions and saw what her husband was doing on earth. His father and mother also looked, and observed for themselves the treachery of their son. Straightway the latter was let down to the presence of Kainohaila. The sky was darkened and filled with uncanny forms, and ghastly voices wailed through the air, Ua Hal Kaulani. The heaven has fallen. Then the 3 were seen standing together upon the rainbow ladder, and Moanali Haikoakil proceeded to pronounce judgment on Kainohaila. He was never to return to the upper world, and was doomed to become a lapu, a specter or wandering ghost, and live on butterflies. Kahalomapuana took his place in the sun. LAIEIKAWAI, at her earnest request, was restored to earth to live with her sister, and the government of the group was entrusted to the prophet. LAIEIKAWAI had her name changed to Kawahini o Kaliula, the Lady of the Twilight, under which title she was worshipped by certain families after her death. LOHIAU, the lover of a goddess. Characters. Pele, the goddess of the volcanoes. HIIAKA, one of the sisters of Pele. Hopoe, a friend of HIIAKA. Paulai and traveling companions of HIIAKA. Omeo. Lonoikanolii, one of the brothers of Pele. LOHIAU, a prince of Kauai. Paua, a chief of Kauai. Milu, king of the regions of death. Kanamalohai, a god from Kahiki. HALEMANU and female demons of Kauai. Kilio. Opau, king of Maui. Waihamano, queen of Maui. LOHIAU, the lover of a goddess. The legend of HIIAKA, the immortal, and the prince of Kauai. Of all the legends of the adventures with mortals of Pele, the dreadful goddess of the volcanoes, the most weird and dramatic is the one relating to her love for LOHIAU, a prince of the island of Kauai, whose reign was probably contemporaneous with that of Kealiokaloa, of Hawaii, during the early part of the 16th century. The story is not only a characteristic relic of the recklessly imaginative and highly colored melees of the early poets, but an instructive reflex as well of the superstitions controlling the popular mind of the Hawaiian group at that period. When the forests abounded in mischievous gnomes and fairies, when the streams were guarded by nymphs and monsters, and when the very air was peopled with the spirits of the departed. But a thin veil then divided the living from the dead, the natural from the supernatural, and mortals were made the sport of the elements and the playthings of the gods. As the mele relates, Pele and her brothers and sisters, to amuse themselves with a taste of mortal enjoyments, one day emerged from their fiery chambers in the crater of Kilauea, and went down to the coast of Puna to bathe, surf ride, sport in the sands, and gather edible seaweed, squid, limpets and other delicacies washed by the waves. They assumed human forms for the occasion, and therefore had human appetites. While the others were amusing themselves in various ways, eating, laughing and sporting in the waves in the manner of mortals, Pele, in the guise of an old woman, sought repose and sleep in the shade of a hala tree. Her favorite sister was HIIAKA, her full name being HIIAKA Paleopile. She was younger than Pele, and frequently occupied the same grotto with her under the burning lake of Kilauea. HIIAKA accompanied her sovereign sister to the shade of the hala tree, and, sitting devotedly beside her, kept her cool with a kahili. Her eyelids growing heavy, Pele instructed HIIAKA to allow her under no circumstances to be disturbed, no matter how long she might sleep, whether for hours or days, and then closed her eyes in slumber. Scarcely had the ears of the sleeper been closed by the fingers of silence before she heard the sound of a drum, distant, but distinct and regular in its beat, as if to the impulse of music. Before leaving the crater she had heard the same sound, but paid little attention to it. Now, however, when hearing it in her dreams, her curiosity was aroused, and, assuming her spiritual form, she resolved to follow it. Leaving her slumbering earthly body under the eye and care of her sister, Pele mounted the air and proceeded in the direction whence the sound seemed to come. From place to place she followed it over the island of Hawaii. But it was always before her, and she could not overtake it. At Upolu it came to her from over the sea, and she followed it to the island of Maui. It was still beyond, and she sped to Molokai, still beyond, and she flew to Oahu. Still beyond, and she crossed the channel and listened on the shores of Kauai, where it was more distinct than she had heard it before. Now encouraged, she continued the pursuit until she stood upon the mountain peak of Haupu, when she discovered at last that the sound came from the beach at Kaina. Proceeding thither, and hovering over the place unseen, she observed that the sound she had so long been following was that of a pahuhula, or hula drum, beaten by LOHIAU, the young and comely prince of Kauai, who was noted not only for the splendor of his hula entertainments, participated in by the most beautiful women of the island, but for his personal graces as a dancer and musician. The favorite deity of LOHIAU was Lakakani, the god of the hula and similar sports, who in a spirit of mischief had conveyed the sound of the drum to the ears of Pele. The beach was thronged with dancers, musicians and spectators, all enjoying themselves under the shade of the hala and cocoa trees, with the prince as master of ceremonies and the center of attraction. Assuming the form of a beautiful woman, Pele suddenly appeared before the festive throng. Attaching to her person every imaginable charm of form and feature, her presence was immediately noted. And, a way being opened for her to the prince, he received her most graciously and invited her to a seat near him, where she could best witness the entertainment. Glancing at the beautiful stranger from time to time in the midst of his performances, LOHIAU at length became so fascinated that he failed to follow the music, when he yielded the instrument to another and seated himself beside the enchantress. In answer to his inquiry, she informed the prince that she was a stranger in Kauai, and had come from the direction of the rising sun. Gazing into her face with a devouring passion, LOHIAU smilingly said, "You are most welcome, but I cannot rejoice that you came." "And why, since I do not come as your enemy?" inquired Pele, archly. "Because, until now," returned the prince, "my thought has been that there were beautiful women in Kauai, but in looking at yours I find their faces are plain indeed." "I see you know how to speak flattering words to women," said Pele, casting a languishing look upon the prince. "Not better than I know how to love them," replied LOHIAU, with ardor. "Will you be convinced?" "LOHIAU is in his own kingdom, and has but to command," answered Pele, with a play of modesty which completed the enthrallment of the prince. Thus Pele became the wife of LOHIAU. He knew nothing of her or her family, and cared not to inquire. He saw only that she was beautiful above all women, and for a few days they lived so happily together that life seemed to be a dream to him. And Pele loved the prince scarcely less than he loved her. But the time had come for her return to Hawaii, and, pledging him to remain true to her, she left him with protestations of affection and the promise of a speedy return, and on the wings of the wind was wafted back to the shores of Puna, where she had left her sister waiting and watching in the shade of the hala. LOHIAU was inconsolable. Every day he thought she would be with him the next, until more than a month passed, when he refused food and died of grief at her absence. The strange death of the prince occasioned much comment, for he was naturally strong and without disease. Some said he had been prayed to death by his enemies, and others that he had been poisoned. But an old kaula, who had seen Pele at KAIANA and noted her actions, advised against further inquiry concerning the cause of LOHIAU's death, offering as a reason the opinion that the strangely beautiful and unknown woman he had taken as a wife was an immortal, who had become attached to her earthly husband and called his spirit to her. The prince was greatly beloved by his people, and his body, carefully wrapped in many folds of kapa, was kept in state for some time in the royal mansion. It was guarded by the high chiefs of the kingdom, and every night funeral hymns were chanted around it, and meles recited of the deeds of the dead sovereign and his ancestors. Thus lying in state we will leave the remains of LOHIAU, and follow Pele back to Hawaii. 2. During all the time the spirit of Pele was absent, the family kept watch over the body left by her under the hala tree, not daring to disturb it, and were overjoyed when it was at last reanimated. For the fires of the crater of Kilauea had nearly died out from neglect. Pele rose to her feet in the form of the old woman she had left asleep under the care of HIIAKA, and, without at the time mentioning her adventures in Kauai or the cause of her protracted slumber, returned with all but one of the family to Kilauea, and with a breath renewed the dying fires of the crater. HIIAKA asked and received the permission of Pele to remain for a few days at the beach with her much-loved friend Hopoe, a young woman of Puna, who had been left an orphan by an eruption from Kilauea, in which both of her parents had perished. On leaving Kauai it is probable that Pele, notwithstanding her fervent words to the contrary, never expected or particularly desired to see LOHIAU again. But he had so endeared himself to her during their brief union that she did not find it easy to forget him, and, after struggling with the feeling for some time, she resolved to send for him. But to whom should she entrust the important mission? One after another she applied to her sisters at the crater, but the way was beset with evil spirits, and they refused to go. In this dilemma Pele sent her favorite brother, Lonoikanolii, to bring HIIAKA from the beach, well knowing that she would not refuse to undertake the journey, however hazardous. HIIAKA accepted the mission, with the understanding that during her absence her friend Hopoe should be kept under the eye and guardianship of Pele. Arrangements were made for the immediate departure of HIIAKA. Pele conferred upon her some of her own powers, with an injunction to use them discreetly, and for a companion and servant gave her Paupalai, a woman of approved sagacity and prudence. With a farewell from her relatives and many an admonition from Pele, HIIAKA took her departure for Kauai, accompanied by Paupalai. They traveled as mortals, and were therefore subject to the fatigues and perils of humanity. Proceeding through the forests toward the coast of Hilo, they encountered an old woman, who accosted them politely and expressed a desire to follow them. Her name was Omio, and she was leading a hog to the volcano as a sacrifice to Pele. No objection being made, she hurried to the crater with her offering, and returned and followed HIIAKA and her companion. Not long after, their journey was impeded by a demon of hideous proportions, who threw himself across their path in a narrow defile and attempted to destroy them. Pele knew their danger, however, and ordered her brothers to protect them with a rain of fire and thunder, which drove the monster to his den in the hills and enabled them to escape. After a little time they were joined by another woman, whose name was Papau. She desired to accompany them, and proceeded a short distance on the way, when they were confronted by a ferocious-looking man who was either insane or under the influence of evil spirits. He lacked either the power or the disposition to molest the party, however, and they passed on unharmed, but Papau screamed with fright and hastily returned to her home, where she was turned into a stone as a punishment for her cowardice. Coming to a small stream crossed by their path, they found the waters dammed by a huge mu, or lizard, lying in the bed. He was more than 100 paces in length, and his eyes were of the size of great calabashes. He glared at the party viciously and opened his mouth as if to devour them. But HIIAKA tossed into it a stone, which became red-hot when it touched his throat, and, with a roar of pain which made the leaves of the trees tremble, he disappeared down the stream. After many other adventures with monsters and evil spirits, which HIIAKA was able to control and sometimes punish, the party reached the coast at a place called Anoipo, where they found a number of men and women engaged in the sport of surf riding. As they were about to start for another trial, in a spirit of mischief HIIAKA turned their surfboards into stone, and they fled in terror from the beach, fearing that some sea god was preparing to devour them. Observing a fisherman drawing in his line, HIIAKA caused to be fastened to the submerged hook a human head. Raising it to the surface, the man stared at it for a moment with horror, then dropped the line and paddled swiftly away, to the great amusement of HIIAKA and her companions. Embarking in a canoe with 2 men as assistants, the travelers sailed for the island of Maui, which they reached without delay or accident. Landing at Kaupo, they traveled overland toward Hanyula, near which place, in approaching the palace of the king, whose name was Olpau, and who was lying within at the point of death. HIIAKA observed a human spirit hovering around the outer enclosure. Knowing that it was the half-freed soul or spirit of the Moa, she seized and tied it up in a corner of her pau. Passing on with the soul of the king in her keeping, she met the queen, Waihimano, and told her that her husband had just died. But the queen denied that Olpau was dead, for she was a worshipper of 2 powerful lizard divinities, and the gods had assured her that morning that her husband would recover. Saying no more, HIIAKA and her companions went on their way, and the queen, returning to the palace, found her husband insensible and apparently dead. Trying in vain to restore him, she hastily consulted a KAULA, telling him what the strange woman had said to her. The seer by the description recognized at once the sister of Pele, who had come to heal the king, but had been deterred in her errand of mercy by the queen's obstinate assurances of his recovery. He therefore advised that she be followed by a messenger with a spotless pig to be placed as an offering in the path before her, when she perchance might return and restore the king to life. But HIIAKA dropped behind her companions and assumed the form of an old woman, and, as the messenger did not recognize her, he returned with the report that the object of his search could not be found. "Did you meet no one?" inquired the seer. "No one answering the description," replied the messenger. "I saw only an old woman, so infirm as to be scarcely able to walk." "Fool!" exclaimed the KAULA. That old woman was HIIAKA in disguise. Hasten back to her, if you would save the life of your king. The messenger again started in pursuit of HIIAKA, but the pig was obstinate and troublesome, and his progress was slow. Seizing the struggling animal in his arms, the messenger ran until he came within sight of the women, who were again traveling together, when HIIAKA struck the fold of her pow against a rock, and that instant the king expired. Reaching the coast and embarking with a fisherman, HIIAKA and her companions sailed for Oahu. Landing at Makapuu, they journeyed overland to Ko, now Honolulu, and from Haina made sail for Kauai. Arriving at Kaina, HIIAKA saw the spirit hand of LOHIAU beckoning to her from the mouth of a cave among the cliffs. Turning to her companions, she said, "We have failed, the lover of Pele is dead. I see his spirit beckoning from the pali. There it is being held and hidden by the lizard women, Kilio and KALAMANU." Instructing her companions to proceed to Puoa, where the body of LOHIAU was lying in state, HIIAKA started at once for the pali, for the purpose of giving battle to the female demons and rescuing the spirit of the dead prince. Ascending the cliff and entering the cave, HIIAKA waved her pow, and with angry hisses the demons disappeared. Search was made, and the spirit of LOHIAU was found at last in a niche in the rocks, where it had been placed by a moonbeam. Taking it tenderly in her hand, she enclosed it in a fold of her pow, and in an invisible form floated down with it to Puoa. Waiting until after nightfall, HIIAKA entered the chamber of death unseen, and restored the spirit to the body of LOHIAU. Recovering his life and consciousness, the prince looked around with amazement. The guards were frightened when he raised his head, and would have fled in alarm had they not been prevented by HIIAKA, who at that instant appeared before them in mortal form. Holding up her hand, as if to command obedience, she said, "Fear nothing, say nothing of this to any one living, and do nothing except as you may be ordered. The prince has returned to life, and may recover if properly cared for. His body is weak and wasted. Let him be secretly and at once removed to the seashore. The night is dark, and it may be done without observation." Not doubting that these instructions were from the gods, the guards obeyed them with so much prudence and alacrity that LOHIAU was soon comfortably resting in a hut by the seashore, with HIIAKA and her companions ministering to his wants. The return of the prince to health and strength was rapid, and in a few days he reappeared among his friends, to their amazement and great joy. In answer to their inquiries he informed them that he owed to the gods his restoration to life. This did not entirely satisfy them, but no further explanation was offered. After celebrating his recovery with feasts and sacrifices to the gods, LOHIAU announced to the chiefs of his kingdom that he was about to visit his wife, whose home was on Hawaii, and that he should leave the government of the island in the hands of his friend, the High Chief Paua, to whom he enjoined the fealty and respect of all during his absence. In a magnificent double canoe, bearing the royal standard and equipped as became the kaulua of an alii nui, LOHIAU set sail for Hawaii, accompanied by HIIAKA and her companions, and taking with him his high priest, chief navigator, and the customary staff of personal attendants. Touching at Oahu, HIIAKA ascended the Kaala mountains, and saw that her beautiful lehua and hala groves near the beach of Puna, on the distant island of Hawaii, had been destroyed by a lava flow. Impatient at the long absence of HIIAKA, and jealous as well, Pele had in a fit of rage destroyed the beautiful seashore retreats of her faithful sister. She scarcely doubted that HIIAKA had dared to love LOHIAU, and in her chambers of fire chafed for her return. After bewailing her loss HIIAKA rejoined her companions, and LOHIAU embarked for Hawaii. Landing at Kohala, the prince ordered his attendants to remain there until his return, and started overland for Kilauea with HIIAKA and her 2 female companions. Before reaching the volcano HIIAKA learned something of the jealous rage of Pele, and finally saw from a distant eminence her dear friend Hopoe undergoing the cruel tortures of volcanic fire, near the beach of Puna, which ended in her being turned into stone. Approaching the crater with apprehensions of further displays of Pele's fury, HIIAKA sent Omeo and Po'opalai in advance to announce to the goddess her return with LOHIAU. In her wrath she ordered both of the women to be slain at once, and resolved to treat her lover in the same manner. Aware of this heartless resolution, and unable to avert the execution of it, on their arrival at the verge of the crater HIIAKA threw her arms around the neck of the prince, whom she had learned to love without wrong to her sister, and, telling him of his impending fate, bade him a tender farewell. This scene was witnessed by Pele. Enraged beyond measure, she caused a gulf of molten lava to be opened between HIIAKA and the prince, and then ordered the instant destruction of LOHIAU by fire. While the sisters of Pele were ascending the walls of the crater to execute her orders, LOHIAU chanted a song to the goddess, avowing his innocence and pleading for mercy. But her rage was rekindled at the sound of his voice, and she turned a deaf ear to his entreaties. Approaching LOHIAU, and pitying him, the sisters merely touched the palms of his hands, which turned them into lava, and then retired. Observing this, Pele ordered them to return at once, under the penalty of her displeasure, and consume the body of her lover. LOHIAU again appealed to Pele, so piteously that the trees around him wept with grief. But her only answer was an impatient signal to her sisters to resume their work of destruction. In his despair he turned to HIIAKA and implored her intercession, but she answered in agony that she could do nothing. The sisters returned to LOHIAU, and reluctantly touched his feet, which became stone, then his knees, then his thighs, then his breast. By the power conferred upon her by Pele, and of which she had not yet been deprived, HIIAKA rendered the body of the prince insensible to pain. And it was therefore without suffering that he felt his joints hardening into stone under the touch of his sympathizing executioners. As the remainder of his body was about to be turned into lava, HIIAKA said to the prince, "Listen. When you die, go to the leeward, and I will find you." The next moment LOHIAU was a lifeless pillar of stone. Observing that the cruel work of her sister had been accomplished, and that all that remained of the shapely form of LOHIAU was a black mass of lava, HIIAKA caused the earth to be opened at her feet, and started downward at once for the misty realm of Milu to overtake the soul of LOHIAU, and, with the consent of the god of death, restore it to its body. Passing downward through each of the 5 spheres dividing the surface of the earth from the regions of Pa, where Milu sits in state in the gloomy groves of death, HIIAKA finally stood in the presence of the august sovereign of the world of spirits. The king of death welcomed her to his dominions, and, in response to her inquiry, informed her that the soul of LOHIAU had not yet reached the abode of spirits. Having no desire to return to earth, HIIAKA accepted the invitation of Milu, and, watching and waiting for the soul of LOHIAU, remained for a time in the land of spirits. 3. The attendants of LOHIAU remained in Kohala until they learned of his fate at the hands of Pele, when they returned to Kauai in the royal kaulua, and horrified the friends of the prince by relating to them the story of his death. Enraged and desperate, Paua, the faithful and sturdy chief to whom LOHIAU had confided the government of his kingdom, started at once for Hawaii with a small party of retainers, determined, even at the sacrifice of his life, to denounce the powers that had slain his royal friend. Landing on the coast of Puna, he ascended to the crater of Kilauea, and, standing upon the brink of the seething lake of fire, denounced the cruelty of Pele and defied her power. He contemptuously threw to her offerings unfit for sacrifice, and stigmatized all the volcanic deities as evil spirits who had been driven with Kanaloa from the presence of Cain and the society of the gods. Paua expected to be destroyed at once, and recklessly courted and awaited death. The brothers and sisters of Pele, with their several agencies of destruction, were momentarily expecting an order from the goddess to consume the audacious mortal in his tracks. Never before had such words of reproach and defiance been uttered by human tongue, and they could not doubt that swift vengeance would be hurled upon the offender. But Pele refused to harm the desperate champion of LOHIAU, for circumstances had convinced her of the innocence of HIIAKA and the fidelity of the prince. Therefore, instead of punishing the brave Paua, Pele and her relatives received him with friendship, gently chided him for his words of insult and defiance, and disarmed his anger by forgiving the offense. Satisfied of the great wrong she had done her faithful sister, and longing for her presence again in the chambers of the crater, Pele restored Paupalai and Omeo to life, and, endowing the latter with supernatural powers, sent her down to the regions of the dead to induce HIIAKA to return to earth. Descending through the opening made by HIIAKA, Omio was stopped at the intervening spheres, owing to the aspects of mortality which she unconsciously retained, and encountered many difficulties in reaching the kingdom of Milu. Arriving there and making known the object of her visit, Omio was neither assisted or encouraged in her search for HIIAKA. Milu was not anxious to part with his distinguished guest, and attempted to deceive Omio by intimating that HIIAKA had returned to Earth and was then on a visit to some of the relatives of her family in Kahiki. Omio was about to return, disappointed, to Earth, when she discovered HIIAKA as she was listlessly emerging from a thick grove of trees where she had spent the most of her time since her arrival there in quest of the soul of LOHIAU. Their greeting was most friendly, and when Omio informed her of what had occurred at the volcano since her departure, she consented to leave the land of death and rejoin her relatives at the crater. The brothers and sisters of HIIAKA were overjoyed at her return, and Pele welcomed her with assurances of restored affection. Paua was still there. He was at once recognized by HIIAKA, and the next day she descended from Kilauea and embarked with him for Kauai in search of the soul of LOHIAU. The canoe of Paua had scarcely left the shores of Puna before a strange craft swept in from the ocean, and was beached at the spot from which HIIAKA and her companion had embarked less than half a day before. It was a huge cowrie shell, dazzling in the brilliancy of its colors, and capable of indefinite expansion. Its masts were of ivory, and its sails were mats of the whiteness of milk. Both seemed to be mere ornaments, however, since the shell moved quite as swiftly through the water without wind as with it. The sole occupant of the little vessel was the god Kanemaloi. He was a relative of the Pele family, and came from Kahiki on a visit to the volcanic deities of Hawaii. Remaining 2 or 3 days with Pele, and learning all that had happened to the family since they left Kahiki, the god started for Kauai to extend a greeting to HIIAKA. Proceeding in a direct route, when about midway between the 2 islands the god caught the soul of LOHIAU, which had misunderstood the final directions of HIIAKA and was on its way to Kauai. Not having gone to the land of spirits, it had been searching everywhere for HIIAKA, and had at last taken flight for Kauai, when it was intercepted by Kanemaloi. The god returned to the crater with the captured spirit, and, finding the pillar of stone into which LOHIAU had been turned, restored the prince to life. As he recovered his consciousness and opened his eyes he recognized Pele standing before him. Apprehensive of further persecution, he was about to appeal to her again for mercy when she said, in a tone as tender as that in which she had first replied to his welcome on the beach at Kaina. "Fear me no longer. I have been unjust to you as well as to HIIAKA. After what I have done I cannot expect your love. Find HIIAKA and give it to her. She loves you, and knows how to be kind to a mortal." LOHIAU would have thanked the goddess, but when he looked again she was gone, and in her place stood Kanemaloi, who told him to take the shell vessel he would find at the beach below, and proceed to Kauai, where he would probably meet HIIAKA and his friend Paua. LOHIAU hesitated, for there was something in the appearance of Kanemaloi that inspired a feeling of awe. "Go, and fear nothing," said the god, who knew the thoughts of the prince. "The shell was not made in the sea or by human hands, but it will bear you safely on your journey, no matter how rough the waves or great its burden." "The coast of Puna is a day's journey in length," said LOHIAU. "Where and how will I be able to find the shell?" "Hasten to the shore at KEAULUMOKU," returned the god, "and you will see me there." Arriving at the beach designated, the prince was surprised to find Kanemaloi already there. But he found something more to excite his wonder when the god took from a crevice in the rocks, where it had been secreted, a shell no larger than the palm of his hand, and passed it to him with the announcement that it was the barge in which he was to sail for Kauai. LOHIAU examined the little toy with something of a feeling of amusement, but more of perplexity, and was about to return it to his strange companion, when the latter instructed him to place the shell in the edge of the waters. The prince obeyed, and instantly found before him the beautiful craft in which the god had made his journey from Kahiki. The power being conferred upon him by the god to contract or extend the proportions of the shell at his will, LOHIAU entered the enchanted vessel of pink and pearl, and, directing its course by simply pointing his finger, was swiftly borne out into the ocean. Rounding the southern cape of Hawaii, LOHIAU thought of proceeding directly to Kauai, but he pointed too far to the northward, and the next morning sighted Oahu. Passing the headland of Laieikawai, he turned and entered the harbor of Ho. Landing, he contracted to the dimensions of a limpet, and secreted in a niche in the rocks, his obedient barge, and then proceeded to the village, where, he learned to his great joy, HIIAKA and Paua were tarrying on a visit. Ho was at that time the scene of great merriment and feasting. It had become the temporary residence of the alii nui, and high chiefs, kahunas, adventurers, and noted surf riders and hula performers had congregated there from all parts of the island. Ascertaining that an entertainment of great magnificence was to be given that evening by a distinguished chiefess in honor of HIIAKA and her companion, LOHIAU resolved to be present. Had he made himself known, he would have been entitled to the consideration of the highest, would have been, indeed, the guest of the alii nui, with the right of entrance anywhere. But fancy prompted him to hide his rank and appear in disguise among the revelers. Early in the evening the grounds of the chiefess were lighted with hundreds of torches, and under a broad pavilion, festooned and scented with fragrant vines and flowers, the favored guests, enwreathed and crowned with leaf and blossom, partook without stint of such delicacies as the land and sea produced. After the feast, song and music filled the air, and bands of gaily decked dancers kept step among the flaring torches. While around the doors of the mansion white-bearded bards chanted wild legends of the past and sang the meleanoas of the hostess and her distinguished guests. In the midst of this inspiring revelry the guests divided into groups as their several tastes suggested. Some strolled out among the dancers, others listened to the stories of the bards, and one party, including HIIAKA, Paua and the hostess, entered the mansion to engage in the game of kilu. It was a pastime of which singing or chanting was a part, and the chiefess was noted for her proficiency in the popular amusement. LOHIAU entered the grounds at the close of the feast, and stood watching the festivities when the party of kilu players retired to the mansion. He had turned inward the feathers of his mantle of royal yellow, and, with his long hair falling over his face and shoulders, was readily mistaken for a kahuna. Quite a number of persons thronged around the kilu players to witness the game, and LOHIAU entered the room without hindrance. Approaching the players, he screened himself behind the kappas of two old chiefs who were so intently regarding the performance that they did not observe him. The game progressed until the kilu fell to HIIAKA, and as she threw it she chanted a song of her own composing, in which the name of LOHIAU was mentioned with tenderness. The song ceased, and from behind the spectators came the answering voice of the prince. As he sang he brushed back the hair from his handsome face and turned outward the yellow feathers of his mantle. The throng divided, the singer advanced, and before the players stood LOHIAU, the Prince of Kauai. He was recognized at once. HIIAKA threw herself into his arms, and the faithful Paua wept with joy. Informed of the rank of the distinguished visitor, the guests vied with each other in showing him honor, and the festivities were renewed and carried far into the night. Learning the next day of the presence near his court of the sovereign of Kauai, the alii nui would have entertained him in a manner befitting the high rank of both. But LOHIAU was anxious to return to his people, and set sail for Kauai at once in the shell barge of Kanemaloi, expanded to adequate dimensions, taking with him HIIAKA and Paua. Although HIIAKA soon after returned to Hawaii and effected a complete reconciliation with her sister, while LOHIAU lived she spent much of her time in Kauai. Hopoe was restored to life, and Omeo, or Wahiniomeo, was given an immortal form for what she had done, and became thereafter the mediator between the volcanic deities. KAHAVARI, Chief of Puna. Characters: Pele, Goddess of Volcanoes. KAHAVARI, Chief of Puna. Ahua, Companion of KAHAVARI. Kapoho and Children of KAHAVARI. Kaohe. KAHAVARI, Chief of Puna. A story of the vengeance of the goddess Pele. Between Cape Kumakahi, the extreme eastern point of the island of Hawaii, and the great lava flow of 1840, which burst forth apparently from a long subterranean channel connecting with the crater of Kilauea, and went down to the sea at Nanawale over villages and groves of palms, is a small historic district which, notwithstanding the repeated volcanic disturbances with which it has been convulsed in the past, the chasms with which it has been rent, and the smoke and ashes that have shut out the light of the sun and driven its people to the protection of their temples, still possesses many fertile nooks and natural attractions. Within a few miles of each other, not far inland, are a number of extinct craters. But the rains are abundant in Puna, and spring is eternal, and the vegetation grows rank above hidden patches of lava, and is constantly stretching and deepening its mantle of green over the vitreous rivers of Kilauea and the lower and lesser volcanic vents clinging to its base like so many cauterized ulcers. The valleys are green in that part of Puna now, and there the banana and the breadfruit grow, and the ohia and pineapple scent the air. But so has it not always been, for the mango ripens over fields of buried lava, and the palms grow tall from the refilled chasms of dead streams of fire. The depression of Kapoho, now sweet with tropical odors, marks the site of a sunken mountain, and where today sleep the quiet waters of a lake once boiled a sea of liquid lava, in a basin broader, perhaps, than the mighty cauldron of Kilauea. We are now about to speak of one of the many eruptions which at intervals in the past poured their desolating torrents of fire through the district, alternately loved and hated by Pele, the dreadful goddess of the volcanoes. In connection with it, tradition has brought down a tale combining elements of simplicity and grandeur strikingly characteristic of the mythological legends of Polynesia, legends equaling the Norse in audacity, but lacking the motive and connecting causes of the Greek. They are simply legendary epics, beginning in caprice and abruptly ending, in many instances, in grandest tumult. They are like chapters torn from a lost volume, patches of disturbed elements and gigantic forms and energies clandestinely cut from a passing panorama and placed in the foreground of strange and inharmonious conditions. They embrace gods reminding us of Thor, monsters more hideous than Polyphemus, demigods mighty as the son of Thetis, and kings with strains reaching back to the loins of gods. But in motive and action they were independent of, and not unfrequently hostile to, each other. No celestial synod shaped their course or moved them to effort, and to no authority higher than their individual wills were they usually responsible. Many of them were created with no reference to the necessity of their being or the maintenance of divine respect or authority, and not a few seem to have been the creations of accident. As an example, the demigod Maui may be mentioned. As told by tradition, his principal abode was Hawaii, although his facilities for visiting the other islands of the group will be considered ample when it is stated that he could step from one to another, even from Oahu to Kauai, a distance of 70 miles. When he bathed, and bathing was one of his greatest delights, his feet trod the deepest basins of the ocean and his hair was moistened with the vapor of the clouds. Neither his creator nor the purpose of his creation is mentioned. But he was blessed with a wife with proportions, it is presumed, somewhat in keeping with his own, and as an evidence of their attachment it is related that at one time he reached up and seized the sun, and held it for some hours motionless in the heavens, to enable his industrious spouse to complete the manufacture of a piece of kapa upon which she was engaged. And Kana was another gigantic being of similar proportions. He, too, was partial to Hawaii, and could step from island to island, and frequently stood for his amusement with one foot on Oahu and the other either on Maui or Kauai. Tradition may have confounded these two monsters, but, as Kana was wifeless, we are constrained to regard them as distinct. And, being without the care of a wife, he was enabled to devote his entire attention to himself and the inhabitants of the islands crawling at his feet. Hence, when the king of Kahiki, who was the keeper of the sun, shut its light from the Hawaiians for some trivial offense, Kana waded the ocean to the home of the vindictive monarch, and by threats compelled him to restore the light to the Hawaiian group. This done, he waded back and hung his mantle to dry on Mauna Kea, which was then an active volcano. Another demigod of the same name is also referred to in some of the early meles of Hawaii. He was the son of Hina, who went with his brother to the rescue of their mother, who had been during their infancy abducted by the son of the king of Molokai. He was endowed by his grandmother, a sorceress from one of the southern islands, with the faculty of so elongating and contracting his person as to be able to pass through the deepest waters with his head at all times above the surface. The shadows of these and other monsters are seen far back in the past. But human beings of gigantic proportions, of natural birth and claiming no connection with the gods, are mentioned in Hawaiian folklore as having lived as late as the beginning of the 16th century. Thus, during the reign of Omi, king of Hawaii, whose romantic ascent to the throne is the theme of chant and song, and to whom the past and present dynasties of United Hawaii trace their descent, lived the giant Makololeo. He was one of Omi's warriors, and must have been a mighty host in himself. His measure in feet is not recorded, but he stood upon the ground and plucked coconuts from the tallest trees, and once, without wetting his loins, strode out into 6 fathoms of water and saved the life of his chief. As the traditions relating to Omi are quite elaborate and circumstantial, the existence of Makololeo cannot well be doubted, however greatly we may feel disposed to curtail his proportions. But, in groping among these monsters of the Hawaiian past, we have been led somewhat from the story of the eruption in Puna, to which reference has been made. However, as pertinent to it, and to the goddess whose wrath invoked it, it may be mentioned that many centuries ago a family of gods and goddesses came to Hawaii from Tahiti and took possession of the volcanic mountains of that island. The family consisted of 5 brothers and 9 sisters, of which Pele was the principal deity. The others possessed specific powers and functions, such as controlling the fires, smoke, steam, explosions, etc. of the volcanoes under their supervision. Although they frequently dwelt in other volcanoes, their principal and favorite abode was the crater of Kilauea. Almost without exception they were destructive and merciless. Temples were erected to Pele in every district menaced by volcanic disturbance, and offerings of fruits, animals, and sometimes of human beings were laid upon her altars and thrown into the crater to secure her favor or placate her wrath. In the legend of the apotheosis of Pele, a more extended reference is made to the goddess and her family. With this knowledge of the power and disposition of Pele, the reader will be prepared for the story of the exhibition of her wrath in Puna, which will now be related nearly in the language of tradition. The event occurred during the reign of Kahukapu, who from about 1340 to 1380 was the Aliainui, or governing chief, of Hawaii. The chief of the district of Puna was KAHAVARI, a young noble distinguished for his strength, courage and manly accomplishments. How he came to be chief or governor of Puna is not stated. As his father and sister lived on Oahu, he was probably a native of that island, and may have been advanced to his position through military service rendered the Hawaiian king, since it was customary in those days, as it was at later periods, for young men of martial tastes to seek adventure and employment at arms with the kings and chiefs of neighboring islands. The grass-thatched mansion of the young chief was near Kapoho, where his wife lived with their 2 children, Papulu and Kauhe, and at Kukiai, no great distance away, dwelt his old mother, then on a visit to her distinguished son. As his taro lands were large and fertile, and he had fish ponds on the seashore, he entertained with prodigality, and the people of Puna thought there was no chief like him in all Hawaii. It was at the time of the monthly festival of Lono. The day was beautiful. The trade winds were bending the leaves of the palms and scattering the spray from the breakers chasing each other over the reef. A holua contest had been announced between the stalwart young chief and his favorite friend and companion, Ahua, and a large concourse of men, women and children had assembled at the foot of the hill to witness the exciting pastime. They brought with them drums, ohes, ulilis, rattling gourds and other musical instruments. And while they awaited the coming of the contestants all frolicked as if they were children, frolicked as was their way before the white man came to tell them they were nearly naked. And that life was too serious a thing to be frittered away in enjoyment. They ate ohias, coconuts and bananas under the palms, and chewed the pith of sugar cane. They danced, sang and laughed at the hula and other sports of the children, and grew nervous with enthusiasm when their bards chanted the melees of bygone years. The game of holua consists in sliding down a sometimes long but always steep hill on a narrow sledge from 6 to 12 feet in length, called a papa. The light and polished runners, bent upward at the front, are bound quite closely together, with crossbars for the hands and feet. With a run at the top of the sliding track, slightly smoothed and sometimes strewn with rushes, the rider throws himself face downward on the narrow papa and dashes headlong down the hill. As the sledge is not more than 6 or 8 inches in width, with more than as many feet in length, one of the principal difficulties of the descent is in keeping it under the rider, the other, of course, is in guiding it. But long practice is required to master the subtleties of either. Kahavari was an adept with the papa, and so was Ahua. Rare sport was therefore expected, and the people of the neighborhood assembled almost in a body to witness it. Finally appearing at the foot of the hill, Kahavari and his companion were heartily cheered by their good-natured auditors. Their papas were carried by attendants. The chief smiled upon the assemblage, and as he struck his tall spear into the ground and divested his broad shoulders of the kihei covering them, the wagers of fruit and pigs were 3 to 1 that he would reach the bottom first. Although Ahua was expert with the papa, and but a month before had beaten the champion of Kau on his own ground. Taking their sledges under their arms, the contestants laughingly mounted the hill with firm, strong strides, neither thinking of resting until the top was gained. Stopping for a moment preparatory to the descent, a comely-looking woman stepped out from behind a clump of undergrowth and bowed before them. Little attention was paid to her until she approached still nearer and boldly challenged Kahavari to contest the holua with her instead of Ahua. Exchanging a smile of amusement with his companion, the chief scanned the lithe and shapely figure of the woman for a moment, and then exclaimed, more in astonishment than in anger, "What? With a woman? And why not with a woman, if she is your superior and you lack not the courage?" was the calm rejoinder. "You are bold, woman," returned the chief, with something of a frown. "What know you of the papa?" "Enough to reach the bottom of the hill in front of the chief of Puna," was the prompt and defiant answer. "Is it so, indeed? Then take the papa and we will see," said Kahavari, with an angry look which did not seem to disturb the woman in the least. At a motion from the chief, Ahua handed his papa to the woman, and the next moment Kahavari, with the strange contestant closely behind him, was dashing down the hill. On they went, around and over rocks, at breakneck speed. But for a moment the woman lost her balance, and Kahavari reached the end of the course a dozen paces in advance. Music and shouting followed the victory of the chief, and, scowling upon the exultant multitude, the woman pointed to the hill, silently challenging the victor to another trial. They mounted the hill without a word, and turned for another start. "Stop," said the woman, while a strange light flashed in her eyes. "Your papa is better than mine. If you would act fairly, let us now exchange." "Why should I exchange?" replied the chief, hastily. "You are neither my wife nor my sister, and I know you not. Come." And, presuming the woman was following him, Kahavari made a spring and dashed down the hill on his papa. With this the woman stamped her foot, and a river of burning lava burst from the hill and began to pour down into the valley beneath. Reaching the bottom, Kahavari rose and looked behind him, and to his horror saw a wide and wild torrent of lava rushing down the hillside toward the spot where he was standing. And riding on the crest of the foremost wave was the woman, now no longer disguised, but Pele, the dreadful goddess of Kilauea, with thunder at her feet and lightning playing with her flaming tresses. Seizing his spear, Kahavari, accompanied by Ahua, fled for his life to the small eminence of Puukea. He looked behind, and saw the entire assemblage of spectators engulfed in a sea of fire. With terrible rapidity the valleys began to fill, and he knew that his only hope of escape was in reaching the ocean, for it was manifest that Pele was intent upon his destruction. He fled to his house, and, passing it without stopping, said farewell to his mother, wife and children, and to his favorite hog Aloipua. Telling them that Pele was in pursuit of him with a river of fire, and to save themselves, if possible, by escaping to the hills, he left them to their fate. Coming to a chasm, he saw Pele pouring down it to cut off his retreat. He crossed on his spear, pulling his friend over after him. At length, closely pursued, he reached the ocean. His brother, discovering the danger, had just landed from his fishing canoe and gone to look after the safety of his family. Kahavari leaped into the canoe with his companion, and, using his spear for a paddle, was soon beyond the reach of the pursuing lava. Enraged at his escape, Pele ran some distance into the water and hurled after him huge stones, that hissed as they struck the waves, until an east wind sprang up and carried him far out to sea. He first reached the island of Maui, and thence by the way of Lanai found his way to Oahu, where he remained to the end of his days. All of his relatives in Puna perished, with hundreds of others in the neighborhood of Kapoho. But he never ventured back to Puna, the grave of his hopes and his people, for he believed Pele, the unforgiving, would visit the place with another horror if he did. Pele had come down from Kilauea in a pleasant mood to witness the holua contest. But Kahavari angered her unwittingly, and what followed has just been described. Kahalaipuna, the Princess of Manoa. Characters: Kahakani, male, and children of supernatural birth. Kauawahine, female. Kalawahi, guardian of. Kahakani. Pohakukala, guardian of. Kauawahine. Kahalaipuna, daughter of. Kahakani and Kauawahine. Kauhi, the betrothed of. Kahalaipuna. Kiwawakihiliai and inferior chiefs. Kumana. Mehana, a young chief. Akaaka, father of. Kahakani and Kauawahine. Kaya, a sorcerer. Elepaio, a bird god. Kahalaipuna, the princess of Manoa. A legend of the Valley of Rainbow. Manoa is the most beautiful of all the little valleys, leaping abruptly from the mountains back of Honolulu and cooling the streets and byways of the city with their sweet waters. And it is also the most verdant. Gentle rains fall there more frequently than in the valleys on either side of it, and almost every day in the year it is canopied with rainbows. Sometimes it is called, and not inappropriately, the Valley of Rainbows. Why is it that Manoa is thus blessed with rains, thus ornamented with rainbows, thus cradled in everlasting green? Were a reason sought among natural causes, it would doubtless be found in a favoring rent or depression in the summit above the valley, and overlooking the eastern coast of Oahu, where wind and rain are abundant. But tradition furnishes another explanation of the exceptionally kind dealings of the elements with Manoa, not as satisfactory, perhaps, as the one suggested, but very much more poetic. Far back in the past, as the story relates, the projecting spur of Akaaka, above the head of Manoa Valley, was united in marriage with the neighboring promontory of Neilahuakaka. A growth of lehua bushes still crowns the spur in perpetual witness of the union. Of this marriage of mountains twin children were born, a boy named Kahakani, which signified Manoa wind, and a girl called Kauawahine, which implied Manoa rain. At their birth they were adopted by a chief and chiefess whose names were Kalawahi and Pohakukala. They were brother and sister, and cousins, also, of Akaaka. The brother took charge of the boy, and the sister assumed the custody and care of the girl. Reared apart from each other, and kept in ignorance of their close relationship, through the management of their foster parents they were brought together at the proper age and married. The fruit of this union was a daughter, who was given the name of Kahalaipuna, and who became the most beautiful woman of her time. Thus it was that the marriage of the wind, Kahakani, and rain, Kauawahine, of Manoa brought to the valley as an inheritance the rainbows and showers for which it has since been distinguished. To continue the story of the ancient bards of Oahu, Kahalaipuna, or Kaha, as the name will hereafter be written, grew to a surpassingly beautiful womanhood. A house was built for her in a grove of sandal trees at KAAHUMANU, where she lived with a few devoted servants. The house was embowered in vines, and 2 pololu, or taboo staves, were kept standing beside the entrance, to indicate that they guarded from intrusion a person of high rank. Her eyes were so bright that their glow penetrated the thatch of her hale, and a luminous glimmer played around its openings. When bathing, a roseate halo surrounded her, and a similar light is still visible, it is claimed, whenever her spirit revisits KAAHUMANU. In infancy Kaha was betrothed to Kauhi, a young chief of Kailua, whose parents were so sensible of the honor of the proposed union that they always provided her table with poi of their own making and choice fish from the ponds of Kawainui. The acceptance of these favors placed her under obligations to the parents of Kauhi and kept her in continual remembrance of her betrothal. Hence she gave no encouragement to the many chiefs of distinction who sought to obtain glimpses of her beauty and annoyed her with proffers of marriage. The chief to whom she was betrothed was, like herself, of something more than human descent, and she felt herself already bound to him by ties too sacred to be broken. The fame of her beauty spread far and near, and people came from long distances to catch glimpses of her from lands adjoining, as she walked to and from her bathing pool or strolled in the shelter of the trees surrounding her house. Among those who many times approached her dwelling but failed to see her were Kiwawakahilii and Kamana, two inferior chiefs, whose eyes were disfigured by an unnatural distension of the lower lids. In ungenerous revenge, and envious of those who had fared better, they decked themselves with leis of flowers, and, repairing to the bathing place at Waikiki, boasted that the garlands had been placed around their necks by the beautiful Kaha, with whom they affected the greatest intimacy. Among the bathers at that popular resort was Kauhi. Although the day fixed for his marriage with Kaha was near at hand, he had never seen her, this being one of the conditions of the betrothal. The stories of the two miscreants were repeated until Kauhi at length gave them credence, and in a fit of jealous fury he resolved to kill the beautiful enchantress who had thus trifled with his love. Leaving Waikiki in the morning, he reached KAAHUMANU about midday. Breaking from a pandanus tree a heavy cone of nuts with a short limb attached, he presented himself at the house of Kaha. She had just awoke from a nap, and was about to proceed to her bathing pond, when she was startled at observing a stranger at her door. He did not speak, but from frequent descriptions she at length recognized him as Kauhi, and with some embarrassment invited him to enter. Declining, and admitting his identity, he requested her to step without, and she unhesitatingly complied. His first intention was to kill her at once, but her supreme loveliness and ready obedience unnerved him for the time, and he proposed that she should first bathe and then accompany him in a ramble through the woods. To this she assented, and while she was absent Kauhi stood by the door, moodily watching the bright light playing above the pond where she was bathing. He was profoundly impressed with her great beauty, and would have given half the years of his life to clasp her in his arms unsullied. The very thought intensified his jealousy. And when his mind reverted to the disgusting objects upon whom he believed she had bestowed her favors, he resolved to show her no mercy, and impatiently awaited her return. Finishing her bath and rejoining him at the door, her beauty was so enrapturing that he was afraid to look at her face, lest he might again falter. It was therefore with his back turned to her that he declined to partake of food before they departed, and motioned her to follow him. His actions were so strange that she said to him, half in alarm, "Are you, indeed, angered with me? Have I in any way displeased you? Speak, that I may know my fault." "Why, foolish girl, what could you have done to displease me?" replied Kauhi, evasively. "Nothing, I hope," returned Kaha, "yet your look is cold and almost frightens me." "It is my mood today, perhaps," answered Kauhi, increasing his pace to give employment to his thoughts. "You will think better of my looks, no doubt, when we are of longer acquaintance." They kept on together, he leading and she following, until they reached a large rock in Ihualama, when he turned abruptly, and, seizing the girl by the arm, said, "You are beautiful, so beautiful that your face almost drives me mad. But you have been false and must die." Kaha's first thought was that he was making sport with her. But when she looked up into his face and saw that it was stern and smileless, she replied, "If you are resolved upon my death, why did you not kill me at home, so that my bones might be buried by my people? If you think me false, tell me with whom, that I may disabuse your mind of the cruel error possessing it. Your words are as fair as your face, but neither will deceive me longer," exclaimed Kauhi. And with a blow on the temple with the cone of hala nuts, which he was still carrying, he laid her dead at his feet. Hastily digging a hole beside the rock, he buried the body and started down the valley toward Waikiki. He had scarcely left before a large owl, a god in that guise, who was related to Kaha and had followed her, unearthed the body, rubbed his head against the bruised temple, and restored the girl to life. Overtaking Kauhi, Kaha sang behind him a lament at his unkindness. Turning in amazement, he observed the owl flying above her head, and recognized the power that had restored her to life. Again ordering Kaha to follow him, they ascended the ridge dividing the valleys of Manoa and Nuuanu. The way was beset with sharp rocks and tangled undergrowth, and when Kaha reached the summit her tender feet were bleeding and her pau was in tatters. Seating herself on a stone to regain her breath, with tears in her eyes she implored Kauhi to tell her whither he was leading her and why he had sought to kill her. His only reply was a blow with the hala cone, which again felled her dead to the earth. Burying the body as before he resumed his way toward Waikiki. Again flying to the rescue of his beautiful and sinless relative, the owl god scratched away the earth above her and restored her once more to life. Following Kauhi, she again chanted a song of lament behind him, and begged him to be merciful to one who had never wronged him, even in thought. Hearing her voice, he turned, and without answer conducted her across the valley of Nuuanu to the ridge of Waolani, where he killed and buried her as he had done twice before. And the owl god a third time removed the earth from the body and gave it life. She again overtook her merciless companion, and again pleaded for life and forgiveness for her unknown fault. Instead of softening his heart, the words of Kaha enraged him, and he resolved not to be thwarted in his determination to take her life. Leading her to the head of Kalihi Valley, where she was for the fourth time killed, buried and resurrected as before, he next conducted her across plains and steep ravines to Pohakea, on the Ava slope of the KAALA mountains. He hoped the owl god would not follow them so far, but, looking around, he discovered him among the branches of an ohia tree not far distant. As Kaha was worn down with fatigue, it required but a slight blow to kill her the fifth time, and when it was dealt to the unresisting girl her body was buried under the roots of a large koa tree, and there left by Kauhi. Satisfied that it could not be reached by the owl god. Repairing to the spot after the departure of Kauhi, the owl put himself to the task of scratching the earth from the body. But his claws became entangled with the roots, which had been left to embarrass his labors, and, after toiling for some time and making little or no progress, he abandoned the undertaking as hopeless, and reluctantly left the unfortunate girl to her fate, following Kauhi to Waikiki. But there had been another witness to these many deaths and restorations of Kaha. It was a little green bird that had flitted along unobserved either by Kaha or her companion, and had followed them from Kahiamano, flying from tree to tree and making no noise. Noting with regret that the owl god had abandoned the body of Kaha, the little bird, which was a cousin to the girl and a supernatural being, flew with haste to the parents of Kaha, and informed them of all that had happened to their daughter. The girl had been missed, but as some of her servants had recognized Kauhi, and had seen her leave the house with him, her absence occasioned no uneasiness. And when the little green bird, whose name was Elepaio, recounted to the parents the story of Kaha's great suffering in many deaths, they found it difficult to believe that Kauhi could have been guilty of such fiendish cruelty to the radiant being who was about to become his wife. They were convinced of Elepaio's sincerity, however, and with great grief prepared to visit the spot and remove the remains of Kaha for more fitting interment. Meantime the spirit of the murdered girl discovered itself to Mehana, a young chief of good address, who was returning from a visit to Waianae. Directed by the apparition, he proceeded to the koa tree, and, removing the earth and roots, discovered the body of Kaha. He recognized the face at once, notwithstanding the blood and earth stains disfiguring its faultless regularity. He had seen and become enraptured with its beauty at Kahiamano, and on one occasion, which lived in his memory like a beautiful dream, he had been emboldened by his love to approach sufficiently near to exchange modest words and glances with it. Gently removing the body from the shallow pit in which it had been buried, Mehana found to his great joy that it was still warm. Wrapping it in his kihei, or shoulder scarf, and covering it with male ferns and ginger, he tenderly bore it in his arms to his home at Kamoilialai. As he walked he chanted his love and scarcely felt his burden. Reaching home, he laid the body upon a kapumo, and earnestly implored his elder brother to restore it to life, he being a kahuna and having skill in such matters. Examining the body and finding that he could do nothing unaided, the brother called upon their two spirit sisters for assistance, and through their instrumentality the soul of Kaha was once more restored to its beautiful tenement. But it was some time before she fully recovered from the effects of her cruel treatment, some time, in fact, before she was able to walk without support. In her convalescence Mehana was her considerate and constant companion, and found no greater pleasure than in providing her with the delicacies to which she had been accustomed. She was greatly benefited by the waters of the underground cave of Mooki, to which she was frequently and secretly taken, and under the watchful care of Mehana she was at length restored to health. 2. With her recovery, in the home of her new friends at Kamoilialai, Kaha was introduced to a life that was new to her. But it was by no means an unpleasant change from the restraints of her listless and more sumptuous past behind the protecting shadows of her Pulelis, where she was jealously watched, and where rank closed her doors to congenial companionship. She repaired to an unfrequented beach, and, unobserved, played with the shifting sands and sang to the waves, and at night went with Mehana to the reef with torch and spear in search of fish and squid. Knowing that her restoration to life could not be long kept from her relatives, Mehana told her that his love for her was great, and asked her to become his wife. "I shall never love anyone better than Mehana," replied Kaha. "But from infancy I have been betrothed to Kauhi, my parents, the wind and rain of Manoa, have promised that I shall be his wife, and while he lives I can be the wife of no other." The argument that Kauhi had forfeited all right to her by his cruelties failed to shake her resolution, and the brother of Mehana advised him to in some manner compass the death of Kauhi. To this end they apprised the parents of Kaha of her restoration to life, and conspired with them to keep secret the information for a time. This they were the more disposed to do because of their uncertainty concerning what Kauhi might again attempt should he find the girl alive. In pursuance of the plan adopted, Mehana learned from Kaha all the songs she had chanted to mollify the wrath of Kauhi while she was following him through the mountains. And then sought the kilu houses of the king and chiefs in the hope of encountering his rival. It was not long before they met, under just such circumstances as Mehana desired. He discovered Kauhi engaged with others in the game of kilu, and joined the party as a player. The kilu passed from the hand of Kauhi to Mehana, who, on receiving it, began to chant the first of Kaha's songs. Surprised and embarrassed, Kauhi, in violation of the rules of the game, stopped the player to inquire where he had learned the words of the song he was singing. The answer was that he had learned them from Kaha, the noted beauty of Manoa, who was a friend of his sister, and was then visiting them at their home. Knowing that she had been deserted by the owl god, and feeling assured that Kaha was no longer living, Kauhi denounced as a falsehood the explanation of the player. Bitter words followed, and but for the interference of friends there would have been bloodshed. They met the next day at the Killa house, and in the evening following, when similar scenes occurred between Mehana and his rival, Kauhi became so enraged at length that he admitted that he had killed the beautiful Kaha of Manoa, and declared the Kaha of Mehana to be an impostor, who had heard of the death of the real Kaha and audaciously assumed her name and rank. He then challenged Mehana to produce the woman claiming to be Kaha, agreeing to forfeit his life should she prove in flesh and blood to be the one whom he knew to be dead, and subjecting Mehana to a like penalty in the event of the claimant proving to be other than the person he represented her to be. It had been the purpose of Mehana to provoke his rival to a combat with weapons, but the challenge of Kauhi presented itself as a more satisfactory means of accomplishing the object of his aim, and he promptly accepted it. And, that both might be more firmly bound to its conditions, they were repeated and formally ratified in the presence of the king and principal chiefs of the district. The day fixed for the strange trial arrived. It was to be in the presence of the king and a number of distinguished chiefs, and Akaaka, the grandfather of Kaha, had been selected as one of the judges. Imus had been erected near the seashore by the respective friends of the contestants, in which to roast alive the vanquished chief, and dry wood for the heating was piled beside them. Fearing that the spirit of the murdered girl might be able to assume a living appearance, and thus impose upon the judges, Kauhi had consulted the priests and sorcerers of his family. and was advised by Kaia to have the large and tender leaves of the ape plant spread upon the ground where Kaha and her attendants before the tribunal were to be seated. When she enters, said the Kaula, watch her closely. If she is of flesh her weight will rend the leaves, if she is merely a spirit the leaves where she walks and sits will not be torn. On her way to Waikiki, the place designated for the trial, Kaha was accompanied by her parents, friends and servants, and also by the two spirit sisters of Mehana, who had assumed human forms in order to be better able to advise and assist her, if occasion required. They informed her of Kaia's proposed test with ape leaves, and advised her to quietly tear and rend them as far as possible for some distance around her, in order that the spirit friends beside her, who would be unable to do as much for themselves, might thereby escape detection. If discovered, they would be exposed to the risk of being killed by the popoiuhane, or spirit catchers. Arriving at Waikiki, Kaha and her companions repaired to the large enclosure in which the trial was to take place. The king, chiefs, judges and advisors of Kauhi were already there, and thousands of spectators were assembled in the grounds adjoining. The ape leaves had been spread, by the consent of the king, as advised by Kaia, and Kaha entered with her friends and advanced to the place reserved for them. Not far from her stood Kauhi. As he bent forward in anxiety and looked into her star-like eyes, with a sinking heart he saw that their reproachful gleam was human, and knew that he had lost the wager of his life. Observing her instructions, Kaha took pains to quietly rend and rumple the ape leaves under and around her. So far as she was concerned, the test was satisfactory. The evidence of the leaves torn by her feet could not be questioned. Kaia was therefore compelled to admit that Kaha was a being of flesh and bone, but in his disappointment he declared that he saw and felt the presence of spirits in some manner connected with her, and would detect and punish them. Irritated at the malice of the Kaula, Akaaka advised him to look for the faces of the spirits in an open calabash of water. Eagerly grasping at the suggestion, Kaia ordered a vessel of clear water to be brought in, and incautiously bent his eyes over it. He saw only the reflection of his own face. Akaaka also caught a glimpse of it, and, knowing it to be the spirit of the seer, he seized and crushed it between his palms, and Kaia fell dead to the earth beside the calabash into which he had been peering. Akaaka then turned and embraced Kaha, acknowledging that she was his granddaughter, and that her purity in obedience rendered her worthy of the love of the bold upland of Akaaka, and of her parents, the wind and rain of Manoa. The curiosity of the king was aroused, and he demanded an explanation of the strange proceedings he had just witnessed. Kaha told her simple story, and Kauhi, on being interrogated, could deny no part of it. As an excuse for his barbarous conduct, however, he repeated, and attributed his jealous rage to, the boastful assertions of Kamana and Kiwawakihilii. The slanderers were sent for at once, and, on being confronted by Kaha, admitted that they had never seen her before, and that they had boasted of their intimacy with her to make others envious of their good fortune. Well, replied the king, after listening to the confessions of the miscreants, as your efforts in exciting the envy of others have brought terrible suffering to an innocent girl, I now promise you something of which no one, I think, will envy you. You will be baked alive with Kauhi. If you have friends among the gods, pray to them that the Imus may be hot and your sufferings short. The Imus were ordered to be heated at once, and Kauhi and the two calumniators were thrown into them alive and roasted. The first went to his death bravely, chanting a song of defiance as he proceeded to the place of execution, but the others vainly struggled and sought to escape. The retainers of Kauhi were so disgusted with his cruelty to Kaha that they transferred their allegiance to her, and the lands and fishing rights that had been his were given to Mehana at once. And how do you intend to reward the young chief who hazarded his life for you? Inquired the king, pleasantly addressing Kaha as he rose to depart. With my own, O king, replied the girl, advancing to Mehana and laying her head upon his breast. So shall it be, indeed, returned the king. I have said it, and you are now the wife of Mehana. In his gratitude the happy young chief threw himself at the feet of the king and said, I am your slave, great king. Demand of me some great service or sacrifice, that you may know that I am grateful. Even as you desire, returned the king, I will put you to a task that will tax to the utmost your patience. I listen, O king, said Mehana, resolutely. The sacrifice I ask, resumed the king, with a merry twinkle in his eye, is that for full 3 days from this time you embrace not your bride. A sacrifice, indeed! Exclaimed Mehana, catching the kindly humor of the request, and slyly glancing at the downcast face of Kaha. It is too great, I see, for one whose beard is not yet fully grown, interrupted the king. Well, I withdraw the request. The girl is yours, take her with you without conditions. Here the story of the trials of Kaha should end, but it does not. Sometime during the night following the death of Kauhi, a tidal wave, sent by a powerful shark god, swept over and destroyed the imus in which the condemned men had been roasted, and their bones were carried into the sea. Through the power of their family gods, Kamoana and Kiwawakahiliai were transformed into 2 peaks in the mountains back of Manoa Valley, while Kauhi, who was distantly related to the shark god, was turned into a shark. For 2 years Kaha and her husband lived happily together, surrounded by many friends and enjoying every comfort. Her grandfather, Akaaka, visited her frequently, and, knowing of Kauhi's transformation and vindictive disposition, admonished her to avoid the sea. For 2 years she heeded the warning. But one day, when her husband was absent and her mother was asleep, she ventured with one of her women to the beach to witness the sports of the bathers and surf riders. As no harm came to the swimmers, and the water was inviting, she finally borrowed a surfboard, and, throwing herself joyfully into the waves, was carried beyond the reef. This was the opportunity for which Kauhi had long waited. Seizing Kaha, and biting her body in twain, he swam around with the head and shoulders exposed above the water, that the bathers might note his triumph. The spirit of Kaha at once returned to the sleeping mother and informed her of what had befallen her daughter. Waking and missing Kaha, the mother gave the alarm, and with others immediately proceeded to the beach. The bathers, who had fled from the water on witnessing the fate of Kaha, confirmed the words of the spirit, and canoes were launched in pursuit of the shark, still exhibiting his bloody trophy beyond the reef. Swimming with the body of Kaha just far enough below the surface to be visible to the occupants of the canoes, the monster was followed to Waianae, where in shallow waters he was seen, with other sharks, to completely devour the remains. This rendered her restoration to life impossible, and the pursuing party returned sadly to Waikiki. With the final death of Kaha, her parents relinquished their human lives and retired to Manoa Valley. The father is known as Manoa Wind, and his visible form is a small grove of hau trees below Kahiamano. The mother is recognized as Manoa Rain, and is often met within the vicinity of the former home of her beloved and beautiful daughter. The grandparents of Kaha also abandoned their human forms, Akaaka resuming his personation of the mountain spur bearing his name, and his august companion nestling upon his brow in the shape of a thicket of lehua bushes. And there, among the clouds, they still look down upon Kahiamano and the fair valley of Manoa, and smile at the rains of Kauawahain, which day by day renew their beauty. And keep green with ferns and sweet with flowers the earthly home of Kahalapiuna. Appendix. Hawaiian Legends, Glossary. Explanatory Note. The Hawaiian alphabet proper contains but 12 letters, 5 vowels and 7 consonants, namely, A, E, I, O, U, H, K, L, M, N, P, W. To these are sometimes added R, T, and B. No appreciable distinction, however, is observed between the sounds of R and L, T and K, and B and P. The almost invariable sound of A is as pronounced in father, of E as in they, of I as in marine, of O as in mole, of U as in mute. The only general deviation is in giving the vowels long and short sounds. W takes the sound of V in most cases. Every word and every syllable of the language ends in a vowel, and no 2 consonants occur without a vowel sound between them. The accent of 9/10 of the words in the language is on the penultimate. The indefinite article is he, the definite article ka or ku, the plural takes the prefix of na. The o beginning the metrical lines of chants and melees is not always employed as an interjection. It is used chiefly as a prefix to personal nouns and pronouns in the nominative case. A, the root of any vegetation. Ae, the affirmative. Yes. Ao, light. Akakoko, a vein or artery. Awinala, afternoon. Akane, an intimate friend. Aol, the negative, no. Ai, food of any kind. Ahau, any tax due to a chief. O, a current, the gale. Awi, the chin. Aumoi, midnight. Aili, the sky. Aumakua, the spirit of a deceased ancestor. Alo, chiefs permitted to eat with the king. Ahiahi, evening. Ahaelii, chiefs of accepted and irrevocable rank. Aha, a sacred taboo prayer, during which any noise was death. Ahi, fire. Ahainahina, the color of gray. Aka, a shadow. Akua, a spirit or god. Akipa, the liver. Akamama, the lungs. Aku, a mythical bird, sacred to the high priesthood. Ala, a path, road or way. Alanui, a great path. Alaula, the red path, the dawn. Aho, a breath. Ahaula, a feather cape worn by chiefs. Ali, a sacred bird. Alieikoa, a military leader, a general. Aloha, love, love to you, a greeting or salutation. Alii, a chief. Aliinui, a great or principal chief. Aliiniapio, Aliipio, Aliinaha, Aliiwohi and Lo Alii, different grades of chiefs. Anu, a receptacle in the inner temple from which issued the oracles. Ana, the process of praying another to death. Anuenue, a rainbow. Ana, a cave or cavern. Apapani, a little songbird. Awa, a plant, an intoxicating drink made of awa, a harbor. Awakea, noon. Ea, breath, air, a fish taboo to women. Ele, black, or dark blue. Eha, pain. Ia, general name for fish. Ie, a vine for decorating idols. Iu, a sacred or tabooed place. Aichi, a javelin used in war. Io, the human flesh. Ihamanu, a fish taboo to women. Ihu, the nose. Ikanuu, of the royal strain. Ikupau, of the priestly or sacred strain. Ili, the smallest division of land, the bark, the skin. Imu, an oven for cooking. Ilio, a dog, a stingy person. Imoloa, an oven for baking men. Ipu, a calabash, a vessel, a container. Iliahi, sandalwood. Iwi, a small bird with yellow feathers. The bone. O, a fork, or pointed implement used in eating. U, a bird with yellow feathers, used in making royal mantles. Oa, the rafters of a house. Oi, a name for the godhead. Oala, a club thrown in battle. Ohia, a native apple tree. The fruit of the ohia. Ohia pane, a species of ohia wood used in making idols. Oho, hair. Ohu, fog. Ohokue, a bushy wig sometimes worn in battle. Ola, life. Omoomeo, green. 1. Sand. Anionio, striped. Olai, an earthquake. Onini, a surfboard. Omo, a narrow stone adze. Oma, a space between two armies where sacrifices were made, the prime minister, or first officer under the king. Opelu, a fish sacred to the priesthood. Opu, the stomach. Owili, a surfboard made of wili wood. Ue, a seabird, rain. Uau, a large marine bird. Uala, a potato. Uila, lightning. Uha, the thigh. Uhi, a yam. Ulu, the breadfruit. Ukik, an ancient pulsatile musical instrument. Ulili, a bamboo flute. Uluya, a beer made of cane juice or the ti root. Ulumaika, a game of rolling round stone discs. Ulaula, red, the sacred color. Uliuli, blue. Ulunu, a pillow or headrest. Ununa, a taboo mark. Unihipili, the spirit of a deceased person. Omiyumi, the beard or whiskers. H. Hanai, a foster child. Hayao, a day sacrifice. Haole, a foreigner. Hanuhanu, an ancient pastime. Hala, the pandanistry. Hakolilo, a chief's spy, informer, reporter of events. Ha, a singing dance. Hapo, a night sacrifice. Haku, a lord, a master. Hakoko, wrestling, with a variety of holds. Hailima, the elbow. Hanuna, a relative. Hail, a house or dwelling. Hailaliai, the house of the chief, the royal mansion. Hailol, a tent or cloth house. Hailkoa, a fort or house of war. Hailua, a grave or sepulchre. Haile, a ghost, a name for a temple. Hawain, the cocoa palm. How, a lascivious dance, or hula. Hekili, thunder. Hinalu, surf riding. Haihe, foot racing, a large drum. Hai, the servant of a seer who reported his prophecies. Heiau, a temple or place of worship. Haikimo, the stand for a bed. Hia, fire made by friction. Hikapaloa, a name for the godhead. Haiua, a game played on a board with 4 squares. HIIAKA, a general name for volcanic deities. Hikini, sunrise, the east. Hili, a dye, made of barks, for coloring kappa. Hoa, a companion. Hoali, a companion of the chief. Hoku, a star. Hokupa, the North Star. Hokuhele, a planet or wandering star. Hokulele, a meteor. Hokuelowelo, a comet. Honua, the earth. Holua, the pastime of sliding down precipitous hills on sledges. Hoa, the ancient marriage contract among the chiefs. Hoalauna, a friendly companion. Ho, a paddle. Huli, a rudder or steering oar. Hoa, an oarsman. Holo, the rainy season. Hukama, an adopted child. Hokio, a musical instrument. Honu, a turtle. Hukupu, gifts to chiefs by their subjects. Hupalo, a single combat in battle. Hua, an egg. Hu, a water calabash or container. Hula, a dance, of which there were many varieties. Hulu, a feather. Hulumanu, aids of a chief or king wearing plumes. Kai, a girdle put around the loins of a god by a chief. Kau, the star Antares. Kaunoa, a pointed, poisonous shell, making a dangerous wound. Kapu, or taboo, a command, or interdict, of which there were several kinds. A prerogative pertaining to chiefs, priests and temples. Cain, a husband, the name of one of the godhead. Kaua, a servant. Kai, the sea. Kaai, the neck. Kanaka, a man, a male. Kanaka whale, a private citizen. Kanaka maoli, an actual slave. Kaikamahine, a girl or daughter. Keiki Kane, a male child. Kaikunane, a brother. Kaikwahine, a sister. Calico, spotted. Kaialoa, the ceremony of putting a maro on a god by the women of a chief. Kaumaha, a sacrifice to the gods. Kamiho, a taboo by the high priest, when a hog was baked, and men were temporarily separated from their wives. Kakuai, an offering to the gods at daily meals, generally of bananas. Kahoka, the spirit of a living person, claimed to be visible to certain classes of priests. Kamakini, a taboo worship for the chief alone. KAULA, a prophet. Kaulawahini, a prophetess. Kau, a tradition, a dart or javelin. Koa, war, a battle. An army marching to battle. Kaualo, a plantain. Kakaka, a bow for shooting arrows, not used in war. Kakwaliai, inferior chiefs with titled fathers and untitled mothers. Kanika, a funeral dirge, a mournful song. Kappa, a native cloth. Kalo, or taro, a bulbous root from which poi is made. Kahili, a standard of feathers, an emblem of high rank. Kani, music. Kahuna, a priest, doctor or sorcerer. Kahu, a nurse or guardian of a child. Kahualiai, chiefs of the lesser nobility acting as personal attendants to the king. Kapua, a wizard. Kaik, a large sacrificial drum. Kama, sandals. Kapuna, a grandparent. Kapuna kakeo, ancestors. Kau, the dry season. Keiki, a child. Kina, a room or apartment. Keokeo, white. Kikwilua, a war implement. Kino, the body. Kilo, a prophet. Kihi, the native sweet potato. Kilu, an indoor game of amusement. Kihei, a cloth worn over the shoulders. Konane, a game resembling drafts. Koa, coral, a species of wood, a warrior. Kolipi, an axe for cutting stone. Ko, sugar cane. Kilo, a garden of a chief, cultivated by his people. Kohiohio, a poisonous mixture producing speedy death. Koipahaku, a stone axe. Koloa, a duck. Kona, a south wind, the south side of an island. Ko'olau, a windward district or division. Kwa, the back of a person. Kuli, the knee. Queek, the heel. Kumu, a fish taboo to women. Kuha, a prayer to incite sexual love in another. Kupua, a sorcerer. Kwai, a war implement. Kuleana, a small landed possession within the boundaries of an estate belonging to another. Kupi, a string of shells, a bracelet, an ornament. Kwahiv, high lands. Kumu, a teacher. Kwahana, a war messenger dispatched when a general call to arms was made. Kukui, a light, a torch made from the nuts of the kukui tree. L. Lao, a tree, wood. Lao, a leaf. Lala, a limb. La, the forehead. La, the sun. Lani, the heavens. Laupalau, a knife used in husbandry, sometimes in war. Lanahu, coals. Lanai, a veranda, or house with open sides. Lihili, the lips. Lina, yellow, the royal color. Lei, a wreath of flowers or feathers. Lepa, a flag or ensign. Lihua, an aromatic shrub. Liliha, the fat of hogs. Loko, a lake or pond. Lima, the hand. Lu, a hook, a fish hook. Lolu, a coconut. Luawai, a well. Luakina, the house of sacrifice in a temple. Luau, a feast. Lua, an ancient practice of killing by breaking bones. Luna, an overseer. Lunapai, a war messenger of a king or chief. M. Ma, a sling for throwing stones. Mahu, steam. Mayu, the fingernails. Mahiali, a feather helmet worn by chiefs. Maili, a fragrant and greatly esteemed plant. Mauka, toward the hills or mountains. Malama, a month, a purveyor in traveling. Mapuna, a spring. Maka, the eye. Manamanalima, a finger. Manamanawawai, a toe. Manu, general name for birds. Makuakane, a father or uncle. Makuahine, a mother or aunt. Mahini, the moon. Mahini ho, the new moon. Mahini pipio, the full moon. Makani, the wind. Makani ino, a storm. Makali, the beginning of the Hawaiian New Year. Maliu, a deified deceased chief. Maya, a general name for plantains and bananas, taboo to women. Malaolo, evening twilight. Mano, the shark, every species was taboo to women. Makanani, the common people. Maro, a cloth worn around the loins of males. Mamo, a bird, a royal feather mantle, descendants. Manele, a palanquin for chiefs, with 4 bearers. Mahele, circumcision. Mehana, chiefs near the throne. Mele, an historical chant or song. Meleanoa, a personal chant or song. Moa, a fowl. Mu, a lizard. Mekai, toward the sea. Mulalelo, a narrative of past events. Mukeo, an historical legend. Moko, boxing. Mokomoko, a boxer. Momi, a pearl. Moi, the trade winds. Mua, a king, or principal chief. Mu, the person who procured men for sacrifice. Muliwai, a stream, or river. Mumuku, a violent gust of wind. N. Na, a pedigree. Nene, a goose. Nyo, the coconut tree and fruit. Ninalo, the fruit of the hala tree. Noho, a seat. P. Pa, a dish or platter, a fence or wall. Pau, a short skirt worn by women, completed, finished. Pahale, a lawn or other enclosure. Pahu, a general name for a drum. Papa, a board. A sledge used in the pastime of Hulua. Papalina, the cheek. Poliuli, paradise. Pahi, general term for a knife or cutting instrument. Pakiko, an ancient war implement. Palala, any tax paid to a chief. Panalo, a distant possession of lands. Papapina, a table of any kind. Pahoa, a dagger, generally of wood. Palawa, a carved ivory talisman worn around the neck by chiefs. Pali, a precipice. Paiai, pounded taro for making poi. Pahoehoe, lava. Pawa, a garden, a small cultivated field. P, an elevated cross before a heiau, signifying sacred. Peleleu, a large double war canoe. Pipio, the ear. Pipi, an oyster, clam, shellfish. Poi, the paste of taro. Pai, a cover or lid. Pu, the head. Puhiwi, the shoulder. Poni, purple. Pakahu, a stone. Puli ka-la, an eclipse. Pa, night, darkness, the realms of death, chaos. Pola, a raised platform over double canoes. Pololu, a long war spear. Pua, a flower. Puka, a door. Puwai, the heart. Pua, a hog. Puakeki, a pig. Puahiohio, a whirlwind. Puhinahin, an indoor pastime. Punapiki, a child's game. Pueo, an owl. Puana, a leader in melees, a starter of words. Pukawa, an officer in the army, a captain, a champion. Pule, a prayer. Pulalelua, a butterfly. Punahele, a friend or companion. Pululu, a taboo staff, crowned with balls of kappa. Puuku, inferior chiefs, personal attendants of the king. W. Wa, a general name for canoe. Y, a general name for water. Waiali, the platform from which chiefs addressed the people. Wahini, a woman, females generally. Wahimo, a bed. Wahi, wood for burning. Wanaau, the dawn. Wawai, a leg or foot. Waipuilani, a waterspout. Wadi, the inner bark of a tree from which cloth is made. Wahini hoa, the real wife. Wheelie, lightning. Wheelie wheelie, a light wood from which surfboards were made. Cardinal numbers. 1. Akahi. 2. Alua. 3. Akalu. 4. Aha. 5. Alima. 6. Ono. 7. Ahiku. 8. Awalu. 9. Iwa. 10. Umi. 11. Omikumamakahi. 12. Omikumamalua. 13. Yumikumakolu. 14. Omikumamaha. 15. Omikumamalima. 16. Yumikumamayano. 17. Omikumahiku. 18. Yumikumawalu. 19. Yumikumamaiwa. 20. Iwakalua. 21. Iwakalua Kamakahai. 22. Iwakalua Kamalua. 23. Iwakalua Kumakolo. 24. Iwakalua Kumaha. 25. Iwakalua Kumamalima. 26. Iwakalua Kumamano. 27. Iwakalua Kumahiku. 28. Iwakalua Kumamoalu. 29. Iwakalua Kumamewa. 30. Kanakalu. 40. Kanaha. 50. Kanalama. 60. Kanaano. 70. Kanahiku. 80. Kanawalu. 90. Kanaiwa. 100. Ho'okahi Hanari, modern. 1000. Ho'okahi Tausani, modern. Names of the months. January, Makali. February, Kalo. March, Kaulua. April, Nana. May, Welo. June, Ikiki. July, Keona. August, Hinialil. September, Halinahu. October, Halinama. November, Ikawa. December, Welehu. Names of the days of the month. 1st, Hilo. 2d, Hoaka. 3d, Kakahi. 4th, Kulua. 5th, Kukalo. 6th, Kupau. 7th, Olakukahai. 8th, Olekulua. 9th, Olakukalu. 10th, Olekapa. 11th, Huna. 12th, Mohalu. 13th, Hua. 14th, Akua. 15th, Hoku. 16th, Mahealani. 17th, Kulu. 18th, Lakakahi. 19th, Lakolua. 20th, Lapa. 21st, Olakukahai. 22d, Olekulua. 23d, Opau. 24th, Kaloakukahi. 25th, Kaloakolua. 26th, Kaloapo. 27th, Kane. 28th, Lono. 29th, Mauli. 30th, Muku. List of illustrations. Colophon. Availability. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the included with this ebook or online at. This ebook is produced by the online distributed proofreading team at. Scans of this book are available from the Internet Archive, copy. Metadata. Title. The Legends and Myths of Hawaii, the Fables and Folk-Lore of A. Strange People. Author. David Kalakaua, 1836–1891. Editor. Roland Mallory Daggett, 1831–1901. Language. English. Original publication date. Keywords. Folklore, Hawaii. Legends, Hawaii. Library of Congress. Open Library, Book. Open Library, Work. Revision History. February 13, 2018 started. External references. This Project Gutenberg ebook contains external references. These links may not work for you. Corrections. The following corrections have been applied to the text. Page. Source. Correction. Edit distance. Fijis. Fijis. Not in source. Darn. Drawn. I. Deleted. Determined. Determined. I will hiccupas. I will hiccupuas.